Witnessing this, the remaining hostiles abandoned any lingering illusions of victory against the Dravo tri-barbarian. Panic took hold, and they turned tail, retreating towards the core of the settlement. Similar scenes unfolded across the town as the lost heathens withdrew, collapsing their defensive lines inward towards the central stronghold, the two-story building. Havel, Kavakin, and Mogul advanced along the main street leading to the structure. However, they halted several tens of meters away from the enemy's newly formed defensive line, choosing not to press forward just yet. One by one, the rest of the Fortuna Company began to regroup. First came the Fury Knights, followed by Silver. Soon after, the crossbowmen arrived in staggered succession, taking up positions behind the main line. Moments later, a large pack of wolves surged into the area, spreading out and nearly encircling the lost heathens' defensive formation, making it abundantly clear that escape would not come easily, not without a desperate fight. Finn dropped down from a nearby rooftop and landed lightly before the Fortuna line. With calm, measured steps, he moved forward and took his place beside them, his presence radiating quiet authority. Then, Queen Senu arrived. She hovered high above the center of the town, her form cutting a regal silhouette against the night sky. As she dominated the airspace, not a single creature dared take flight in her presence. A subtle tremor rippled through the lost heathens' ranks as they stared at the force before them, the very group that had single-handedly devastated their base. Even as the Fortuna Company stood in silence, none of the defenders dared to make the first move. Scree! The herald's cry pierced the night, announcing the arrival of her master. Moments later, Alex walked ahead, reaching behind his formation, accompanied by his wives, with Sugud and Kronbellic following closely behind. He raised his gaze and looked ahead. Through his spirit sight, he counted the remaining enemy signatures roughly a couple hundred cluster behind the defensive line. Even he felt a flicker of surprise. A force of about 20 had reduced a stronghold of nearly 1,000 to scarcely a fifth of its original number. This was the result of the steel trials, as well as the party's subsequent growth and improvements, now manifesting vividly before their eyes. There is no denying it, the core members of the Fortuna Company had grown significantly stronger. Alex subtly clenched his fist, then relaxed it out of sight. Let's not celebrate just yet. There is still far too much room for improvement, he reminded himself, both as a warning and as a reminder. At the end of the day, within the grand scheme of things, the Lost Heathens were merely a bandit group no different from common thugs in the eyes of the true powers that govern this world. And those powers were the true competitors of Alex and Fortuna, not insignificant rabble like this. Shaking his head lightly, Alex was about to step forward when his attention sharpened. One of the energy signatures within the Lost Heathens' backline, the largest one, suddenly flared. So, you can no longer remain still, can you? A sorcerer within the backline had begun casting. A flaming, serpentine dragon conjured into existence, rising into the air above the Lost Heathens' formation. Its blazing form twisted with fury, its expression mirroring the rage of its caster as it fixed its gaze upon the Fortuna Company. In the next instant, it lunged forward, charging directly towards them. Zora shifted, ready to intercept, but Alex raised a hand. Stop! His calm voice carried across the battlefield. Spell interception. At the same moment, Omni-Rune analyzed the spell structure through Alex's perception, rapidly constructing a countermeasure and seizing control of the incoming attack. The flaming dragon halted, abruptly suspended mid-air just before the Fortuna line. What? The sorcerer in the back line recoiled in shock and disbelief. How is that possible? What did you do? Who are you? He roared. Who am I? Alex's voice echoed once more. The Fortuna formation parted smoothly into two orderly lines. Alex stepped forward between them, his wives following closely at his side. With his hands calmly clasped behind his back and the intercepted flame dragon spell hovering ominously above him, Alex advanced to the forefront. My name is Alex, Fury Leader of the Fortuna Company, he declared. Ripples of shock surged through the Lost Heathens' defensive ranks. They knew the name. After all, their leader, Brock Payton, had already marked this group for death. Yet never, not even in their wildest estimations, had they imagined the Fortuna Company to possess such overwhelming strength that they were able to decimate their base with such paltry numbers. Alex's voice rang out once more, cold and unwavering. I have come to accept your unconditional surrender. Those who lay down their arms will live. Those who do not will perish. A flicker of surprise passed through the minds of the Fortuna Company, yet not a single one of them showed it outwardly. Choose now, surrender or death. The Fortuna Company watched in silence. Many of them glanced at Alex with a trace of awe, assuming he had deliberately incited discord within the enemy ranks with nothing more than a few measured words. Silver Tongue, indeed. The nickname Zora had given him surfaced quietly in their thoughts. Whether this outcome had been intentional or not, only Alex himself knew. Even as chaos unfolded before him, he issued no command. He simply observed. Moments later, the turmoil subsided. The hardliners had prevailed. The voice of the lost heathens sorcerer rang out across the battlefield. The lost heathens do not surrender. We will not be cowed by a handful of weaklings. We hold the advantage in numbers dash. His aura surged violently. And in strength, the presence of a fourth circle sorcerer equivalent to a great mage or combat master flared into existence, bearing down upon the field. We will not be defeated. H-A-A-A. A thunderous battle cry answered him, echoing from the remaining lost heathens. It seems you have chosen resistance, Alex said calmly, noting the archers drawing and notching their arrows. He raised his hand, forming a simple, gun-like gesture, pointing towards the enemy line. Only then did the purpose behind his earlier stillness become apparent. A spell formation manifested above him. It passed through the suspended flame dragon spell. Mana surged through the formation, reshaping and refining the conjured flame dragon into something different and far more detailed. The armless, serpentine construct twisted and transformed, its form expanding and morphing until it became majestic, solar elemental five-clawed golden eastern dragon, radiating a potent regal aura and the scorching heat of the sun. At that very moment, the lost heathen archers released their arrows. While mimicking a shooting gesture with a slight motion of his hand, Alex spoke, his voice cutting through the battlefield, silencing all else. Scorching divine dragon. Roar. The golden dragon surged forward. Every arrow fired towards the Fortuna Company was reduced to ash before it could even approach, incinerated by the overwhelming heat and force radiating from the construct. The dragon crashed into the lost heathen's defensive line. Iron Dome Shield. The sorcerer hastily erected a barrier in an attempt to withstand the attack. For a brief moment, crack, shatter, the shield held. Then it broke. Roar. With overwhelming force, the divine dragon tore through the shattered barrier and plunged into the enemy ranks. Boom! Boom! The golden divine dragon exploded directly in the center of the lost heathen's defensive line. Everything within 5 meters of the epicenter was instantly disintegrated, while a searing wave of heat scorched everything within the next 10. Beyond that, the blast radius extended another 20 meters, leaving devastation in its wake. Interesting. So shaping the spell into an animate form ensured that more of its energy was directed towards its primary purpose, with less wasted as excess output like sound or unstable dispersion. Alex mused inwardly. His eyes narrowed slightly. However, it's a little weaker than I expected, considering all that flair, Zora remarked. Alex silently agreed. The spell had certainly looked far more spectacular than the actual destruction it produced. Then again, the devastation at the epicenter had been undeniably severe, so it was not as though the result was disappointing. In its defense, it was still only a grade 5 spell despite its appearance. It also wasn't a special warfare variant. I merely condensed a much larger volume of mana into it, Alex explained. At the end of the day, whether it was Pangean or Verdantian-style spellcasting, both systems reflected the magical paradigms of their respective worlds, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. For Alex, who could utilize both, It had become less a matter of limitation and more one of preference and practical utility. His gaze shifted suddenly to the members of the Fortuna Company behind him. "What are you all waiting for? Go! Finish them off," he said in a calm, almost chilled tone. The sheer spectacle of the spell had momentarily stunned the Fortuna Company, leaving them slow to capitalize on the opening. Alex's words snapped them back to reality. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to press the advantage. Alex shook his head slightly as they charged towards the shattered defensive line, using the thick cloud of smoke as natural cover. He then turned to his wives. "I'll go deal with that sorcerer," he said. The women nodded. Zora cast a brief glance towards Yadara, and the shadow dancer gave a subtle nod of understanding in return. Alex noticed the exchange, but chose not to comment. It was going to happen regardless. Instead, he looked at Zora. "I'll leave them to you." "Go," Zora replied. "I'll keep them safe. Don't worry." Alex gave a small nod. Then he turned to Yadara. "Keep up." Abyssal Conqueror's step. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. His figure vanished in a flash of lightning as he shot forward, dashing straight towards what remained of the Lost Heathen's defensive line. Yadara also vanished into the shadows, leaving only Eleanor, Zora, and Sugud behind, none of whom intended to personally join the assault on the Lost Heathens. This scorching divine dragon had destroyed, or at the very least blasted apart, most of the defensive structures across the front and middle sections of the Lost Heathens formation. The explosion had shaken them to their core. "Ah, my leg, my arm, my eyes." Many of those fortunate enough to survive the blast across the front and midline had not escaped without severe injuries. They were still trying to process what had happened when the devils of the Fortuna Company descended upon them. One man had only just managed to drag himself free from beneath a pile of rubble when he heard heavy, thunderous footsteps rushing towards him. The dust parted suddenly, and he saw a hulking figure charging straight at him, a massive barbarian covered in exotic tribal markings. Boom! Before he could even reach for the spear that had been flung aside by the explosion, the giant drove a punch downward, smashing the man's head into the ground with such force that his skull shattered instantly, blood and brain matter mixing with the dirt beneath him. Not far away, a group of lost heathens struggled back to their feet, desperately trying to reform their broken defensive line. Then, without warning, a thin, lazy-looking swordsman appeared in the middle of them. Click! Before anyone could react, that soft metallic sound echoed through the chaos. In the very next moment, their heads slid cleanly from their shoulders, rolling silently across the blood-stained ground. On the opposite side of the smoke-filled battlefield, the archer line hastily regrouped. Fortunately for them, they had been positioned some distance away from the center of the explosion, and multiple structures had absorbed much of the blast force before it reached them. Their ears were bleeding, their senses still ringing, but they could not afford to stop. The battlefield would not allow it. They scrambled to return fire on the advancing attackers when they heard a maniacal, savage laughter rushing towards them. They turned and saw what looked like a living beast of war, a massive man with vivid orange tiger prints charging directly at them, twin axes gripped in his hands. In panic, they loosed a volley of arrows. Kavakin simply laughed louder. He leapt into the air, avoiding every arrow as though they were nothing to him. Boom! Then he came crashing down directly into the center of the archer line. Spinning on his heels, his twin axes transformed into a deadly vortex of steel, cleaving through everything in their path. Further within the Lost Heathen's backline, at the very entrance of the main building itself, the force of the explosion could still be felt. However, by the time it reached this far, it caused little actual damage. The guard stationed there formed the final defensive line protecting whatever lay inside the structure. They were organized in clustered squads, positioned both inside and around the building. A female silhouette suddenly appeared within an alleyway overlooking the structure, observing the guards with an impassive gaze. Her eyes locked onto one of the guards, a leader who was actively organizing retreating hostiles from the midline, attempting to reinforce the building's defenses. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon and fired. Thwack! Thud! A strange sound cut through the battlefield, and before anyone fully understood what had happened, their leader collapsed to the ground dead, a bolt buried cleanly through his head. By the time the surrounding guards reacted, the female silhouette had already vanished. Soon, the same scene repeated itself across the building. Guard leaders positioned around and atop the structure were systematically assassinated by the same unseen hunter. The entire defensive force was thrown into immediate disarray. No one even remotely close to leadership rank dared expose themselves any longer. That decision, while understandable, only weakened the backline's already fragile defensive structure even further. Across the battlefield, the Fortuna Company continued driving the fight directly into the Lost Heathens. Working in coordination with the Wolves under Fun's command, and making full use of the cover they created, the Fury soldiers cut their way through the enemy lines, killing everything that stood before them. Considering the devastation inflicted upon the front and much of the midline, the boundary between massacre and mercy killing had become disturbingly blurred. Many of the Lost Heathens being cut down would likely have died regardless if they did not receive immediate medical treatment. And given that they were kilometers away from any meaningful first aid, let alone specialized treatment, one could argue the Fury soldiers were doing them a favor by ending things quickly. Above them, Senu remained just as active. Spatialement. She introduced the Lost Heathens to the brutal reality of aerial superiority, raining down near impossible to defend spatial attacks that sliced through flesh, armor, and obstacles alike. Each strike tore open another section of the defensive line. By the time Alex reached the entrance of the core building, the enemy's resistance had already been carved apart. Thanks to the chaos and disarray Silver had created earlier, he made short work of the remaining guards stationed at the door. No sooner had Alex arrived than Fun's wolves surged into the area as well, attacking the guards positioned around the building's perimeter and allowing him to enter without obstruction. Yudara moved ahead of him, slipping through the structure like a phantom as she silently cleared every hostile within the warehouse and storage sections of the building. Alex ignored the loot for the moment. His focus remained fixed on tracking the energy signature of the Lost Heathen's sorcerer. To his surprise, the man had already abandoned the building. His energy signature was moving, rapidly retreating through the rear of the structure. How is he getting past the wolves? Alex wondered. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. His figure vanished once more as he gave chase. The sorcerer and his small group had managed to slip past Fun's encirclement using a concealment spell. After that, they employed a haste-type spell alongside a network of hidden escape routes and tunnels built beneath the base to flee the settlement entirely. Once outside, they quickly mounted prepared horses and rode hard into the night. The sorcerer glanced back at the base, now shrinking further into the distance. Anger and humiliation burned in his eyes, yet beneath both emotions lurked something far stronger. Fear. He had never heard of anyone capable of intercepting and stealing another person's mystic arts, only to turn around and cast it back with even greater force. It was not that such a feat was impossible. Rather, the level of mastery required to accomplish it was far beyond what any ordinary mage could hope to achieve. I need to inform the leader. He has offended someone he never should have, the sorcerer thought grimly as he urged his horse to run faster. Chain bolt. Without warning, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the ground directly before them. The electricity instantly spread, arcing from the earth into the horses and violently paralyzing them. The animals collapsed, nearly throwing their riders with them. The men reacted quickly, vaulting clear just before the horses hit the ground. You are surprisingly agile for a spellcaster. A calm voice suddenly echoed through the darkness. Alex stood a few meters away from the group of four, his expression unreadable. Hold him off, the sorcerer ordered sharply. His 3 gold-ranked guards immediately rushed forward. Alex was just about to engage when he sensed a familiar presence. First step, ghost step. I'll leave this to you then, he thought. He stepped back at once as a figure slowly rose from within his shadow. Yadara caught the outstretched sword arm of one of the guards mid-slash and twisted smoothly into a judo throw, sending him crashing over her shoulder. Without pause, she planted her hands against the ground and used the momentum to deliver a powerful back kick, donkey kick, kicking the other two guards away before they could close in. The first guard scrambled into a desperate counterattack, but Yudara's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. She reappeared behind him just as he struggled to regain his footing, driving her short sword cleanly through his back and out through his chest. Before his corpse even hit the ground, she slipped back into his shadow, disappearing once more and emerging near another of the guards. Her blade thrust forward for another killing strike, but this time the guard reacted, quickly blocking the attack and immediately creating distance between them. Yudara was about to continue pressing the assault when she sensed something hurtling towards her. She halted instantly and raised her guard. Amazonian might. Clang! A heavy spear came flying at terrifying speed. Yudara managed to parry it aside, but the sheer force behind it still drove her backwards, her boots carving a long drag mark through the ground. She rolled her wrist once, loosening the strain. Even with the innate strength granted by her Amazonian heritage, that thrown spear had not been easy to handle. The two remaining gold-ranked guards glanced briefly at their fallen comrade before shifting their eyes back to the seemingly delicate woman responsible. Neither of them dared underestimate her. They exchanged a solemn look and silently came to the same conclusion. They would take her on together. Alex observed the exchange with quiet interest, but he made no move to interfere. His attention shifted back to the sorcerer. The man had already completed the hand seals for his next spell, or rather, mystic art his palms pressed firmly together. Flame Shooter Peacock. A blazing orb of flame formed between his hands. It dropped to the ground before him and rapidly transformed into a magnificent flaming peacock. For a brief moment, Alex almost paused to appreciate the elegance of the mystic art. Then the peacock unfurled its radiant tail feathers. Alex immediately sensed danger. First step, ghost step. Boom! He barely escaped as a concentrated fireball launched from one of the eyes embedded within the peacock's tail feathers. Wow, that's actually an interesting con dash. Before he could finish appreciating the construct, the rest of the peacock's tail erupted. One after another, tennis ball-sized flames fired in rapid succession from each feathered eye, turning the entire mystic art into a barrage platform. Ghost step, boom, ghost step, boom, ghost step, boom. Alex was forced to stay constantly on the move, his body flickering across the battlefield as he narrowly evaded the relentless rapid-fire assault. The more Alex evaded the attacks, the grimmer the sorcerer's expression became. With every dodge, he became increasingly certain that Alex was no ordinary spellcaster. Even the empires may not possess a young sorcerer of this caliber. To cultivate someone like this, only that place could produce such a monster. A heavy premonition settled in his heart. By this point, Alex had already evaded nearly 100 of the flaming projectiles. Fortunately, each individual flame ball isn't particularly powerful. It only becomes truly dangerous if someone is struck by dozens of them in quick succession. Which, I suppose, is precisely the purpose of this mystic art, Alex mused as he slipped past another wave of attacks. Alex could have chosen to attack either the sorcerer directly or the conjured peacock itself. However, Alex had deliberately refrained. He wanted to fully understand the mechanics and limits of the mystic art firsthand. Any moment now, through his spirit's sight, he could clearly see the peacock's energy reserves steadily draining with every projectile it fired. Finally, it reached its limit. CRR. The flaming peacock let out a sharp cry before its entire body collapsed inward, morphing into a condensed sphere of fire roughly the size of a standard fireball spell. First step, ghost step. Third step, wraith's crossing. Alex took no chances. The moment he noticed the change, he immediately widened the distance between them. Boom! Just as he expected. The peacock's final attack was not only a similar size to an ordinary fireball, its explosive force was also similar, far from ordinary. Alex stepped out from the cloud of smoke, casually brushing the dust from his clothes. "Now what?" he asked the sorcerer. The man stared at him before suddenly speaking. "You stopped the messenger birds from leaving. That means you do not want news of this raid spreading yet, correct?" "Yeah. So what of it?" Alex replied with a small shrug. "I sent out a distress signal while you were occupied dealing with the flame shooter peacock," the sorcerer revealed. "You have already lost. Stop now, and I may still be able to negotiate a cessation of hostilities with our leader." His expression hardened. "Do not forget who stands behind us." "Thanks for the warning, but I have no intention of stopping now," Alex said calmly. "And yes, I am fully aware of who stand behind your group. In fact, that was the very reason I bothered trying to negotiate with your leader in the first place. But since he chose to spit in my face, well..." He gave a light shrug. Then Alex smiled. "As for the message you think you sent," his smile deepened slightly. "Are you certain it actually went through?" "What do you mean?" The sorcerer's voice trembled as he stared into Alex's eyes, unnerved by the unwavering confidence within them. "Anti-magic," Alex replied calmly. "At its most basic level, anti-magic is simply a form of energy that operates on a frequency opposite to magical energy. When the two come into contact, they cancel each other out, creating the illusion that the spell or mystic art simply failed to function." He folded his hands behind his back. "While I can't directly use anti-magic energy, that does not mean I cannot replicate its effects through similar principles." "What are you saying?" The sorcerer's unease deepened. "Sending messages through energy pulses. That is actually a rather interesting method. Let me guess your leader possesses a device attuned to your mystic energy. By sending your energy out in controlled pulses, that device receives the signal and alerts him." Alex tilted his head slightly. "Am I wrong? How do you dash?" The sorcerer blurted the words before abruptly stopping himself, realizing too late what he had revealed. "It is not particularly difficult. You could call it one of the most basic principles of energy-based communication transmission," Alex replied. Unfortunately, he quickly realized from the man's expression that the sorcerer did not actually understand the theory behind what he had been doing despite instinctively making use of it. "I suppose I expected too much." Alex shook his head with a quiet sigh. "Long story short, you should be the one considering surrender. The message you believe you sent never reached its destination." With spirit sight, Alex could literally perceive mana itself, while Omnirune allowed him to manipulate it through the Rune-Tech platform. Reproducing a signal jamming effect for mystic energy was far less difficult than it sounded. He looked at the sorcerer calmly. "So what do you say? Will you surrender?" "Fortunately for you, I have a certain interest in your mystic arts, so I am willing to spare your life if you submit." "Surrender? Never." The sorcerer suddenly slammed his palm against the ground. At once, Alex felt a massive torrent of energy erupting upward from beneath him. He tried to move, but found himself locked in place by an overwhelming gravitational force. Boom! A colossal pillar of fire erupted into the sky, swallowing Alex's figure whole. "Serves you right," the sorcerer shouted in triumph. "That is what you get for being arrogant enough to demand my surrender. In your next life, learn not to flap your gums for so long and give your enemy the chance to strike." That is sound advice. I do hope you remember it in your next life, assuming something like reincarnation after death does exist. A calm voice suddenly sounded just as the sorcerer was about to turn away. The sorcerer blinked once. In that brief instant, before he could even process what had happened, Alex was already standing directly in front of him, unarmed, calm, and utterly unharmed. "How dash? Spurt!" Before he could finish speaking, Alex's wrist blade shot upward, piercing through the man's jaw and driving deep into his skull. Blood splattered across the ground as Alex viciously yanked the blade free, leaving the sorcerer to collapse as blood poured from the fatal wound. The man hit the ground heavily. Blood pooled beneath him, spreading from his neck as he struggled through his final, laboring breaths. Alex turned his gaze towards Yudara's side, and, as expected, she had already dealt with the remaining two guards. One had a blade lodged through his chest. The other's neck was twisted at an angle that strongly discouraged continued existence. "Are you done?" Yadara appeared beside him and asked, her tone flat. You took your time. Sorry, I just wanted to experience a sorcerer's mystic arts firsthand. Alex replied with mild apology. It looked flashy and weak to me, she said. Compared to Pangea's spell-casting paradigm, yes, Alex admitted with a nod. Then he frowned slightly. But I do not think we should dismiss these mystic arts too quickly. First, while they sacrifice raw power for more flamboyant conjurations, that trade-off introduces useful versatility. Take that flame peacock art he used, for example. I would not use it against a strong opponent, but against a large group of significantly weaker enemies? Absolutely. It saves the effort of casting multiple weaker spells or wasting energy on a single powerful spell that would be excessive for the task. Yadara nodded, understanding his point. Then Alex's expression hardened. Secondly, and more importantly, I do not think this man is a good benchmark for sorcerers as a whole. The sorcerers of the Holy Lands I saw within the Heaven-Earth Concordance space used far more refined and efficient mystic arts. I suspect this man simply inherited a poor quality legacy. Otherwise, how do we explain how weak he was? He should have been roughly equivalent to a great mage. Without warning, Yadara suddenly grabbed Alex by the collar and pulled him closer until their faces were only inches apart. Her eyes shimmered with a faintly mesmerizing glint as she raised a brow and said, Master, have you considered that perhaps he was not weak, but that you are simply far too strong for your rank? Alex's arms suddenly wrapped around her waist. Before Yadara could react, he stole a quick kiss, catching her completely off guard and drawing a faint blush to her cheeks. Then, before she could recover, he gave her backside a sharp smack, causing Yadara to recoil in shock. What was that for, Master? Yadara asked, holding her buttocks with a pout. Stop trying that succubus act with me out here, Alex replied. If you're truly that confident in yourself, try it somewhere more private and see whether or not I devour you whole. The warning in his tone was playful, but not entirely lacking sincerity. Before she could respond, Alex shifted his attention and reached out to the others through comms. Sit rep. We have captured the base. All hostiles have been neutralized, Kavikin reported. We have secured all storage facilities and cargo. Silver followed. There is something you need to see, leader. Is that so? All right, I'm on my way, Alex replied. Alex and Yadara returned to the Lost Heathens base settlement. The Fury soldiers were attempting to clean up the aftermath, but the sheer scale of the carnage was far beyond what their limited numbers could handle in a short time. Instead, they prioritized recovering their spent crossbow bolts. Producing those bolts placed considerable strain on their finances, so salvaging every reusable piece wherever possible was a necessity. When Alex and Yadara arrived at the warehouse, they found Eleanor and the scouting team already taking inventory of the goods stored inside. These look like they're worth quite a lot, Yadara commented as she glanced around. Alex nodded slightly. Good thing I held back from using special warfare spells. Those would have likely destroyed half the valuables here, he thought to himself. Eleanor and Crone Bellic stood together nearby, examining something closely. I heard you found something I needed to see, Alex said as he approached them. Without a word, Eleanor handed him a chunk of ore. Alex turned it over in his hand. What is this? He asked. Thelonium, Crone Bellic revealed. It is one of the best metals for containing and channeling divine energy. It is in extremely high demand among the temples for forging weapons and equipment for high-ranking clergy, and most importantly, for crafting divine statues for their most important sanctuaries. Is it rare or valuable? Alex asked. Extremely rare and extremely valuable, Crone replied. To the right temple at the right time, what you're holding could easily be worth a high-grade berserk stone. Alex let out a low whistle. That's not bad. Leader, they have many large caches full of this, Crone continued. If Brock Payton has been trading this for a long time, then his resources and the forces under his command may be far greater than we initially assumed. I don't think so, Sugud interjected from the other side of the hall. He walked over and continued. These ores make up only a small portion of the goods stored here. The scent of the thelonium ore is faint compared to the other types of ore we've found. So unless they have another storage location elsewhere, They've only just begun mining this. The ore has a scent. Eleanor and Crone exchanged confused looks. Crone even lifted the ore and tried to smell it himself, but he detected nothing unusual. All he could smell was dirt, or rather, the scent of raw earth. Sugud took the ore from Alex and gave it a brief examination before continuing. If you look closely, you'll notice these are all freshly mined ores. Not only that, judging by the damage to the ore's mineral veins you can see along its form, I would wager they were strip mined. He passed the ore back to Alex. If this is truly their primary storage location, then combining that with what the ore tells us, I would say they only recently discovered this deposit and they're extracting it as quickly as possible because they likely fear they won't have the luxury of mining it peacefully for long. You got all of that from a single piece of ore? Crone asked in disbelief. Sugud gave a small shrug. Metals are the foundation of my life's work. If I cannot do at least this much, then I would hardly call myself a competent metal worker. Crone could only shrug in return. Alex did not comment aloud, but the brief look he exchanged with Eleanor made it clear that he took the dwarf-elf hybrid's assessment very seriously. They found something else over there. That's the real reason Silver called you, Eleanor revealed. Alex nodded, still absent-mindedly turning the chunk of thelonium in his hand. He walked toward another section of the warehouse, his thoughts partially occupied by how the discovery of the ore might affect his larger plans. When he arrived, one of the crossbowmen stepped forward and led him down a narrow flight of stairs into what appeared to be a dungeon prison hidden beneath the warehouse. The prison cells below were each packed with captives, dozens of them. It's a good thing I held back. If I'd gone all out earlier, every one of these people would have died with the rest of the base, Alex thought, quietly letting out a breath of relief. Unsurprisingly, most of the prisoners were native barbarians from the wildlands. Most of these barbarians were low in cultivation rank. However, their men possessed strong, innate physical strength, while their women often had appearances and features considered highly desirable by most, especially with even the slightest refinement in cosmetics. Unfortunately, these made them ideal slaves. The men were sold for labor or used as expendable combat fodder, while the women were often forced into prostitution or made into servant maids for the wealthy and powerful. Alex ignored the cries for help echoing through the cells. Wearing a cold, expressionless face, he walked towards Silver. He found her speaking with a barbarian woman. Leader, Silver acknowledged immediately upon his arrival. Alex gave a small nod. Why am I here? I already made it clear that all recovered slaves and captives would be handed over to the Black Scars to handle. The barbarian woman immediately dropped into a kowtow. You are enemies of the people who captured us, right? Please, help us reclaim our village. Alex folded his arms and looked down at her. Why should I help you do that? He asked plainly. The woman's body trembled, but she maintained her kneeling posture, forehead nearly touching the floor. Alex's gaze remained cold. I think you are mistaken, woman. We are not agents of justice here to rescue you from captivity. We are simply another selfish group pursuing our own interests. In fact, if it suited us, we would be no different from the people who captured you. We could just as easily sell you into slavery ourselves. Alex's voice remained calm, almost indifferent. Raise your head. If you want our help, do not beg. Convince me not with tears, but by telling me what I stand to gain from helping you. Slowly, the woman raised her head to look at him, stunned by his bluntness. Then despair quickly filled her expression. She had nothing. Her skills? This group had slaughtered the very men who had captured her, and her people, they were clearly stronger than she was. Her beauty? The woman who had first spoken to her rivaled, if not surpassed, her own appearance. And the woman who had descended into the dungeon beside this white-haired man was so breathtakingly beautiful that comparison felt almost insulting. How could she hope to charm a man already surrounded by such women, especially in her current disheveled state? Alex saw the answer in her expression and shook his head lightly. It seems I wasted both my breath and my time. He turned and began to walk away. Then, in that moment, the barbarian woman noticed the ore still in Alex's hand. Her eyes widened. That, she suddenly exclaimed. Alex paused. I can show you where they mined it, she said quickly, desperation and urgency flooding her voice. Alex stopped in his tracks and turned back to face the woman. "You know where they mined this?" Or he asked. "Where?" "Help me take revenge, and I will tell you," she replied. Alex stared at her for a moment before speaking again. "What is stopping me from simply torturing the information out of you?" For a brief instant, fear flashed across the woman's face. She recoiled slightly. Then she bit her lip, forcing herself to meet his gaze head-on. "This is the only thing I have left to offer you. If you want to torture me, then go ahead. Whether I die first or whether I break and tell you, let us see which happens first." She said it with as much defiance as she could muster. Eudora subtly nudged Alex from his side, hidden from view. I know, Alex replied inwardly. "I'll stop pushing her now, but just to be certain." Spirit Sight LV.2. Alex silently observed her and gave a small nod to himself. There were no traces of hostility or malicious intent directed towards him or his party. At the very least, she was not lying with the intention of harming them. Detection. On a whim, Alex cast his rune slot inspection spell on the woman. A grin nearly formed on his face. Only the fear of being misunderstood as some kind of creep kept him from smiling too obviously. "Very well. My party will help you reclaim your village. In exchange, you'll tell me where this was mined. However, make no mistake, we are only helping you recover it. We will not remain behind to defend it afterwards," Alex stated clearly. The woman clenched her fists. "When we get there, you must kill every bandit you find." Her voice was low, but the rage and hatred within it were unmistakable. "That can be done," Alex replied with a nod. "Then let us seal the agreement." The woman straightened herself. "I swear upon the name of my Andaroga tribe that I shall uphold my end of our agreement. And I shall uphold mine upon my honor in the name of House Fury," Alex replied. The two of them spat into their palms and shook hands. The deal was sealed. From that moment onward, Alex no longer had any real concern that the woman would betray them. Another reason the native barbarians of the wildlands made such valuable slaves was their absolute devotion to vows made in the name of their tribe. Once such an oath was sworn, they would uphold it even at the cost of their own lives. Slavers like the lost heathens took full advantage of this by coercing high-value slaves into making vows of servitude upon their tribal names. Once the vow was made, it did not matter whether it had been given willingly or under force, the barbarians would honor it without exception. However, this particular vow of servitude could only be made once in a lifetime. That was why it was usually reserved until after a slave had been purchased or their intended use had already been decided. For a people who would honor even a coerced vow of servitude, a far lesser oath of agreement carried an even lower risk of betrayal. Or so Alex had heard. "So, where's your village?" Alex asked. "In the direction of the rising sun, about a day's ride on horseback," the barbarian woman replied. "The location of the ore mine is in that same direction." She hesitated briefly before adding, "The mine is located in the mountain range behind our village." This woman was none other than the same barbarian beauty who had tried to defend her tribeswomen from the lustful bandit before he was killed by the Lost Heathens vice captain. "I see. So the Lost Heathens attacked their village to keep news of the mine to themselves," Alex realized. "Can you leave immediately?" he asked. "I can," the woman answered without hesitation. "Master," Eudora gently pulled him aside. "The plan," she reminded him quietly. Alex frowned. She was right. Their current operation was time-sensitive. They could not casually afford the full day of delay that traveling to the barbarian village would cost them. A moment later, an idea formed in his mind. "Come with me," he said to Eudora and the barbarian woman. The three of them moved outside into the open area before the two-story warehouse building. High above, Senu suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Alex with regal elegance. She lowered her head towards him, and Alex reached forward, gently patting her before resting his forehead briefly against hers. "I need to ask a great favor of you, my queen," he said softly. "I need you to help me take Eudora and this lady here to somewhere far from here. Can you do that for me?" Senna lifted her head from Alex's and turned her sharp gaze towards Eudora. The great eagle gave a distinctly human-like nod, which Eudora returned without surprise. However, when Senu's eyes shifted towards the barbarian woman, there was a very noticeable pause and clear hesitation. She did not like anyone riding on her back aside from Alex. She would tolerate Eudora reluctantly, but she was entirely unwilling to allow someone she did not know to mount her. That would be an affront to her majesty. She is someone in need of help, Alex said gently. It is a royal duty, a higher form of noblesse oblige for a queen such as yourself to aid those beneath you, even when it may slightly inconvenience your dignity. SKR, Senna let out a low, rasping cry and gave an irritated flap of her wings, making her displeasure obvious. Even so, she eventually gave a reluctant nod of acceptance. Her body expanded slightly towards her full size, just enough for the two women to barely fit if they sat close together upon her back. SKR. She gave another short cry, sounding very much like a warning to hurry before she changed her mind. Thank you. Alex quickly stepped forward and stole a brief hug, gently comforting and appeasing her wounded pride. He then took out a small scroll and handed it to Eudora. Same as before. Once you get close to the village, place the scroll on the ground, and I'll bring the rest of us there, Alex instructed. Understood, Eudora replied with a nod. Then she turned to the barbarian woman. Let's go. Once both women were settled on Senu's back, the great eagle launched into the sky without delay. Alex stood still, watching as her figure gradually disappeared into the distant horizon, a faint smile resting on his face. After a moment, he activated his beta bracer and reached out to Ravenhorn. We're done, Alex informed him. What? Already? Ravenhorn's shocked voice came through from the other side. How did you people finish so quickly? I thought that base was supposed to be holding a large number of lost heathen troops. There were a lot of them, Alex replied plainly, but they were weak. He then asked, have you cleared the caravan? Yes. They're already rushing over to your position now. I was hoping they would be able to provide reinforcements, but it seems that won't be necessary anymore, Ravenhorn replied. Thanks for the thought anyway, Alex said. Oh, and by the way, it seems there's going to be a change of plans, he added. What change? I thought you captured the base exactly as planned, Ravenhorn asked. We received information on the location of one of Peyton's gold mines, possibly even his most important one. I would go so far as to say the reason Drumvale allows him to throw their name around so confidently likely traces back to this resource, Alex replied. Don't leave me hanging. What is it? Ravenhorn pressed. Theolonium. Do you know it? Alex said. Do I know it? Of course I know it. It's one of the most valuable resources on the market. With enough of that stuff, you could slap a temple pope across the face, and he would still willingly kiss your arse afterwards, Ravenhorn replied. Alex blinked. That is an incredibly vivid image, old man. Don't tell me you secretly dream of having a pope kiss your arse. No, they are all old men. Why would I want that? Ravenhorn scoffed, though there is one I've occasionally dreamed about slapping. Which pope? Maybe I can help make that happen, Alex teased. No thanks. I have no desire to receive divine smiting anytime soon, Ravenhorn replied dryly. Both men chuckled. So, you're going after the mine? Ravenhorn asked. Yes. If we can secure it, it will significantly accelerate our plans, Alex said. All right. Send me the location, and I'll have people ready to secure it once you take control of it, Ravenhorn said. At the moment, I only have a general area. The mine is roughly a day's ride, due east on horseback. I'll get you an exact location soon, Alex explained. A full day? I hope this does not disrupt our timeline. You'll be cutting things dangerously close, Ravenhorn warned. Don't worry. We'll make it back in time. I have my methods, Alex replied confidently. I'm not the one who should be worried, you are, Ravenhorn said. You'll have those old donkeys that Drumvale Fox and possibly all of Bloodiron's sharks ready to tear into you if this goes badly. Me? I'll be somewhere else, calmly sipping wine in your remembrance. What? You're not even going to try to help? I am wounded. I thought we had built a powerful brotherly bond, Alex said dramatically. Ravenhorn fell silent. Even through the communication device, Alex could practically imagine the look of utter disdain on the man's face. He chuckled. I'll inform you once we have the exact location. I'll leave the cleanup here to you. Understood, Ravenhorn replied. Elsewhere, it was a completely new experience for Yudara and the barbarian woman as they got their maiden flight on Senu's back. At first, they were understandably unsettled. However, thanks to her natural coordination and balance, Yudara adapted quickly to riding on Senu's back. The barbarian woman was not nearly as gifted, so Yudara had to keep a firm hold on her, pressing her low against Senu's back to prevent any unfortunate accidents. It did not help that Senu wanted to finish the task as quickly as possible. Spatial step. She activated her short-distance blink ability repeatedly, using it to cover vast stretches of distance far faster than ordinary flight on top of her already impressive aerial speed. A journey that would have taken a full day on horseback was completed in under an hour. The three ladies arrived roughly a kilometer away from the village before Senu finally descended to land. She had been gradually lowering her altitude as they approached, but this was the closest she would be able to get without risking being spotted by the hostiles from the sky. The moment she landed, she practically shook both Yudara and the barbarian woman off her back. To be fair, neither of them were eager to remain there any longer. While flying had certainly been novel, both women strongly preferred keeping their feet firmly on solid ground. Fortunately, their landing point also happened to be an ideal location for establishing the spatial gate. Yudara placed the scroll Alex had given her onto the ground and activated it using her internal energy. The scroll burned away instantly, leaving nothing behind except a greater rune etched directly into the earth where it had rested. Using the gemstone embedded within her glove, Yudara activated Omni-Rune and sent the prompting signal to Alex. Almost immediately afterwards, a spatial gate opened at the exact location of the inscribed Greater Rune, and the Fortuna Company stepped through. Not only that, Fun arrived as well, bringing along his wolf pack, which now numbered several dozen wolves. Good thing the spell is connected to the Void Heart core, allowing the mana and spatial energy cost to be drawn from its reserves instead of mine, Alex thought to himself. The barbarian woman watched the entire process with a mixture of surprise, awe, and, if you were being honest, a fair amount of horror. Good work, ladies, Alex said with a nod. Then he turned his gaze towards the distant village. Let's get to work, he said to the party. In order to avoid drawing too much attention to the location and because the majority of his forces still needed to accompany him back to Blood Iron Payton had only left behind a modest force of around 100 men to guard the mining operation, using the village itself as convenient cover. The guard station here were, on average, slightly stronger than those at the village base. However, their numbers were significantly fewer, with the two modified crossbow variants serving as overwhelming power difference makers. The Fortuna Company took the village so easily that it was barely a contest, swiftly securing both the settlement and the mine. As it turned out, in a single week since the Lost Heathens had seized the village and properly established the mining operation, they had already made significant progress with the initial excavation. With only a few more days of work, the mine would have become fully operational. Now that Alex and his partners had taken control of it, they could directly capitalize on the Lost Heathens' prior investment and begin exploiting the mine with minimal additional capital input. There's truly nothing quite like letting someone else do all the work while you reap the rewards, Alex thought to himself. A slightly sadistic grin crept onto his face. I wonder what Brock Payton's expression will look like when he finds out. Such a shame I won't be there to witness it. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to Peyton's arrogant demands during their earlier meeting, and his hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, his teeth grinding slightly. Don't worry, Peyton. Enjoy standing on your high horse while you still can. In just a few more days, I'll be the one dragging you back down to earth. The mine is modestly rich, Sugud said after completing a quick resource reserve assessment. There are multiple mineral veins mixed together here, several of which I suspect are profitable in their own right. As for the thelonium specifically, I believe we can expect roughly 1 ton of thelonium from this mine. He scratched his beard slightly. I just don't know whether that counts as a lot or a little. Crone Bellic stared at him. 1 ton of thelonium itself? Not the raw ore, he asked. Thelonium itself, Sugud clarified. Crone Bellic's breathing visibly became heavier. That's not just a lot, that's enormous. We're rich. He nearly jumped in celebration. Alex, however, being the budding mogul that he was, did not appear particularly excited. At this point, he cared far less about wealth itself, and far more about the influence and power that wealth could be converted into. Besides, it was not lost on him that this likely felt like one of fate's strange tests. After all, what were the chances that a random bandit group, foolish enough to pick a fight with him, would just so happen to have a figurative gold mine he could take over by defeating them? Speaking of wealth, Alex turned his attention to the barbarian woman. You heard him. This mine is extremely valuable. So, what are you planning to do now? Alex asked. The woman frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Alex was about to answer, but Eleanor spoke first. It is highly unlikely that we and our partners will be able to keep the existence of this mine hidden forever. A resource of this scale cannot be quietly extracted without eventually attracting attention. Sooner or later, people will find out. She spoke gently, but her words were heavy. Even if we manage to extract most of its value by then, and we make that fact publicly known, there will still be people willing to try their luck. And when that happens, no one can guarantee what will happen to your village if you choose to rebuild here. The barbarian woman's expression hardened. What are you saying? That we should abandon our ancestral land? She asked, highly agitated. Eleanor was taken aback by her sudden, heated reaction and stepped back. You may not have a choice, Zora said with an empathetic sigh. Your tribe is not wrong for wanting to remain on your ancestral grounds. It is not your fault that this mine exists here. Unfortunately, simply possessing or even living too close to something this valuable is enough to invite disaster. Her gaze swept across the ruined remains of the village. Look at what has already happened here. The barbarian woman's shoulders slowly slumped in resignation. She wanted to reject Zora's words, but she could not. The evidence was all around her: the blood, the ruins, the mass grave, and the scars left behind by the lost heathen's invasion. I know all of this sounds deeply unfair right now, Alex said suddenly, his tone calmer than before, but that is unfortunately how the outside world works. Those with the bigger fist decide the fate of those without one. He paused for a moment. But your situation is not completely hopeless. There is still a path forward, a small light through the fog, even if it is only a narrow one. The woman immediately looked up at him, hope flickering in her eyes. Really, now that we have discovered this place, I'm sorry to say this, but we will have to take control of it, Alex said honestly. However, unlike the lost heathens, we will do our best to offer fair compensation whatever we reasonably can. He raised 2 fingers. That gives you 2 basic options. Alex paused again, making sure she was listening carefully. The first option is for your people to rebuild your village here. We will compensate your tribe for exploiting the resources beneath your land. In turn, your village can use part of that compensation to hire mercenaries from us people strong enough to protect your settlement and keep it safe. The woman's eyes lit up immediately. Hope returned to her expression almost at once. There are a few things you need to understand if you choose this option, Alex continued, raising 1 finger. First, you will have no choice but to use our mercenary unit. We will not allow you to hire protection from anyone else. That is the only way we can guarantee the secrecy and integrity of our operations here. If you attempt to bring in outside mercenaries, we will consider that an act of hostility, and we will respond accordingly. A faint crimson glint flashed in Alex's eyes. That would be unfortunate for both sides. Without waiting for her reaction, he raised a 2nd finger and continued. Second, you should understand that the mercenaries you hire from us, or rather, from our partners, may not necessarily act with your best interests at heart. They will be here to protect you from external threats and our mining operations, not to become your friends. In fact, their true purpose may be less about protecting your tribe and more about ensuring the continued security of our operations here. That security and secrecy may come at the cost of your tribe's comfort and freedom, though I doubt it would take the form of direct physical harm. His voice remained calm, but brutally honest. But even if no one physically harms your people, there are many other forms of harm. At the very least, you should expect your privacy to be heavily violated in the name of security. He paused briefly, then raised a third finger. Third, any protection we provide will likely expire once the mine has been fully exploited. We and our partners are, at the end of the day, hired power. If compensation stops, so does our service. When that happens, the grim future my wife described earlier becomes far more likely. Our partners will gradually loosen their secrecy measures surrounding this place. And eventually, people will learn about your village and what once existed here. Alex was just about to raise another finger and continue. What is the second option? The woman asked suddenly, cutting him off before he could elaborate further on the first. Option 2 is for your tribe to rebuild your village somewhere else. In that case, the compensation you receive from a mine would be used to incentivize our partners to provide your people with a safer location somewhere your tribe can rebuild and live in relative peace. By simply settling there, you would receive our protection by proxy, which would significantly reduce the risk of harm coming to your people, Alex explained. Just as he had done with the first option, he immediately moved on to explain the hidden costs beneath the surface. If your tribe chooses this option, you will effectively be seen as a proxy of our organization and our partners. That creates the possibility, however small, that one of our enemies may target your village in an attempt to strike back at us. That is enough. You do not need to explain further. I understand the risks, the woman said suddenly. Alex nodded slowly. He paused for a few breaths before speaking again, this time with far more care in his tone. The decision is ultimately yours to make, but if you would allow me one piece of unsolicited advice, that caused her to look at him more seriously. I would advise you to choose the second option. Based on everything we know, it offers your tribe the greatest chance, not merely to survive, but to truly live. Actual living, actual freedom, not merely breathing while waiting for the next powerful person to decide your fate. It is the only path that gives your people the best chance to exist on their own terms, without constantly living at the mercy of stronger forces. He paused, then gestured towards the members of the Fortuna Company gathered nearby. In addition, his gaze returned back to her. What do you think of them? To you, do they seem strong? Of course, the woman replied without hesitation. Alex nodded. If you choose the second option, I will also invite you to join our little band, if you want to. And if you do, I will do everything within my power to make you as strong as them, if not stronger. The woman's eyes widened to what sounded less like an offer and more like a promise. Why, she asked. Because of this mine? Do not misunderstand. Alex shook his head. This mine is valuable, yes, but that is not why I am offering you this opportunity. I am doing so because you possess something I consider far more valuable. He smiled faintly. You see, I have a rather unique method, one that allows me to empower people who possess the right kind of talent. Every person you see here has that talent to some degree. He suddenly pointed towards Kavikin in the distance. You see that big guy over there? The woman nodded. A part of the reason he is so strong is because of the power I gave him, Alex said. Kavikin scratched his head awkwardly when he heard Alex's claim. The woman's eyes flashed with surprise as she recalled Kavikin's overwhelming ferocity during the battle to reclaim her tribe's village and the mine. Her thoughts began to race. You possess a similar talent, actually one that is above average, Alex revealed. Realization slowly dawned on her. So, he is inviting me because I am useful to him, because if he empowers me, I can become valuable to his cause, she mused. Her gaze drifted back towards Kavikin. If that is true, then could I really become as strong as him? The possibility was far too tempting to ignore. The silver tongue strikes again, Zora thought as she subtly shook her head. Another victim falls. Even before the woman spoke, her expression alone made it obvious what her answer would be. And, unsurprisingly, she nodded. It is good to have you with us. I will do my best to ensure you never regret this decision, Alex said with a smile. Back at the base, when Alex had scanned her using the detection spell, he had discovered that she possessed 7 rune slots, the same number as Kavikin. She was an untouched canvas for his rune tattoos. There was no way he could let that opportunity slip away. Then Alex suddenly palmed his forehead as he realized something. That reminds me, you still have not told us your name. The woman straightened slightly. I am Tivila of the Anderoga tribe, she introduced herself. I'm Alex Fury, leader of the Fortuna Company, Alex replied in return. Soon after, the rest of the party introduced themselves to their newest companion. Once that was settled, Alex transferred all of the already mined thelonium ore into the sanctuary space. Afterwards, he contacted Ravenhorn once again, this time providing the exact location of the mine, while also explaining the situation regarding the tribe and the agreement he had made with Tivila. For a mine capable of producing potentially a full ton of thelonium, Ravenhorn accepted the terms Alex had negotiated without hesitation. The arrangement was sealed almost immediately. Finding a relatively safe place for Tivila's tribe to rebuild might have been difficult for most organizations, but not for the Black Scar Syndicate, especially not when a thelonium mine was involved. With those matters settled, Alex opened a spatial gate and returned the entire party back to the warehouse in Bloodiron. Just a few more days, Brock Payton, Alex thought, a cold smile forming in his mind. I do hope you entertain me properly when the time comes. And so, as though nothing had happened during the night, the party quietly returned to the mansion. The next day, Alex quietly left the Fortuna mansion through the hidden tunnels. He surfaced within a tailor shop located on the outer rim of the city, where he changed into something far more formal, a far cry from his usual style of dress. His familiar roguish noble appearance was gone, replaced by a far more prim, polished, and proper Verdantin noble style, much to his visible displeasure. The sacrifices we make for secrecy and discretion, Alex sighed dramatically to himself. When he stepped out of the tailor's shop, he found a carriage already waiting for him, and he entered without drawing attention. The carriage moved quietly through Bloodiron streets, attracting little notice, at least until it arrived at the Banshee estate, located within the city's core district, where he was personally received by the estate's butler. The butler led Alex through the estate and into a warm, cozy meeting room. The lady will be with you shortly, the butler said. He bowed respectfully before quietly leaving the room. Alex glanced around at the carefully designed space. The decor created the atmosphere of a private sitting room meant more for close friends and family, rather than the venue for a high-value business negotiation. Is the intention to make the other party lower their guard? Alex wondered. Well, they are a merchant house, so it is hardly surprising. In truth, this is rather tame compared to the other methods they could have used. That said, it still gave him a subtle hint about the kind of person he was about to meet. Alex did not sit. Instead, he walked towards the window and stood there, gazing out over the city below. Had anyone familiar with both him and Earl Drake Fury been present, they might have mistaken him for his father in that moment. Alex had unconsciously adopted the exact same posture the Earl often used when standing by the window of his office, overlooking the city of ashes. His thoughts were occupied with reviewing the chain of consequences and follow-up moves stemming from the actions he had already set into motion, and so he noticed nothing else around him. A few minutes later, the door quietly opened. Through the reflection in the window glass, Alex saw a woman enter the room. Greetings, Lady Wintermere, he said as he turned around, his posture perfectly composed. And to you, Captain, or perhaps I should say, young Master Fury, the woman replied, returning the greeting with equal grace. Young Master? You jest, my lady. I am merely the leader of a small mercenary company, Alex replied with an easy smile. There is no need for the facade, young Master Fury. I have met many nobles in my life. The poise you carry is not something an impostor can imitate so easily, Lady Wintermere said calmly. Alex merely maintained his smile, neither confirming nor denying her words. Very well, then. I will not pry. I understand you have your reasons, and I do not believe they have anything to do with why we are meeting today, Lady Wintermere continued. She gestured gracefully towards the two sofas positioned opposite one another across a glass table, a subtle but unmistakable display of wealth. Please let us sit. Alex nodded, and the two of them took their seats opposite each other, almost as though it had been rehearsed. The moment they sat, the door opened and the butler returned, ushering in a maid pushing a cart of refreshments. Neither Alex nor Lady Wintermere paid them much attention. Instead, both quietly observed and measured one another while the maid arranged the table. Lady Wintermere appeared to be a woman in her 40s, middle-aged, yet carrying herself with effortless elegance. She seemed to wear little to no makeup at all, yet remained strikingly beautiful. The smoothness and glow of her skin, as well as the refinement of her appearance, made it obvious that she took exceptional, perhaps even strict care of herself. Her posture and composure reflected someone raised within noble society. No, more accurately, someone who has received top-tier etiquette training for so long that she could pass as nobility without question, Alex mused. The maid finished preparing the table, placing an empty cup before each of them. "Thank you," Alex said with a polite smile. The maid blushed faintly and quickly excused herself in silence. The butler also gave a bow before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Lady Wintermere reached for the pitcher and poured a drink for both of them. To Alex's mild surprise, it was milk. Without a word, she gently pushed a second small jar towards him, a jar of honey. Alex's eyes flickered briefly. Lady Wintermere reclined back in her seat and calmly began drinking her milk plain, without adding anything. Alex studied her for a quiet moment before adding a few spoonfuls of honey into his own cup. Only then did he lean back and take a sip. Both of them drank in silence for a while, openly sizing each other up, neither side seeming particularly eager to speak first. Finally, after nearly 3 minutes of mutual assessment, Lady Wintermere took the last sip of milk from her cup. She placed it neatly onto the saucer in her hand before setting both down upon the table. Only then did she break the silence. "You are quite the enigma, young Master Fury," she said. "Not only did you come alone into the home of an enemy, but you also drank from my hospitality without even the slightest hesitation. I can tell that you are neither foolish nor naive. So what exactly am I meant to make of this? Is it confidence in your ability to leave here unscathed? You could say that." For the briefest moment, Alex's eyes flashed crimson. A flicker of surprise and something closer to unease passed through Lady Wintermere's heart during that instant. Then Alex suddenly laughed. "You are thinking far too deeply into this, Lady Wintermere. What enemies? We cannot be described as enemies." He waved his hand dismissively at the very idea. "At worst, we are competitors, and there is nothing stopping competitors from sharing a drink together. From where I sit, competitors can be little different from enemies," Lady Wintermere replied calmly. "I disagree." Alex shook his head. "For people to become enemies, there must be hatred involved or some other emotion that makes it personal. Business, however, is simply competition. Competition is the natural order of things. We all compete over something. If one loses a competition, then one simply fights better the next time." He leaned back slightly. Treating competition as hostility is a poor way to approach business. After all, just as rivals push professionals and empires to grow stronger, business itself thrives in the presence of a healthy competition. Alex took the final elegant sip from his own cup before placing it and the saucer back onto the table. Competitors are not enemies to be eliminated, but rivals that force growth and prevent stagnation. So in that sense, while we may not be friends, surely we are something closer to unacknowledged allies. Lady Wintermere remained quiet for a moment, digesting his perspective. She studied the younger man sitting across from her, then slowly smiled. "You have a very interesting view on the matter, young Master Fury. Consider me enlightened," she said. "So, to what do I owe this visit?" she asked. "Surely you did not purchase that many expensive ingots and request a private meeting with me, simply to drink milk and exchange philosophical opinions." "You are right, Lady Wintermere. While I have no doubt you would make for an interesting drinking partner, My reason for coming today is of a far more pragmatic nature, Alex said. He leaned forward slightly. I wish to turn our current relationship as competitors into something friendlier. I wish to propose an alliance one I believe would be mutually beneficial for both of us. Lady Wintermere's expression did not change. If I were to make a guess, would I be correct in assuming this alliance comes with the condition that I sever my connection with Brock Payton? She asked. Indeed. Alex nodded. In that case, I am afraid that would be difficult for me to do. It would be unbecoming of a merchant such as myself to casually discard an existing agreement, Lady Wintermere replied. It is the opposite, Lady Wintermere, Alex said calmly. It is precisely because you're a merchant that you must sever your relationship with Brock Payton. That caused her brow to rise slightly. And what exactly do you mean by that? She asked. Brock Payton has proven himself to be a dangerously greedy man. Greed, by itself, is not necessarily a big flaw, especially in a place like Bloodiron. But greed, without understanding one's own limits and capabilities, that is a disaster waiting to happen. Alex's tone remained calm, but every word carried weight. Your continued association with him will not merely earn you more competitors. One day, it will earn you an enemy powerful enough that even you cannot afford to offend. Lady Wintermere studied him for a moment. For example, you, she asked. You may think of it that way, Alex replied with a nod. Surprisingly, she did not laugh. Instead, her expression turned sharper, more skeptical. Then let us stop speaking in circles, young Master Fury. Who exactly are you, that you can make such a claim? She asked. It is not so much about who I am, Alex replied, but rather what I can do and who my friends are. Those are the true threats to you at the moment. And what exactly is this ability of yours? And who are these friends you believe could threaten both me and the Drumvale Merchant Company? Lady Wintermere asked. She snapped her fingers once. The butler appeared almost instantly, stepping into the room and releasing an oppressive pressure that descended heavily upon Alex. Alex merely glanced at the middle-aged man with complete indifference. As expected, a saint-level bodyguard, he said with a faint smile, sounding almost dismissive. Compared to the saintly pressure Alex had endured while training under Jared, the butler's aura might as well have been a soothing breeze. The man's pressure did not even carry killing intent. How could it possibly shake someone who had once stood beneath the killing intent of a legend? Lady Wintermere and her butler were both genuinely taken aback by how completely unfazed Alex remained. It was not merely that he controlled his expression, he did not seem to feel even the slightest trace of fear. Of course, Alex wasn't just putting on a front of confidence. Aside from being capable of enduring the butler's pressure, he also possessed a trump card of his own, one that guaranteed his safety even if the man truly intended to act. Using your sainthood to bully a mere gold rank. Are you not embarrassed? A somewhat gloomy voice suddenly echoed through the room. Instantly, the atmosphere changed, as though the entire room had been submerged in pessimism, melancholy, and oppressive sorrow. Saint Domain. The butler's eyes flashed sharply. He immediately unfurled his own Saint Domain, pushing back against the new arrival's oppressive field. At some unnoticed moment, another person had entered the room and now stood behind Alex. Battlebane Guild Master, what is the meaning of this? The butler asked coldly. I should be asking you the same question, the Battlebane Guild Master replied. What is the meaning of trying to oppress an ally of my Battlebane Guild during a legitimate business negotiation? Is this how the Drumvale Merchant Company conducts itself? And who are you to lecture a regional head of the Drumvale Merchant Company? The butler shot back. That is enough. A calm voice cut through the tension like a blade. The Battlebane Guild Master and the butler both turned to look at Alex. The young man met both of their gazes evenly. That is enough, he repeated, calm yet firm. Without hesitation, the Battlebane Guild Master withdrew his pressure immediately. The butler was clearly surprised and more than a little confused by the fact that the Guild Master obeyed Alex so readily. Still, after a brief pause, he also withdrew his pressure. Suddenly, raised voices could be heard outside the room. You cannot go in there. The door was abruptly pushed open. Oh, looks like I missed the interesting part. The newcomer walked into the room without invitation, carrying himself as though he owned the estate. I apologize, my lady. We could not stop him without using force. The guard following behind him said hurriedly. Lady Wintermere's expression darkened slightly. What is the meaning of this, Ravenhorn? Why is the Black Scar Syndicate barging into my residence? She asked. My apologies, Lady Wintermere. I invited him here. I simply did not expect him to make his entrance, so rudely, Alex said. He shot Ravenhorn a sharp look, but the older man merely shrugged before casually taking a seat beside him. With Ravenhorn now seated at his side, and the Battlebane Guild Master, a saint standing silently behind him, Alex became even more of an enigma in Lady Wintermere's eyes. What exactly is this? She asked coolly. A threat? Of course not. Alex shook his head calmly. You may simply view this as proof of my earlier claim. With the Battlebanes, I can match the combat power your Drumvale branch in Blood Iron possesses. Meanwhile, the Black Scar Syndicate allows me to match your reach and influence. Alex paused before leaning forward slightly, resting his forearms on his lap. Then he continued. The man you have allied yourself with until now has changed. He has gone from being an asset to becoming a liability. I gave Brock Payton an opportunity to settle any grievance between us peacefully, but he chose instead to spit in my face and escalate matters. The reason he was confident enough to do that is because he believes he has your backing. His tone remained even, but every word carried unmistakable weight. I'm not here to threaten you. I came simply to inform you directly that when the walls begin collapsing around Brock Payton, you should not interfere. Otherwise, I will have no issue dragging your entire branch into the mess he created, though I would strongly prefer to avoid such an unfavorable outcome for all of us. Alex leaned back again. As I said before, between you and I, there's only business, not yet an irreparable grievance. Since I intend to take one of your cards off the board, I would rather replace it with something better, if you are willing to entertain the idea. He turned towards Ravenhorn. Without a word, Ravenhorn handed him a small pouch. Alex opened it and calmly poured its contents onto the glass table between them. The moment the items landed, both Lady Wintermere and her butler's eyes sharpened. Lady Wintermere's breathing noticeably sped up subtly but impossible to miss for everyone in the room. You have significantly increased your support for Brock Payton in recent weeks, allowing him, among other things, to use your influence within the city administration building against me. It came to my attention that the reason behind that support has everything to do with Theolonium. I asked myself many times why a woman of your standing, poise, and intellect would allow a thug like Payton to stain both your own name and that of your merchant company by permitting him to use your influence for such tasteless purposes. But eventually, I found the answer. Alex's gaze remained steady. It does not take much digging to discover that your branch has signed supply agreements with several temples and members of the clergy regarding this resource. If that deal were to collapse, it would place your demon trade shop in serious jeopardy. That is why I believe you've been forced to make so many concessions to Payton. He paused to assess Lady Wintermere's expression before continuing. If that is indeed the case, then allow me to solve that problem for you. My proposal is simple: a quadripartite agreement. With myself acting as facilitator and mediator, the Black Scar Syndicate will provide the necessary Theolonium, along with any other resources the Lost Heathens currently supply to you. The Battlebane Guild will handle security for transportation throughout the Wildlands, while your Drumvale Merchant Company will oversee sales and distribution outside the Wildlands. This is my offer to you, he said. Lady Wintermere remained silent for a moment before asking, and how exactly do you propose we divide the profits? Alex reached into his jacket, pulled out a prepared document, and slid it across the table towards her. Lady Wintermere picked up the paper and read through it. Almost immediately, her brows furrowed. If we follow this formula, my profits will be lower than what I currently earn through my arrangement with Brock Payton. You expect me to abandon Payton and choose you with an offer like this? She said, shaking her head. Alex calmly interlocked his fingers and rested his hands upon his thigh. Then he replied, You're viewing this through the wrong lens, Lady Wintermere. Your arrangement with Peyton is already doomed to fail. He picked a fight with me. And worse, he reached for something he never should have attempted to reach. His fate is already sealed. With your assistance, he may be able to delay the inevitable for a little longer, but the end will remain the same. The only true difference would be the aftermath, because your continued support would turn us into enemies as well. His tone remained perfectly composed. In essence, what was once a profitable asset has already become a liability, and soon it will become a non-existent deal entirely. On the other hand, I am offering you something real, something stable. Yes, the immediate profits are lower than what you hoped for, but this arrangement allows you to fulfill your obligations and preserve your standing. And more importantly than the profit itself, this binds us together in partnership. A partnership that gives all of us influence across multiple sectors of the city, allowing us to collectively pursue far greater opportunities than Peyton could ever offer you alone. So, Lady Wintermere, please understand that this arrangement is only temporary in its current form. As our partnership strengthens and the horizons we can offer each other expand, the profits will naturally continue to grow. Alex smiled and gave her a small, encouraging nod. I understand this is a great deal to consider, so I will leave you the time to think on it. You do not need to give me your answer today. When the castle of sand Brock Peyton has built around himself begins to collapse, your reaction alone will tell me everything I need to know. He rose to his feet. Until then, Ravenhorn and the Battlebane Guild Master also made ready to leave with him. However, just as Alex reached the door, he suddenly paused, as though something had only just occurred to him. He turned back, walked to the table once more, and placed a small potion box upon it. Inside was a single potion vial, along with simple usage instructions. Consider this a gift. Once this deal goes through, this can become a next business opportunity for our proposed little partnership, Alex said. Then he returned to the door. Lady Windermere, there's a saying from where I come from. There are rarely permanent enemies, only permanent interests and benefits. If the interests are great enough, even generations of hatred can be turned into intimate friendship. He paused, then turned his head slightly to look back at her. And of course, the opposite is equally true. With those final words, Alex left the room alongside Ravenhorn and the Battlebane Guildmaster. As they walked through the corridors of the Banshee estate, Alex's mind remained occupied. His proposal had never truly depended on Lady Wintermere's personal feelings towards Brock Peyton. That was only surface-level leverage. His true trump card was the pressure Lady Wintermere was already facing from within her own organization. According to the dossier Ravenhorn had provided on her, combined with the scattered pieces of intelligence gathered by Fortuna's scouting team, Drumvale was not a monolithic organization and far less harmonious than it appeared from the outside. Rather than being a single, unified merchant company as its name implied, Drumvale was more accurately an accidental consortium of powerful merchant houses. It had originally begun in Aphrodisia as a group of independent shops entering a cooperative agreement, pooling their resources and influence under a single banner in order to gain a stronger position within the city's commercial sphere. Each of those shops still operated independently, managing their own affairs and ambitions, but they did so under the shared brand of Drumvale and in alignment with the greater agenda decided during meetings between the principal parties. Lady Wintermere came from one of these Drumvale member shops, the Demon Trade Shop, a business that primarily specialized in clothing and cosmetics. So why would a merchant house focused on clothes and beauty products be representing the Drumvale brand in the Wildlands to secure mineral resources? The answer was obvious. Because Demon had lost influence within the greater Drumvale structure and was desperate for a move that could restore its standing. Diversifying and expanding into mineral resources was a calculated gamble by the Demon Trade Shop, especially when the mineral in question was something as valuable and politically significant as thelonium. That desperation was precisely why Lady Windermere had allowed Brock Peyton to casually throw Drumvale's name around. As long as they could secure rare and valuable strategic resources, such as thelonium, the damage to Drumvale's reputation was considered an acceptable cost, particularly since all of this was happening in the savage wildlands, which was far from polite society. However, should the venture fail, that same minor stain on the Drumvale name could very easily become the final nail in the coffin for the demon trade shop. That was why Alex had intentionally presented such a star-studded lineup before her. Compared to Brock Payton and his Lost Heathens, the combined presence of Fortuna, the Battlebane Guild, and the Black Scar Syndicate created a far more stable and threatening alternative. Alex hoped that when weighed against Demon's already unfavorable position and the internal pressure they were under, Lady Windermere would be forced to reconsider how much support she was willing to continue giving Payton. I do not need her to completely withdraw her support, Alex thought. I only need hesitation. His eyes flashed faintly. With how rash Payton is, he will make his move long before she finishes deciding whether to help him or not. That hesitation alone will be enough for me to capitalize. And if she ultimately chose to support him anyway, then I would not mind ending her as well. Of course, Alex did not mean killing her. Unlike Payton, Lady Windermere would simply be acting in the interest of business. He could not condemn her for that alone, but that did not mean he would spare her from consequences. Even without taking her life, he could still bring her entire world crashing down, and he would not even need to resort to anything particularly underhanded. He would simply do exactly what she was doing, act in the interest of business. All he had to do was sell the Thelonium elsewhere, whether to a rival faction within Drumvale itself, or to another major merchant power entirely. After all, Drumvale was far from the only major commercial force in Bloodiron, in Aphrodisia Free City, or even across the greater continent of Verdantis. There were at least several other members of Aphrodisia's ruling council he could sell to. As long as Lady Windermere failed to secure the Thelonium needed to fulfill her agreements with the temples and the clergy, both she and the demon trade shop, and perhaps even the wider Drumvale Merchant Company, depending on who ultimately acquired the resource, would find themselves in very serious trouble. And trouble with the temples was not something anyone on Verdantis wished to invite. The temples and their clergy stood as the true ruling powers across much of the continent. In many places, they held influence that surpassed even imperial and royal families. Kings ruled nations, but the temples ruled faith, legitimacy, and fear. One could easily imagine the fate of those who crossed them. Alex almost felt as though he could see invisible chessboards laid out before him, with both Lady Windermere and Brock Payton already placed in check. For Lady Windermere, he was still willing to take a step back and allow room for cooperation. But for Brock Payton, there was only one move left. The final piece. The checkmate. Oi, why didn't you tell me you already had the Battlebane Guild on your side? Do you know how nervous I was coming here? Ravenhorn suddenly said, pulling Alex from his thoughts. Before Alex could answer, the Battlebane Guildmaster gave him a silent nod. The next moment, his figure blurred and disappeared without another word. Alex shook his head with a faintly helpless smile. It is always good to have backups. Still, I'm glad you came, he said. Ravenhorn immediately read between the lines and realized Alex had no intention of explaining how he had secured the Battlebane Guildmaster's cooperation. He simply shrugged and let the matter go. Alex smiled thinly. That was one of the things he appreciated most about the man, his tact. He knew exactly what to ask, and more importantly, what not to ask. Perhaps that simply comes with the territory, considering the kind of organization he belongs to, Alex mused. Ravenhorn's question was not merely something Alex did not want to answer. One could argue it was something he should never reveal to anyone at all, because everything traced back to an event, one of many important others from about a week ago, only a few days after the ambush on the raid party. Some days earlier, a couple of days after the raid party ambush, and before the meeting Alex called for with Brock Payton, he sat with Eleanor inside the Fortuna mansion after she made her rounds to check on the injured members of the raid party. After being updated on their conditions, Alex intentionally shifted the conversation to a matter that had been on his mind since earlier that day. Something connected to their encounter 2 days prior. Can you make the stronger treatment for the divine curse you mentioned? Alex asked. Yes, it should not be too difficult. While it is technically a grade 4 potion, I have been going over the notes I obtained from the steel trials, and I believe I have found a way to ease some of the formula's requirements. You're planning to alter the formula? Alex raised an eyebrow. I do not really have a choice. Eleanor sighed softly. The stronger cleansing potion has both material requirements and technical demands that are currently beyond my reach. She paused briefly before adding, You do not need to worry about the potion harming the Battlebanes. I will know immediately after refining it whether the result is viable or just a useless/harmful dud. She tapped her finger lightly against the table. It would help if we make use of the pill method you created. By locking in all the efficacy and releasing it at once inside the patient, we can compensate for some of the weaker efficacy on my modified version. That is good. Alex nodded. Then he gave her a faintly apologetic smile. He had signed her up for the task without consulting her first. He had simply assumed that since she could easily refine the cleansing potion he gave to Dalton Ashton, the Battlebane captain, she would naturally be able to produce the stronger version as well, the greater cleansing potion. Only after speaking with her later had he realized that assumption was far too simplistic. I told you not to worry about it, Eleanor said with a small smile. If I do not challenge myself, how am I supposed to grow? This has forced me to think beyond my usual comfort zone. And because of that, I have been able to digest the gains from the steel trials much faster. Then her expression sharpened. Just do not make rash decisions like that again without consulting me first. She gave him a hard stare. Noted. Alex nodded immediately. That aside, the biggest issue is not the temporary treatment, but the actual permanent cure, Eleanor continued. For divine curses of this magnitude, the treatment usually requires a combination of spells, potions, and formations working together. The greater the disparity in strength between the healer and the patient, the more we have to rely on higher-grade potions and formations to compensate. She folded her arms as she thought aloud. Since the captains of the Battlebane Guild are combat masters, it is safe to assume their guild master is either a combat saint, or at the very least, a far stronger combat master. You're worried your spells will be weakened on him because of the difference in strength? Alex asked. Yes. Eleanor nodded. But it is not only his personal strength. Depending on the severity of the curse, the divine curse itself may also add resistance against my spells. So it is safer to work under the assumption that my spell casting alone will not be enough. That means we will need to lean heavily on potions and formations. She exhaled softly. I can handle the potion side of things, but you need me to take charge of the formation side, Alex cut in. Yes. Eleanor nodded again. No problem. Scribble down the formation first, then copy it into OmniRune. I will get to work converting it for practical use here on Verdanus. While I am at it, I will also see if I can optimize and upgrade it further. That would help a lot, Eleanor said. It is the least I can do, Alex replied. Eleanor simply smiled. A moment later, one of the Fury Knights approached and silently handed Alex a report before immediately withdrawing. Alex quickly read through the paper, then looked back at Eleanor. How soon can you finish everything? He asked. At least a day, Eleanor replied. Then, sensing something amiss, she raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? The Battlebanes have gone all out hunting monster hordes around the Bloodiron region over the past few days. We can expect them to deliver the divine statues within today. Alex gave her an apologetic look. I am sorry, but it seems you're going to have to speed things up. Fine. Eleanor shrugged, not even bothering to complain. But that means you're going to be the one crafting the pills after I finish adjusting the potion formula. Huh? Me? Alex looked genuinely surprised. Yes, of course you. Eleanor gave him a flat stare. I also have to sketch the array formation for the treatment, remember? I am not an array master. It will take me time to properly draw out the formation so OmniRune can scan and copy it. That is time we would be wasting if we wait for me to finish that first and only then begin crafting the pills. Besides, as the father of this pill method, we are better off having you refine them. It lowers the chances of failure, especially since you possess a primal origin flame. Eleanor's reasoning was valid and painfully logical, leaving Alex with very little room to argue. especially since he was the one who had pushed them into this situation in the first place. In the end, all he could do was sigh inwardly and accept the assignment. However, he could already foresee a future where every pill crafting responsibility would somehow be quietly pushed onto him, using similarly reasonable excuses. I cannot allow that. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. I did not create pill alchemy just to give myself even more work. No, I need to find a way to improve her alchemy capabilities and make pill refinement more accessible to her, and ideally, to many more alchemists as well. Of course, that was a problem for another day. Still, in that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, didn't you say you were planning to improve the potion formula using the notes you received from the alchemy steel trial? The transmutation of plant essences, was it? I cannot do that. Wouldn't that mean I would not be able to refine the pill based on the new formula you create? Alex pointed out, do not worry. I will include the transmutation method directly within the formula notes, Eleanor replied. Alex blinked. Would that actually work? He asked. Yes. You do not need to study all of Zaxxon's original notes just to use the method. I have already digested enough of it to make the process usable on a per-formula basis, Eleanor said casually. That is impressive, Alex admitted. And he truly meant it. Contrary to how casually she presented it, what she had just described showed an exceptionally deep understanding of the method, perhaps close to the level of the original creator himself, to be able to break it down and adapt it so efficiently. Not really. I'm certain you would grasp it faster than I did, Eleanor said with a small shake of her head. Your pill alchemy method is far more impressive than my little achievement. Alex's lips twitched slightly. How exactly was he supposed to explain that he had not truly conceived the method from nothing, but had merely brought to life something that had already existed, albeit only in fiction, in his previous life? Ironically, he himself had always downplayed the achievement for the same reason. Because of its origin, he often felt as though he had simply copied an idea rather than created something remarkable. What he overlooked, however, was that knowing something could exist and successfully bringing it to life within an entirely different magical system were two completely different things. Eleanor suddenly tilted her head slightly. Actually, I think it might be a good idea for you to learn Zaxxon's transmutation. Eleanor continued. I remember you complaining that you did not receive the knowledge for the energy transmutation method you encountered during your steel trial, while the rest of us received at least part of the inheritances or techniques we encountered in ours. I have a feeling that Zaxxon's transmutation may be the foundation needed to help you recover that missing knowledge. Alex's eyes immediately lit up. Not receiving the knowledge for energy transmutation had been a significant disappointment for him. After thinking about it for a long time, he had eventually come to a conclusion about why that might have happened. Unlike the others, who had directly met the original creators or owners of the inheritances they later received, Alex had only encountered a series of phantom images during his own steel trial. At the time, he had concluded that those images were some form of recorded memories, either memories held by the hall where the trial took place, or perhaps memories of the plane itself, preserving the most significant advancements in the field throughout its history. Either way, the key issue remained the same. Even if those entities had witnessed the energy transmutation method being used, that did not necessarily mean they understood how it had originally been created. Back in his previous life, phones and computers were everywhere. Countless videos existed online explaining how they were made. But simply watching those videos did not mean the viewer truly understood the manufacturing principles behind them. And if that viewer were a complete layman, it would be impossible for them to accurately pass on that knowledge to someone else. The situation with the steel trial and his failure to receive the inheritance could be viewed in much the same light. You are not wrong, Alex said, voicing his thoughts as he fell into contemplation. What alchemists refer to as plant essence can loosely be described as a more potent form of chemical energy already existing within the plant itself. However, each plant possesses its own unique plant essence, much like how each plant has its own distinct chemical profile. If we assume that a specific chemical profile gives rise to a unique form of chemical energy, which we describe as plant essence, then at its core, Zaxxon's transmutation is essentially an energy conversion process that shouldn't naturally be possible. His eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts deepened. And if the process works for all forms of plant essence, chemical energy, then what happens if we expand its scope beyond that? If we can convert plant essence into another form of energy, then we should, in theory, be able to push it further and convert different forms of energy into one another as well. My thoughts exactly, Eleanor said with a nod. However, based on what you described earlier about the original process requiring legends, I suspect the command of laws would be necessary to properly facilitate it. I'm not confident I could ever master a law with that level of utility. In fact, I'm not even certain such a law would be particularly useful to me in my chosen paths. But whatever the case, the limitation does not exist for you, or rather for Omnirune. Alex looked at her, realization dawning. I see. You're referring to the relationship between consciousness and law comprehension that I theorized some time ago. Yes, Eleanor confirmed, along with Omnirune's natural processing advantage. I suspect both comprehending the process and actually applying it would require an absurd amount of understanding and computational power. It may very well be something beyond even the brain power of a single legend. However, processing power is not a problem for Omnirune, Alex finished for her. Eleanor smiled. So, are you interested now? Alex gave a helpless, wry smile. Fine, you got me. I am interested, he admitted, though realistically, it is not something I am likely to make progress on anytime soon. Nor am I expecting immediate results, Eleanor replied. After all, this was something that seemed to belong firmly within the realm of a legendary level projects. In truth, considering Alex was attempting to approach it largely alone, it might be more accurate to classify it as an epic level undertaking. The ability to convert one form of energy into another at will, Alex thought inwardly. If Omnirune could truly master such a function, the utility of that ability, I cannot even begin to imagine the full scope of its versatility. A faint smile formed inside his mind, but then another thought followed immediately behind it. With how obsessed the universe seems to be with balance, would it even allow something like that to exist, though? Alex wondered. A moment later, he shook his head. No, the balance the universe imposes, or perhaps the balance imposed upon it, is not one that encourages stagnation. It exists to ensure the system continues functioning properly and does not suddenly collapse under its own contradictions. It would be difficult to achieve the desired result, because I would have to break through the established molds. But since the universe itself is not stagnant, those molds would inevitably shift to accommodate genuine advancement. So it is not that the destination is impossible, only that the journey towards it will be difficult. Alex's reasoning settled firmly in his mind. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Well, it would not be fun otherwise, would it? Eleanor watched him quietly as he disappeared into his thoughts, contemplating the possibility of that distant end goal and the countless steps required to reach it. She did not disturb him. Instead, she simply watched him with a soft, affectionate smile. Alex had many different sides to him, and any one of them could be described as impressive, exceptional, or even charming. But to her, Alex was at his best when he was building something, when he was tinkering, inventing, or trying to force a new idea into existence through sheer stubbornness, brilliance, and, as he would describe it, madness. She felt that if one stripped away all his other identities, noble, mage, warlord, silver tongue, business mogul, and everything else, one thing would always remain. Something that could never be taken from him. His curiosity. His relentless need to understand, improve, and create. At his core, it was his intellect that drew her to him. No, that draws her to him, even hopelessly at times. Especially in moments like this. Perhaps because, growing up, Eleanor had long accepted a reality that she would likely never marry for love. She had unconsciously reshaped her own understanding of what romance meant. Where others imagined long walks together, shared meals, laughter, dates, and simple domestic warmth, she had trained herself to value something else. Intellect. Most importantly, the ability to work together, to create together, to make meaningful intellectual progress side by side. To her, working on a grand research project like this, something that could potentially change the very way they understood the world, was itself the most romantic gesture a partner could offer. And by that measure, Alex was the most romantic person she had ever met. Perhaps the most romantic person she ever would meet. Eleanor's eyes trembled slightly as that realization settled fully in her heart. She realized then, deep down, that she had already made her decision. Her mind was made up, and nothing would change it. Alex, meanwhile, remained completely oblivious to the quiet change happening beside him. For the next half hour or so, the two of them discussed their plans in detail, refining every step until they were satisfied they were ready to begin. And not a moment too soon. Fresh intelligence from Ravenhorn soon arrived, informing Alex that the Battlebanes were already on their way back to Bloodiron, with cargo that was almost certainly the requested divine statue. The next day, just as Alex had expected, a carriage from the Battlebane Guild arrived discreetly at the Fortuna Mansion. Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier stepped down from the carriage. From the care in their movements and the low profile they maintained, it was clear they were fully aware of the current tension surrounding the Fortuna Company and had wisely chosen not to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. Then again, it was equally possible they simply did not want others wondering why representatives of the Battlebane Guild were visiting the Fortuna Mansion at all. There were far too many shadowy groups in this world. Groups that, once they decided to become curious, could uncover even the deepest buried secrets. You must be Lady Rosa Mercier and Captain Dalton Ashton. We have been expecting you. Zora stepped out from within the mansion to receive them with perfect poise. I am Zora Frostpendragon, Major Domo of the Fortuna Company's estate and holdings. She offered a polite nod before gesturing inward. Please, this way. You have arrived just in time to witness the production of the potion you requested. Dalton Ashton frowned immediately. We have not ordered anything, he said quickly. I beg your pardon? Zora paused. Her gaze shifted towards the cargo carriage accompanying their passenger carriage, the one clearly carrying the requested goods. Our mistake, then. We assumed that since you brought along the requested divine statue, one brimming with divine energy no less, you intended to proceed with the trade. Our leader even delayed the medicine refinement process specifically so you could witness it. She gave a small, polite smile. Since you have not come to trade, Zora lightly signaled to a nearby Fury Knight, calling him over. Please go to the garden and inform Alex that he does not need to continue the concoction. The Battlebanes are no longer interested. Then she turned back to Dalton. Please note that the materials involved are rather rare. It may take up to a year to gather another complete batch. Are you absolutely certain you are not here to trade? She asked. Dalton's lips twitched slightly at the shamelessly strong play. Lady Rosa stepped forward immediately before he could worsen the situation. You misunderstand my companion, she said smoothly. We do indeed wish for the trade to happen. We merely hope to discuss the price before proceeding. As she spoke, she shot Dalton a subtle but sharp glare. The quoted price of 10 mid-grade berserk stones per potion is rather high. We were hoping we might be able to reach an alternative arrangement, perhaps something involving a mercenary defense contract, she proposed carefully. Zora smiled knowingly, not the slightest bit surprised. She, Alex, and Eleanor had already discussed the likelihood of the Battlebanes attempting exactly this kind of move. After all, the news of Fortuna's growing hostility with the Lost Heathens, and the Battlebanes' noticeable reaction, or rather lack of reaction, had already become common knowledge within Bloodiron, at least among those who paid attention to such matters. The Battlebanes had likely assumed they could secure a cheaper deal from Fortuna by offering their protection services in exchange. Of course, that service would almost certainly come at a premium, one expensive for Fortuna, yet allowing the Battlebanes to obtain the cure for far less than the quoted price. Going a step further, when the three of them predicted this possibility, they had also assumed the Battlebanes would include an important condition, that they would only act in defense of Fortuna and not actively participate in any direct conflict against the Lost Heathens. Alas! So, while your proposal is appreciated, we are not currently in need of such services. We ourselves are a mercenary company, and we are quite capable of handling our own affairs. Zora said smoothly. She gave them a calm smile. As you may recall from our leader's earlier performance, our members are often far more than they first appear. She paused briefly before continuing. As for renegotiating the price of the treatment, that would require a discussion with our leader directly. However, that would only apply to any future treatments. For this first trial treatment, the price remains unchanged. Her tone remained perfectly polite, but there was no room for argument hidden beneath it. If you accept our terms, then please follow me. If not, then you are free to return. We will not see you out, and this offer will be considered withdrawn permanently. With that, Zora turned and began walking towards the side corridor that led to the garden behind the mansion. Lady Rosa and Dalton Ashton exchanged a brief look. Lady Rosa gave him one final warning glare before both of them quickly followed behind her. Though her expression toward Dalton was reproachful, she did not truly blame him. In his position, she likely would have attempted something similar herself, only with a little more subtlety and considerably more tact. The opportunity had simply been too good to ignore. On the brighter side, now that things had unfolded this way, it made it far less likely that Dalton would overstep during the actual negotiation. After all, she was the one the Battlebane Master had officially designated as the negotiator. When they arrived, to their surprise, they found Alex seated cross-legged in a lotus position before a cauldron. There were no flames beneath it, yet the cauldron radiated an intense heat that could be felt even from 10 feet away. From the violent trembling of the lid, it was obvious that materials had already been placed inside, and whatever was happening within was far from calm. I thought Lady Eleanor was the alchemist in charge of preparing the potion. I didn't realize young Master Alex was also an alchemist. Lady Rosa whispered to Zora. Eleanor is currently preparing the means for the actual cure to your condition. That process will take some time, so our leader asked her to get a head start on it. Fortunately, our leader is a master of many trades, so there is no need for concern. In fact, what you are about to witness is a crafting method he created himself, one that extracts the highest possible efficacy from any medicinal formula. Zora replied. Unfortunately, watching pill concoction in action was, in truth, rather boring. On the surface, very little seemed to happen. There were no dramatic colors, no overflowing light, no visible reactions beyond the trembling cauldron and the oppressive heat radiating from it. However, the same could not be said for Alex. Within the cauldron, his spiritual force was engaged in what could only be described as a full-scale tug-of-war. The greater cleansing potion, or rather, the pill version of it, was an enormous 50-ingredient formula. Not only did he need to manage the plant essence of all 50 ingredients simultaneously, but he also had to actively transmute nearly half of them into the required compatible essences using Zaxxon's transmutation. Fortunately for Alex, he had an equalizer on his side, the cauldron itself. Much like the one he had used during the steel trials, Alex had essentially converted this cauldron into a Rune-Tech product, embedding it with all manner of Rune-Tech formations. Linked directly to Omni-Rune, these formations functioned as ready-to-activate programs for his AI mage assistant. Among those formations were several specialized Zaxxon's transmutation arrays. Since the method itself was fundamentally a spell, Alex and Omni-Rune had been able to convert it into a suitable Rune-Tech formation with relative ease. This, however, turned out to be a far bigger breakthrough than either Alex or even Eleanor had initially expected. One critical detail Eleanor had overlooked regarding Zaxxon's transmutation was its immense knowledge requirement concerning both the original plant essence being converted and the target plant essence it was being converted into. The spell was not some automatic conversion switch. The user needed a clear understanding of both the essence being converted and the essence it was being converted into for the spell to function as intended. The deeper the understanding, the better the result. Eleanor had overlooked this because, as a highly practiced alchemist, she already possessed an extensive knowledge base regarding medicinal ingredients and their respective plant essences. For almost anyone else, this requirement alone would make the spell incredibly difficult to use. Never mind the fact that the spell itself was far from easy to learn in the first place. However, the spell turned formation bypassed this limitation. Once converted into a Rune-Tech formation, essentially an omni-rune program, the method now possessed what could loosely be described as input and output sections. As long as data regarding both the source plant essence and the target plant essence existed within omni-rune's memory or database, preferably supported by actual sample exposure of both input and output. Then, by drawing upon the user's spiritual force and mental energy, OmniRune could automatically execute the transmutation process with near-perfect accuracy and precision. It was a subtle byproduct of the Rune Sigil Duality update to the RuneTech platform. Without the variability, potential, and mental energy interaction granted by the introduction of Sigil Nature into RuneTech, OmniRune would have only been capable of analyzing both plant essences, essentially acting like an advanced sensor that made monitoring easier for the user. It would never have been able to perform the conversion itself. Thanks to OmniRune shouldering much of the burden, Alex's rather limited alchemy experience, an understatement by every reasonable standard, did not ruin the pill concoction. The process turned out to be significantly less difficult than expected, though it remained painstakingly tedious. The spell consumed a large quantity of materials, leaving empty ingredient sacks scattered all around the cauldron. After each ingredient was added, Ether Kindle extracted the plant essence and refined it to the highest possible purity. Once refinement was complete, Ether Kindle, under Alex's precise control, individually constrained each plant essence and transferred it into containment formations that prevented the essences from spilling over or combining prematurely. Within those containment chambers, OmniRune took over, activating the Zaxxon's transmutation protocols embedded into the cauldron. One by one, under Alex's near-obsessive supervision through his spiritual force, the substitute essences were converted into the exact required essences. Since this was the first time Alex was deploying the method in practical application, he observed every step with extreme care, making sure everything functioned exactly as intended. And it did, for the most part. The Zaxxon's transmutation formations did indeed convert the substitute essences into the intended ones. However, the purity of the resulting essences left Alex less than satisfied. Their purity had dropped from roughly 99% to around 93%. For most alchemists, that level of purity would have been more than acceptable excellent, even. But for Alex, who had spent the better part of his crafting career using Ether Kindle and had grown accustomed to near-perfect, almost absolute purity, this was unacceptable. Following its master's intent, the Ether Kindle splinter within the cauldron surged into the containment formations like a wrathful dragon. Its flames burned through the contained essences, reducing every impurity foolish enough to remain in its path to nothing but cinders. From one containment formation chamber to the next, Ether Kindle swept through like divine judgment itself, leaving behind only purity and refinement in its wake. Though this step alone cost Alex another hour or so, he did not mind in the slightest. Only when even the lowest purity percentage of the formation chambers had been raised to 99% did he proceed to the next stage. Following the precise order and ratios outlined in the modified formula Eleanor had created, Alex began the process of congealing the refined essences into a pill. At this stage, the violent struggle occurring inside the cauldron finally became obvious to those outside. The cauldron trembled violently as Alex forcibly fused the various ingredient essences together, creating a dangerous surge of pressure and energy within. It shook so fiercely that no one would have been blamed for thinking it was about to explode or, at the very least, that the lid would blast clean off. However, at that exact moment, strange glyphs unfamiliar to Lady Rosa, Mercier, and Dalton Ashton lit up across the surface of the cauldron. They moved along its body like living chains, wrapping around the vessel, as though physically forcing the lid to remain sealed shut. In fact, they clustered so densely that it looked as though they were the only things keeping the cauldron from bursting apart entirely. Then, vents suddenly opened along the sides of the cauldron, releasing high-pressure jets of steam containing the leftover impurities and their cinders that had somehow escaped even Etherkindle's flames. Yet surprisingly, the escaping vapor carried no medicinal scent at all. Lady Rose's eyes flashed sharply. That could only mean one thing: none of the medicinal efficacy of whatever was being crafted inside had leaked out with the steam. Is he trying to create a perfect potion? Her eyes widened slightly at the realization. Even Dalton, who knew little to nothing about crafting in general, much less alchemy, could tell that something extraordinary was happening. Beads of sweat ran down Alex's temples with increasing frequency. It was obvious, even to the observers, that he was struggling. Yet the young man held on stubbornly, using his potent spiritual force to keep everything under control. Then, suddenly, dark clouds formed above the garden. Alex's eyes snapped open as he looked up at the sky. While Dalton and Rosa watched in shock, Alex, and surprisingly, Zora, remained calm. At this point, Alex was no stranger to tribulation clouds. Alas, it seemed that just as he was familiar with tribulation clouds, they too were familiar with him. Lightning flashed threateningly within the clouds for a moment. However, just as it was about to strike down, as if it had peeked below to see exactly who had caused this disturbance, the lightning suddenly retreated and the clouds began to disperse. What's going on? That's not how the script is supposed to go. Alex blinked several times in confusion. Hey, come back. How is my pill supposed to reach its zenith if it doesn't experience rebirth through your lightning? No matter how much Alex protested internally, the natural order paid him absolutely no heed. The clouds simply withdrew like a fading mirage. Eventually, the final product formed quietly within the cauldron. Alex shook his head and sighed in disappointment. Only then did he turn around and finally notice that he had guests standing behind him. Did the refinement fail? Lady Rosa asked, concern evident in her voice as she noticed his expression. Oh no. Alex quickly shook his head. It was just that. He was about to explain that the source of his disappointment was actually the tribulation clouds refusing to strike. However, a deadly glare from Zora, unnoticed by the guests, immediately shut him up. You know what? Never mind. The refinement was a success. He corrected himself at once. The death stare vanished, and Zora's perfectly professional smile returned. Alex inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Truthfully, so did Zora. The trial of heavenly tribulation was a feared phenomenon on any world, something most cultivators regarded with terror and reverence. Yet Alex, this unreasonable craftsman, had experienced it more times in his short life than even most legends or epics would in their entire existence. He had become both accustomed and desensitized to the fear and awe surrounding it, especially after surviving the tribulation of the trial of elements and experiencing the boons that came after. Alex's mindset had gradually shifted. Rather than fearing the torture of tribulation lightning, his focus now instinctively went to the boon that came after surviving it, which was, by every reasonable standard, not normal. Just because his wives and party members had grown used to Alex's particular brand of craziness, calm madness, did not mean he should display it so openly before outsiders. Did you bring the statues? Alex asked. Yes, we did. Lady Rosa nodded. 3 of them, she added. The Battlebanes could only determine that the statues contained divine energy belonging to whatever deity the monster groups worshipped. They had no way of measuring the exact quantity of divine power stored within each one. The monster tribes themselves were not especially large, so they did not expect the statues to contain an overwhelming amount of divine energy. To be safe, they had chosen to bring more than one. After all, in their minds, these statues had to be for their own treatment, since divine statues were effectively useless to anyone other than the deity to whom they had been consecrated. Good. We're going to need them for the next stage of refinement, Alex said. Zora called over a nearby Fury Knight. Please bring over the statues our guest delivered, Alex instructed. Also, have someone fetch the tub and the barrels I set aside. The Fury Knight saluted and immediately left to carry out the order. A few minutes later, the setup was complete. The wooden tub was far larger than Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier had expected. It was large enough that even Mogul or Kavikin's massive frames could comfortably bathe inside it. As for the divine statues, they were unsurprisingly ugly. In truth, calling them ugly was being generous. They were outright grotesque. Their twisted forms looked disturbing enough on their own, but the divine energy radiating from them made the sense of disgust even stronger, almost instinctive. It was a vivid reminder of just how different the aesthetic sensibilities of humans and monsters could be. Alex had the statues positioned around the tub in a triangular formation. Then, barrel after barrel of pale golden liquid was poured into the tub until it was completely filled. Alex stood before it, staring intently at the golden liquid within. His eyes flashed with such fierce concentration that Lady Rosa unconsciously took a step backwards. Alex's hands moved rapidly, weaving through a series of complex hand seals while muttering in incomprehensible gibberish. Well, not actually gibberish. He was singing a song in English. Unfortunately for everyone present, not a single person there could understand a word of it. However, about a minute in, a change finally occurred. The liquid inside the tub began to glow. The divine energy within the statues also seemed to drain out at the same time, giving the impression it was flowing into the pale golden liquid and causing it to radiate with a soft, sacred light. At the same time, Alex's body swayed weakly. His face turned pale, and even his crimson eyes seemed to dull, fading into a softer ruby red. He quickly reached out and grabbed the rim of the tub for support. "Are you all right?" Zora moved immediately to steady him. Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier also looked at him with concern. However, beyond concern, there was unmistakable shock in their eyes. They had never heard of a non-clergy manipulating divine energy. Yet not only had Alex moved divine energy from one divine statue, he had done so from 3. Even most clergy could not achieve such a thing, at least publicly. After all, clergy were bound by the deity they served. They could only wield the divine energy of their own god, and were naturally restricted from interacting, much less controlling, the divine power belonging to another deity. But Alex appeared completely unaffected by such limitations. "I'm Fine. Just a little vertigo. I'll recover shortly," Alex replied. He and Zora exchanged a brief, knowing look. Though Zora did not know the full extent of what Alex was planning, that single glance was enough for her to understand that her husband was putting on a performance. Naturally, she played along. Alex then forced himself to sit down beside the tub and entered a meditative posture to recover. Zora and the nearby Fury soldiers immediately formed a protective perimeter around him, while Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier tactfully stepped back to give space. Meditating to recover lost energy was an extremely vulnerable act. It was not something one normally did in front of outsiders unless absolutely necessary. This only reinforced the impression of Alex's weakness in the minds of the 2 battle-bane guests. Meanwhile, Alex was not meditating at all. He was quietly feeling the symbol on his hand. Unbeknownst to the guests, Alex himself had done absolutely nothing to the statues. It was Lord Bonsai who had appeared as usual to drain the statues of their divine energy and divinity. The glowing of the golden liquid was caused by Lord Bonsai's phantom briefly injecting a minute amount of divine energy into it before withdrawing, making the liquid light up dramatically. The liquid itself was not some mysterious, never mind sacred, concoction like Alex had deliberately made it seem. It was simply beast blood that had been purified and refined by ether kindle. The beast cells and genetic material had been completely stripped away, leaving behind only a refined liquid capable of holding mana and other forms of energy. In essence, it had become an artificial mana or energy liquid, with the blood stripped of most of its original constituents. What remained possessed an extremely high luminescent response. Even the slightest infusion of energy would cause it to glow vividly. Thus, Alex was able to create the illusion that the divine energy had been poured into the liquid, when in reality, Lord Bonsai had absorbed the overwhelming majority of it for itself. Could Alex have simply carried out the entire process in private, away from prying eyes? Of course. So why go through all the effort of putting on this elaborate performance? Simple. How else was he supposed to justify demanding such a high price if no one witnessed just how difficult the refinement appeared to be? It was not exactly the most honest business practice, but Alex had no intention of being underpaid simply because he was so competent that his work looked effortless. Anyway, after confirming that Lord Bonsai had fulfilled his part of their arrangement, Alex finally awoke from his meditation. His complexion had regained its healthy color, and his movements no longer looked weak or strained. He walked over to the cauldron, performed a few hand seals for appearance's sake, while in truth prompting Omni-Rune to withdraw the glyphs securing the lid. He opened the cauldron and retrieved 5 pills from within. "What is that?" Dalton Ashton asked before he could stop himself. "This is an alchemical pill," Alex replied. "It is a method I created. It condenses the medicinal essence of the final product into a tightly sealed form, preventing loss of efficacy before and during use." He then turned to the nearby Fury soldiers. "Load up 4 barrels," he instructed, "and make sure the liquid doesn't touch your skin," he added as a warning. Lady Rosa clearly wanted to ask more about this pill method Alex had introduced so casually, but his body language made it obvious that he had no intention of elaborating further. The Fury soldiers quickly moved to obey, loading up the 4 barrels as instructed. Meanwhile, Alex scooped a portion of the remaining liquid into a wooden wine cup, then dropped one of the greater cleansing pills into it. The liquid immediately began bubbling violently for nearly 10 seconds before finally settling down. Alex then handed the cup to Dalton Ashton. "Drink," he said. Dalton stared at the cup for a brief moment, skepticism and hesitation flashing across his face. Then, as though deciding to simply trust fate, he accepted it and downed the entire contents in one gulp. "Bazoom!" A loud, violent thump echoed through Dalton's body. He clutched at his chest and doubled over sharply. "Ah!" A raw cry of pain tore from his throat. Lady Rosa recoiled in shock. She had never expected Dalton to cry out like that. She shuddered, unable to imagine the kind of pain required to force a combat master into such a reaction. Dalton dropped to his knees on the floor, his fingers clawing desperately at the ground beneath him. "Are you Dash?" Lady Rosa finally snapped out of her shock and moved instinctively to check on him, but Zora raised an arm and stopped her. "Just watch," she said calmly. A nauseating, nefarious black gold energy suddenly began oozing out from Dalton's pores. The foul energy crawled across the surface of his skin like living poison, slowly traveling upward toward his forehead. "Ah!" Dalton's body arched violently backwards as he roared in agony toward the sky. The black gold energy gathering at his forehead began to take shape, condensing into a strange sigil script. Curse. The moment the black gold divine curse energy fully coalesced into the curse sigil upon Dalton's forehead, another energy emerged from deep within his body, a pale golden light. That pale gold energy formed a ring around the curse sigil, wrapping around it like a shackle, as though imprisoning it in place. A seal. Dalton collapsed forward onto all fours, panting heavily like a man who had just survived drowning. Moments later, both the black gold curse sigil and the pale golden ring faded, disappearing back beneath his skin. "How do you feel?" Alex asked calmly. "What just happened?" Dalton replied between ragged breaths. "The potion cleansed the curse residue, spread throughout your body. However, the root of the curse itself remains untouched." Alex explained. The remnants of the potion are temporarily suppressing it for now, but that effect will eventually fade. When it does, the curse will begin spreading through your body again. So, I'll need to continue taking the treatment potion. Dalton asked. Yes. Alex nodded. But be warned, the more you take it, the more both the curse and your body itself will develop tolerance toward it. He paused before continuing. Also, I cannot say for certain, but I suspect the curse may return even stronger once the potion's effect fully wears off. We'll only know for sure when that time comes. Anyway, if you want to monitor how much time remains, channel your combat energy and focus it toward your forehead. The script should appear again and reveal the state of the seal, if we can call it that. Dalton followed the instruction immediately. The imprisoned curse sigil reappeared on his forehead. It worked, though somewhat inconveniently. He needed some form of reflection to actually check it properly. It would have been much better if it appeared on my hand or something, he complained inwardly. However, beggars could not be choosers. Dalton was simply grateful to have the curse suppressed, even if only temporarily. He sent his senses inward, carefully examining the state of his own body. For the first time in longer than he could vividly remember, he did not feel the constant ache that had tormented him for so many years, pain so persistent that he had long since grown numb to it simply to survive. There was no drag in the flow of his combat energy. There was no subconscious restraint warning him not to push too far for fear of losing control. After enduring the agony of the sealing process, Dalton Ashton felt lighter than he could remember ever feeling. His energy flowed exactly as he wished. His strength responded without hesitation. He felt as though he could finally exert his full power again without fearing the curse's backlash. It was an intoxicating feeling, one he had no desire to ever lose again. At your current strength, the seal should last for about 1 month before it breaks and the curse begins to rebound. Alex informed him. So we'll need the cure if we want this to become permanent? Dalton asked. Yes, I'm afraid so. Alex nodded plainly. He then walked over to the 4 barrels filled with divine, energy-charged, purified beast blood and dropped 1 greater, cleansing pill into each of them. The barrels bubbled for a few seconds, though nowhere near as violently as the cup Dalton had drunk from. Take these with you. A gift, Alex said, pointing toward the barrels. You can distribute them to the rest of your men. For those around your level, it should suppress the curse for about a day. Longer if they are weaker. Dalton blinked. Wait, so diluting 1 pill into a cup lasts for a month, but diluting it into an entire barrel only lasts for a day, he asked. Yes, that is generally how concentration and dilution work. Alex replied, raising an eyebrow as though the question itself was strange. Then why dilute them into barrels at all? 4 extra pills would mean 4 extra months for me or a month each for the other captains. Dalton pointed out. Alex frowned. I assumed you cared about your men enough to want them to experience the same relief you're feeling right now. Was I mistaken? He asked, his gaze fixed sharply on Dalton. The pressure behind that calm stare was far heavier than any shouting could have been. A moment later, Alex eased his expression and simply shook his head. If you don't want them, you're more than welcome to leave the barrels here, he said dismissively. I believe what my colleague is trying to say is that we would have preferred the chance to make that decision ourselves. Lady Rosa Mercier quickly interjected. Like I said, this was a gift. It is within my right to give a gift however I choose. Alex replied calmly. My intention was never to give that gift to only one person or even just a few high-ranking individuals. It was meant for your entire organization, all of whom are undoubtedly suffering under the same curse and illness. Surely, young Master Alex, you do not mean to imply that we were only entitled to a single pill. Lady Rosa pressed. That is exactly what I mean. Alex nodded without yielding even an inch. Where I come from, when the alchemist provides the ingredients, they must first recover both the material cost and the remuneration for their labor and expertise. As you can clearly see, we used quite a lot of materials. He gestured toward the empty sacks littered around the cauldron. The refinement itself was far from simple. On top of that, I use my own proprietary method to ensure the highest possible efficacy for the medicine, guaranteeing that you would not need to worry about medicinal impurities entering your body and worsening the strain already caused by the curse. All of that increases the cost. He paused briefly before delivering the final point. But most importantly, our agreement was only for a single potion to treat Captain Dalton's condition. One pill was sufficient for that purpose, which means the remaining pills are mine to keep. But it is not as though you provided every material yourself. Lady Rosa countered smoothly. We provided the 3 divine statues required for the refinement. That alone should carry immense value and should have increased our share. It is not about how many statues you brought, Alex replied, equally calm, but about the quality and quantity of divine energy they actually contained. And frankly, the 3 statues you provided were lacking. I had to forcefully drain them dry to meet even the minimum requirements of the potion. His expression hardened slightly. That exertion alone will leave me unable to refine potions or pills for some time. Naturally, I need to be compensated for that as well. He shook his head, then his tone returning to its usual composed calm. I understood from the start that this could become an unnecessary back and forth, which is precisely why I chose an alternative solution that benefits both sides. I failed to see the problem. Lady Rosa was left momentarily speechless by Alex's words. What do you mean you don't see the problem? This is a medicine that suppresses a curse which has plagued our men for years. A medicine you yourself said would gradually lose effectiveness as tolerance builds, while the curse rebounds stronger each time. It is practically an addictive treatment we will be forced to keep taking until the cure is found. And you expect us to distribute that to all our people? How is that any different from asking us to become completely dependent on you? She thought, inwardly exasperated. You can speak with Zora regarding payment, Alex said calmly, motioning toward her. You may also schedule future treatment potions with her or when you finally decide you are ready to discuss the cure. With that, Alex turned and walked away without giving Lady Rosa another chance to argue, leaving her squarely at Zora's mercy. This was a woman who commanded respect from grand mages and legends alike as the major domo of the Dragonhold Enclave. She could make even the powerful Merlin Pendragon move according to her will at times. A couple of relative nobodies like Dalton and Rosa would not even fill the gaps between her teeth. Zora's professional smile widened ever so slightly as she politely ushered the 2 guests away. About an hour later, Alex stood by the window of the mansion study, watching the Battlebane carriage leave the estate grounds. Moments later, Zora entered the room with an update. They said they will speak with their leader regarding the cure and get back to us, she reported. What do you think? Alex asked. As expected, Silver Tongue's performance was convincing. They are hooked now. They cannot help it, Zora replied. Alex smiled wryly at the mention of that nickname. There was no washing that stain away. At least, not where Zora was concerned. I expect favorable news before the day ends, she predicted. Alex nodded solemnly. Later that same night, exactly as Zora had predicted, a secret missive arrived inviting Alex to a private meeting with the Battlebane leader. The Battlebanes wanted to discuss the price of a cure. Meanwhile, Alex was far more curious about something else entirely. What exactly had the Battlebanes done to earn themselves a divine curse in the first place? It seemed that, within a few hours, both sides would finally have their curiosity satisfied. Alex and Eleanor slipped out of the Fortuna mansion, accompanied by Kavikin and Mogul. With their cloaks drawn, the group moved quietly through the city before arriving at the Jade Well and Battlebane estate. From there, they were guided along a concealed route through the city, one clearly designed to ensure they could not determine where they were being taken until they finally arrived at the private villa of the Battlebane Guildmaster. The Fortuna party exchanged skeptical glances as they walked through the gloomy, hollow, and sparsely furnished corridors of the residence. Before long, they arrived at the door of the room where the Guildmaster resided. Just as before, Dalton Ashton and Lady Rosa Mercier approached and knocked reverently upon the door. Dalton, Rosa. The Battlebane Guildmaster's voice sounded from within. I see you have arrived with our guests. Come in. Dalton opened the door, and led the group inside. Dalton and Lady Rosa were already accustomed to the oppressive gloom beyond the threshold. However, it struck the unprepared Fortuna party like a physical blow. The moment they stepped into that realm of suffocating melancholy, it felt as though every trace of joy, excitement, and warmth within them was extinguished without a trace. Yet in that very instant, both Eleanor and Alex reacted in ways that caused expressions to change on the faces of the Battlebane Guildmaster, Dalton, and Lady Rosa. Eleanor's famed monarch bloodline stirred immediately, instinctively pushing back against the invading gloom. Within her mind, it manifested as an illusory ray of sunlight, forcing away the darkness with radiant warmth. Her bloodline seemed almost offended by the intrusion, as though it wished to extend that warmth outward and completely crush the source of the gloom-restoring hope to this false realm. Unfortunately, the Battlebane Guildmaster was far too powerful. Her bloodline's resistance could not extend even an inch beyond her skin. Alex's response was far more direct. The moment he understood what was happening, he forcefully unleashed his powerful spiritual force, crushing the invading gloom within his mind through sheer will alone. Illusionary gaze. His truth-seeker eyes activated, reflecting the remaining stream of illusory gloom directly back towards its source. Crack. Shatterdash. Dalton, Lady Rosa, Cavakin, and Mogul heard the distinct sound of something cracking, then shattering, followed immediately by a surprised gasp from the Battlebane Guildmaster. Calm madness. Before anyone could fully process what had happened, Alex's crimson eyes, burning with restrained fury, turned a cold gaze towards the Battlebane Guildmaster. What is the meaning of this, Battlebane Guildmaster? Is this how you greet your guests by attacking them with your saintly domain? The Battlebane Guildmaster, upon hearing Alex's accusation, did something unexpected. He immediately stood up and bowed in apology. I apologize for my actions. I have grown so accustomed to my domain being imposed upon my surroundings that it takes me a moment to retract it whenever I receive guests, the man in battered armor explained. Spirit Sight LV.2. Alex observed the man closely, but he sensed no intention of deception or hostility from him. Slowly, the Battlebane Guildmaster withdrew his saintly domain until it only covered the immediate area around him, the table and the seat where he remained. Alex watched the process carefully, and a flicker of surprise passed through his mind. According to Jared, maintaining one's domain required a continuous expenditure of mental energy. In other words, keeping a saintly domain active at all times would place an immense burden upon a user's mind. It was not something one did casually unless there was no other alternative or unless the situation was absolutely critical, such as during a life or death battle. At the very least, this time he had not coughed up bowlfuls of blood as he usually did. As I was saying before, I have no choice but to keep my domain imposed upon my surroundings. It is the only way I can manage the effects of my affliction, as I am sure the fine lady here has already realized, the Battlebane Guildmaster said, his gaze turning suddenly towards Eleanor. The man's sudden attention towards her caught Eleanor, who had been quietly examining him from a distance, slightly off guard. Still, she acknowledged his words with a calm nod before glancing briefly towards Alex. Alex himself had already realized the truth of the situation, though that did not make it any less unusual. A debuff-type domain, Alex mused inwardly as he studied the man before him. Typically, domains were far more enhancement-oriented in nature. From the few domains he had seen and experienced from his father Stellar Storm's legendary domain, to Jared's saintly domain, as well as the legendary domain of the legend who had once tried to assassinate him despite their remarkable differences, Alex had observed several fundamental similarities shared by them all. First and foremost, such domains existed to amplify conditions most suitable for their user, whether by increasing the concentration of mana aligned with the user's affinity, or by imposing rules, concepts, and laws comprehended by the user onto the surrounding area of influence. Every single one of them had the same ultimate goal, to strengthen the user by creating an environment overwhelmingly favorable to them. Weakening opponents or anyone else caught within the domain was merely a byproduct of that process. Only the domain's owner could fully utilize the imposed conditions, while everyone else would naturally find one or more aspects of the domain hostile to their own nature. However, the Battlebane Guildmaster's domain was the complete opposite. Its primary purpose was not enhancement, but suppression. Everything within its area of influence mana, concepts, emotions, even the very atmosphere itself was affected in a way that weakened all others except its user. Thus, strengthening himself became merely the byproduct. From that realization, he could not help but wonder, just what exactly did you do that a Navi paid this much attention to you? Battlebane Guildmaster? Your domain was not the problem, Alex said plainly. You're not the first saint I have met who keeps his domain imposed upon the surrounding area. In fact, I have trained under such a domain for an extended period of time. He turned his gaze towards Dalton and Lady Rosa. I would have preferred if you had informed me of the situation before leading us into the room. The Battlebane Guildmaster, Lady Rosa, and Dalton were all visibly stunned by Alex's casual admission. From Eleanor's relaxed and unsurprised expression, the Battlebane Guildmaster could already tell that the youth was not lying. But from the way he speaks, this combat saint he trained under was not his actual master, perhaps merely a passing teacher. The Battlebane Guildmaster thought to himself. He took a closer look at Alex's demeanor, his presence, the subtle confidence in every movement. Someone like him could not have been shaped without the guidance of a truly powerful master. If that combat saint was not his teacher, then the person behind him must be someone even greater. Just who exactly are you? Even so, the Battlebane Guildmaster understood that this was not a question that could be answered immediately. It was the sort of truth that would reveal itself slowly over time. For now, maintaining a cordial relationship was the wiser path. They meant no harm. I am certain they simply believed it was a matter best kept secret, the Battlebane Guildmaster said. Understandable, I suppose, Alex replied. You do not need to keep your domain compressed. At this point, I assume maintaining it has already become second nature to you. Besides, it is clearly helping you suppress your affliction. He folded his arms lightly. I do not mind. Between your condition and my personal comfort, it is obvious which should take priority. Another flicker of surprise passed through the Battlebane Guildmaster's mind. He could not tell whether this was confidence or mere bravado. Either way, he shook his head. Perhaps you would be able to tolerate my domain and suffer only minor discomfort. However, even that discomfort would make a proper conversation between us unnecessarily strained. More importantly, the others would not be able to endure it for long, he said. That is not truly a problem. This discussion is between the two of us anyway. The others would merely serve as witnesses, Alex responded. Witnesses are important. Misunderstandings are easily born when there are none to bear witness to an agreement between two parties. Besides, learning to control this bad habit of mine will be beneficial for the day my curse is finally alleviated, the Battlebane Guildmaster said with a faint laugh. Having heard him say this much, Alex saw no reason to press the matter any further. Doing so would likely only produce the opposite effect. The Battlebane Guildmaster compressed his domain even further before rising from behind the desk and walking toward the set of sofas arranged in one corner of the room, a small lounge area set within the study itself. Alex understood his intention immediately and gave Eleanor a small nod. Together, they moved towards the seating area and took their places on the sofa opposite the Battlebane Guildmaster. Kavikin and Mogul silently moved to stand behind them. Dalton and Lady Rosa also remained standing behind their master like silent guardians. Once again, I apologize for my earlier conduct, the Battlebane Guildmaster said. I would also like to thank you for honoring my invitation, despite your group's current circumstances. It is merely a simple misunderstanding, one I believe will be resolved soon enough, Alex replied calmly. I certainly hope so, the Battlebane Guildmaster said. Though most of his expression remained hidden behind the battered armor, his eyes and the weight of the gaze he directed at Alex clearly conveyed his skepticism. Alex gave a subtle nod, as though acknowledging the man's concern for his well-being. Seeing this, the Battlebane Guildmaster tactfully allowed the matter to drop. Shifting the conversation back to the true purpose of the meeting, he said, I appreciate the gift you gave my people. Seeing them freed from our affliction, even if only for a single day, you have my sincere thanks. I cannot claim I did it without my own agenda, but you are welcome, Alex replied with a faint smile. Very few men act with genuine selflessness. Fewer still are so honest in admitting their selfishness, the Battlebane Guildmaster said, amusement coloring his tone. Then I suppose I may also admit that, just as you expected, that gift has greatly influenced my decision to seek a cure from you for them. He leaned back slightly before continuing. I'm told you did not state a price for this cure. Instead, you requested a personal meeting with me to discuss the matter. Since we are here, allow me to ask plainly, what do you want in exchange for curing my people of their curse? Honestly, part of the reason I requested this meeting was to understand exactly what kind of curse your people are afflicted with. The other part was to determine what sort of trouble I would be inviting upon myself by helping you rid yourselves of it, Alex stated plainly. Are you afraid of reprisals from the deities? The Battlebane Guildmaster asked. Afraid? No, not particularly. Alex shrugged with complete nonchalance, much to the surprise of the Battlebane group. He continued, let us just say I am not especially fond of the deities, and conflict with them is more or less inevitable. I simply would prefer that conflict not arrive this soon. It was Eleanor's turn to be surprised by Alex's words. However, she chose to trust him and kept her thoughts to herself for the moment. Aren't you worried that saying such things to me could bring you trouble? The Battlebane Guildmaster asked. Not particularly. First, I'm the one holding the cure to your group's affliction. Second, even if you wish to report me, could you truly do so? For you to carry a divine curse, the deities must already hate you far more than they would ever hate me, Alex said with a casual shrug. Besides, I am hardly the only person who dislikes the deities. What exactly would you even report me for? He added. I have seen the temples move for far less, the Battlebane Guildmaster replied, amusement hidden within his tone. I do not doubt that, but that only happens when it is convenient for them and helps keep their flock of sheep obedient. This is the wildlands. They are not going to trouble themselves chasing me all the way out here, Alex replied. He shook his head lightly. Let us not drift too far from the real issue. Before we can say with certainty whether we can cure you completely and what such a cure would cost, I first need to understand what exactly you did and what kind of curse you were afflicted with in the first place. For one thing, I can already tell that you do not carry the same curse as him, Alex said, pointing towards Dalton standing behind the man. Or rather, I should say that in addition to the curse Captain Dalton carries, you suffer from an even worse underlying condition, one that is being further aggravated by the curse. He glanced towards Eleanor for confirmation. She gave a quiet nod, affirming his deduction. They both turned their attention back to the Battlebane Guildmaster, who studied Alex in silence for a long moment. Meanwhile, the expressions on Dalton and Lady Rose's faces were filled with unmistakable surprise, all but confirming that Alex's observation had been correct. If you can discern that much, then there is little point in hiding things any further, the Battlebane Guildmaster said. But are you certain you truly wish or need to know? This concerns a dark chapter of history that the deities themselves erased from the world. Once you know, and if they discover that you know, they will do everything within their power to hunt you down, he warned. Alex smiled. Trust me, whatever you are about to tell me pales in comparison to what I already know, he said with quiet confidence. Yes, if he truly comes from that place, then that must be true, the Battlebane Guildmaster thought to himself. In that case, let us begin with their curse, he said. As I mentioned before, it dates back to a dark history erased from the records by the deities themselves, the history of the Twilight Adjudicators. The Twilight Adjudicators? Alex's eyes flashed with curiosity. When the Battlebane Guildmaster mentioned a dark history erased from the records by the deities, Alex had initially assumed it referred to something from the era of sorcery. However, this was a name he had never encountered before. Is this a part of the era of sorcery that one heaven never told me about? Or is this an entirely different piece of history hidden by the deities, separate from the era? Whatever the truth was, Alex listened with rapt attention. The history of the Twilight Adjudicators dates back more than 6 centuries. At that time, contrary to the false peace we have now, the deities openly competed and fought amongst themselves for believers. The Battlebane Guildmaster's opening words caught Alex by surprise. After all, ever since arriving on this plane, everything he had read from juror scripture to historical records had led him to believe that the Na'vi did not compete against one another. Clearly, that had not always been the case. Or perhaps it had never truly been the case at all. The Battlebane Guild Master continued. These competitions often escalated into wars between temples, dragging nations and the various organizations allied to them into devastating conflicts. On at least 3 separate occasions, every major nation in the world was pulled into wars so vast they could only be described as great wars conflict that claimed the lives of tens of millions. During these great wars, even the deities themselves descended from their divine kingdoms onto the battlefield to fight one another in person. These descents not only strengthened the faith of their followers, but they also made the deities vulnerable. He paused and turned his gaze towards Alex. Many people fail to realize this and assume that all deities are equal, differing only in the dominions they govern. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Even amongst the deities, there exists a clear hierarchy based on strength. Alex nodded in understanding. That much is obvious. Deities or not, at their core, they are still cultivators, Alex mused inwardly. The Battlebane Guild Master continued. At that time, there existed a war deity. Because of the endless wars, the dominion of war expanded, and with it, so too did this deity's power. The war deity sought to use that power to subjugate the other deities beneath him. Naturally, the remaining deities united and opposed him together. Eventually, the war deity was defeated, but not before stealing an artifact that had been guarded collectively by all the deities and grievously injuring many of them in the process. Some were wounded so severely that they fell from divinity itself, forced to undergo mortal reincarnation in order to recover before they could one day reclaim their godhood. Whatever it was that the war deity stole, in order to evade the pursuit of the other deities, they used it to secretly create a new deity one meant to divert the attention of the rest of the pantheon. By the time the old deities had recovered enough to wage war again and realized what the war deity had done, the dawn of a new generation of deities was already upon them. The new deity was not welcomed by the pantheon. Instead, the old deities sought to destroy them. Realizing this, and fully comprehending the scheme the war deity had set into motion, the new deity devised a daring plan of their own. Before this new deity's apotheosis, knowledge of how deities were born was virtually non-existent. The path to divinity was a secret sealed away from mortals. This deity shattered this blockade by spreading that forbidden knowledge to the popes of the old temples individuals believed to stand at the pinnacle of the combat sage rank, or perhaps even beyond it. The popes, as well as the other combat sages and higher-ranking powers who served beneath the old deities, came to a terrifying realization. They, too, could ascend and become deities. They could either forge a divinity for themselves, or seize the godhood of an existing deity, one much easier done than the other. With this revelation, the new deity gathered supporters from within the leadership of the old temples themselves, as well as from nations and organizations long exhausted by the endless cycle of divine wars. Together, they formed a bold and dangerous conspiracy. While the old deities were still occupied with healing their injuries, the schemers moved to halt all wars across the world, thereby starving the war deities' dominion and slowing their recovery, ultimately forcing them out of hiding. At the same time, the popes used their authority to subtly distort the worship of the old deities, contaminating the very faith networks that sustained them. By the time the old deities realized what was happening and emerged to stop it, the stage had already been set. Whether they wished it or not, they were dragged into yet another divine war as they struggled to reclaim the artifact stolen by the war deity. What happened next remains unclear, because anyone close enough to witness that battle perished within it. What is known, however, is that the artifact shattered and exploded during the conflict, directly killing 3 deities, including the war deity. The surviving deities fled back to their temples to recover. Their divine kingdoms had been severely damaged by the explosion, making their mortal temples the safest place for healing and restoration. Unfortunately for them, the popes had been waiting. The popes killed the very deities they once served and usurped their godhood, achieving apotheosis and ascending as the new gods of the world. And thus, the pantheon of Verdantis was reset, the old generation swept away, and a new pantheon rising to take its place. Alex was visibly stunned. He had not expected that the traitors from the era of sorcery had themselves been betrayed by their own clergy, the popes, no less. The irony was impossible to ignore. It made Alex wonder just how terrible the old deities must have been for even the leadership of their own temples, the very people who should have been their most devout followers, to betray them en masse like that. Perhaps it was simply the nature of traitors. Those who betray others often fear betrayal most of all. Their own distrust poisons every relationship around them, and in trying to prevent treachery, they create the very conditions that make it inevitable. Whatever the truth was, Alex was not shedding tears for them. It was their greed that had plunged this plane into the dangerous tribulation of destiny it now faced. Had their ambition not consumed them, Verdantis might have already passed through its tribulation by now. Still, he was not celebrating either. The betrayal and rise of this new generation of deities carried terrifying implications for Verdantis and the fate awaiting it. A storm of thoughts flashed through his mind in that brief moment, one after another, but eventually he forced them down. This was neither the time nor the place to lose himself in such speculation. More importantly, while the Battlebane Guildmaster's account carried enormous implications, it had yet to address the true matter at hand. So far, everything he has said explains the shift in divine history, but nothing yet explains the curse the Battlebanes carry, or why they bear it at all, Alex thought. He looked back at the man encased in cursed armor with an expectant gaze, silently urging him to continue. And the man did exactly that. However, while the new deities settled upon their divine thrones, the battle for divinity was not yet over. Not all the old deities were killed during the betrayal by the leadership of their temples. 2 deities managed to survive the assassination attempts. The Battlebane Guildmaster suddenly revealed. He paused, then slowly shook his head. No, rather, I should say their assassination was prevented by a third party, allowing them to escape. He corrected himself. Who? Alex could not help but ask. The new deity, the very one who set this great upheaval into motion. The Battlebane Guildmaster revealed. Why would he stop something he himself planned? Alex pressed. Because, the Battlebane Guildmaster said, his voice carrying a chilling weight. He wanted their godhood for himself. What? Alex was genuinely stunned. Fortunately, the Battlebane Guildmaster did not leave him hanging for long and quickly continued his explanation. After reaching apotheosis under the war deity's tutelage and supervision, the new deity somehow discovered that it was possible to steal and absorb the godhood of other deities for oneself, the armored man said. Alex's eyes flashed as he recalled that the war deity had used an item or artifact to guide and elevate this so-called new deity. The new deity then devised a plan to weaken the old gods. They manipulated the leadership of the old deity's temples into betraying their patrons, and through them, they created a trap that forced the old deities into open conflict with one another, weakening them enough for them to seize their godhood one after another. It is suspected that the new deity had already placed a divine restriction upon the final battlefield of the old deities beforehand. Their intention was to trap them all in one decisive sweep when they were at their weakest. However, the old deities did not fall so easily. The more astute ones amongst them destroyed the artifact itself, using the resulting explosion to break free from the restriction. Who suspected this? Alex asked with a frown. The Twilight Adjudicators, the Battlebane Guild Master replied. Then who exactly are these Twilight Adjudicators? Alex asked again, this time with visible exasperation. The Battlebane Guild Master finally realized his mistake. I apologize. It has been quite some time since I last spoke at length with someone outside the Battlebane. I may have become somewhat too talkative and rather scattered, he admitted. Please bear with me. I am approaching the heart of your question. All right, Alex replied with a nod. The Battlebane Guild Master continued. After the deities escaped the confinement, the new deity knew they could not pursue all of them anymore. So, they gathered their most elite soldiers and sent them out to hunt down the two weakest surviving deities, both to salvage their failed plan and to ensure that no one else benefited at their expense. Using what little divine power they had left after maintaining the divine restriction and while still suffering the backlash from its destruction, the new deity personally moved to ambush the popes of those two deities. They killed them before they could complete their own planned assassinations, allowing the two deities to escape death at the hands of their clergy, only to fall instead into the grasp of their own elite force, their chosen hunters. Though weakened to the extreme, a deity was still a deity. As long as they still had believers, they were incredibly difficult to kill. However, empowered by a portion of the new deity's divine energy, their hand-picked elite soldiers succeeded in slaying these two weakened deities, leaving behind two more battlefields of utter devastation. Thus, the new deity was able to claim two additional godheads for themselves. However, before they could fully capitalize on that victory, the newly ascended generation of deities uncovered their treacherous intentions. They banded together and forced them to halt their ambitions. Realizing that the opportunity had passed, the new deity abandoned their plans to target the other newly ascended gods' plans they had intended to carry out while they were still vulnerable, digesting their newly acquired godhood. While the new pantheon gradually settled into the current balance of power, the paladins and priests who had done most of the work, especially those who had directly served the new deity, were all condemned to death on charges of blasphemy against the divine. The pantheon, including the new deity, united to issue worldwide execution orders against them, the Battlebane Guild Master revealed. Alex's lips twitched slightly. Honestly, to say he was completely surprised would have been a lie. Discarding or sacrificing useful assets once they had outlived their purpose or using them as scapegoats to conceal one's own uglier actions was hardly uncommon among nobility, aristocrats, and the powerful of any world. Whether in Pangaea or here in Verdantis, such behavior was nothing new. Never mind the ancient kingdoms and empires of his previous life, even the so-called modern nations that existed at the time of his transmigration were no different. They had merely wrapped the practice in a more elegant title, plausible deniability. Since these new deities had once been among the world's most powerful political and military figures before their apotheosis, Alex could hardly be surprised that their methods remained the same. In fact, that would explain why the history promoted by the current temples feels so progressive for a Na'vi religion. It is because these records were drafted by deities who were essentially politicians before becoming deities, Alex thought. Leave it to politicians to craft the perfect narrative, one that satisfies the masses while quietly enriching themselves. Deity or not, some things never change. The worst part of it all, whether among the aristocracy or the divine, was that both would always dress it up as righteousness, Alex thought, shaking his head inwardly. Meanwhile, the Battlebane Guild Master continued. These paladins and priests were the most elite forces the new generation pantheon had under their command when they usurped the throne from the old deities. In particular, those who served the new deity had been directly infused with their divine power, allowing them to kill the two weakened deities as they did. And on top of that, when those two old deities fell, these warriors inherited fragments of their divinity, as well gaining a portion of the powers left behind by the gods they had slain. When these paladins and priests realized they had been abandoned, and that the new generation of deities they had helped raise to power had left them with no path to survival, they chose the only option left to them. They resisted. There were a total of 300 paladins and priests who chose rebellion, each one a high-ranking elite among elites. They fought across every corner of the plane for years, breaking through fatal encirclements time and time again, surviving countless great and minor battles alike. It is said that the pursuit of those 300 became a great war in itself, one that may well have rivaled the great divine wars of the old era. Only after every last one of them had fallen could the new pantheon finally establish the era of order that exists today. And even then, the price was immense. Before these betrayed paladins and priests were finally put down, as many as 5 combat sages and higher had fallen to them, along with an uncountable number of combat saints, so many that no proper tally could ever be made. His voice grew heavier. Because of the fallen divine power they carried into every battle, these 300 warriors, those who ushered in the greatest era of divine rebellion, came to be known as the Twilight Adjudicators. As expected, Alex thought to himself, if the Na'vi erased this history, then the only ones who would still remember it would be those standing on the other side of it. His eyes flashed sharply. Then that must mean these Twilight Adjudicators brought terror and judgment upon the forces of a new pantheon. They became a thorn buried so deeply in their side that it could never truly be removed. And even in death, that did not change. Even after all 300 Twilight Adjudicators were finally brought down, their hatred for the new pantheon did not fade. Instead, in their final moments, each of them protected the very source of their power, the fragments of fallen divinity they carried, and allowed them to condense into seeds. After some time, those seeds spread across the entire plane, passing down their battle of vengeance and hatred to future generations through ritual, inheritance, and fate itself. Even now, more than 5 centuries later, people still occasionally awaken the power of the Twilight Adjudicators, inheriting not only their strength, but also their mission, the greatest heresy in the eyes of the new deities. Some choose to fully embrace this mission, becoming infamous heretics hunted across the plane. Others preserve it in secret, quietly passing the legacy down while conserving their strength and waiting for the right moment to strike. The Battlebane Guildmaster's voice grew colder. The new pantheon eventually became aware of this. Fearing the devastation that a new generation of Twilight Adjudicators might bring to the order they had built, the deities united once more and, at great cost, cast a divine curse upon all who inherit the power of the Twilight Adjudicators. Should an inheritor lose their will or fortitude for even a single moment, they would be consumed by that very power, driven into madness and forced to slaughter all around them. I see, Alex muttered. The deities likely hope to use that curse to ensure that the next generation of Twilight Adjudicators will be destroyed by the hands of their own comrades, while also painting them as unstable deviants who could never be trusted. You are correct, the Battlebane Guildmaster affirmed. Such is the twisted nature of the deities. Then am I also correct in assuming that the Battlebane Mercenary Guild is, in truth, a gathering of inheritors of the Twilight Adjudicators' power? Alex asked. You are, the Battlebane Guildmaster replied with a slow nod. We are indeed Twilight Adjudicators. We are indeed Twilight Adjudicators. The revelation itself felt surprisingly light to Alex and Eleanor. However, for the 3 Battlebane members seated opposite them, speaking those words aloud carried an entirely different weight. It felt liberating. The Battlebane Guildmaster continued. Many of us accepted this power without knowing of the curse attached to it. But there were also some among us who knew the truth and still chose to accept it anyway. Do you know why? He asked. Alex shook his head. Because the power was simply too tempting to ignore, the armored man answered. The power of the Twilight Adjudicators is a fusion of combat energy and divinity, a unique combination of characteristics that allows one to stand above others of the same rank and star. That is strange, Alex said, realization flashing across his face. If the Twilight Adjudicators possess such a unique nature, then shouldn't it be easy for the clergy to track your people down? From everything you've told me, It sounded as though Twilight adjudicators should be among the primary targets of every temple. Setting aside the ancient bad blood, the simple fact that inheritors of the Twilight adjudicators also inherited fragments of divinity, making them potential candidates for godhood, and therefore direct threats to the current generation of Navi, was already more than enough reason for the temples to relentlessly hunt them. Alex would have been more surprised if there wasn't a divine inquisition dedicated solely to hunting them. Under such overwhelming pressure, how had the inheritance of the Twilight adjudicators survived for so many centuries, especially when they possessed such an obvious identifying trait? The Battlebane Guild Master, and even Dalton standing behind him, let out bitter chuckles. The divinity of we Twilight adjudicators rests deep within our souls. Perhaps only if we stood directly before a deity would the divinity be truly noticed. Other than that, whether weak or strong, a Twilight adjudicator's divinity can only be sensed by another Twilight adjudicator. That is an interesting mechanism, Alex mused inwardly. So the curse afflicting your guild members is the divine curse placed upon the Twilight adjudicators. But what about you? What is the other half of the affliction you carry? Alex asked. My affliction is not so much a divine curse, but rather the lingering sequela of an old injury caused by divinity, the Battlebane Guild Master revealed. His gaze turned distant, touched by both remembrance and melancholy. There was once a time when I went by the name Saul Redwald. I was a high priest of the Kirin, the consecrated ancestral spirit of the Oxbourne Duchy, and of House Cyrindale. You were both a high priest and a Twilight adjudicator? Alex asked, visibly surprised. I accidentally obtained the inheritance of a Twilight adjudicator during one of my travels, after I had already become clergy of the Holy Kirin. Since the Holy Kirin held no hostility towards the Twilight adjudicators, neither form of divinity conflicted with the other, and I was able to bear both, the Battlebane Guildmaster explained. He continued, while serving as a high priest, I had frequent contact with one of the heirs of Duke Cyrindale. After obtaining the inheritance of the Twilight adjudicators, I realized that the heir was also an inheritor, though unlike me, his inheritance came by birth. The ducal house? Alex asked. No, his maternal bloodline, the Battlebane Guild Master replied. I was able to come to terms with my identity as a so-called heretical Twilight adjudicator largely because of the heir, and over time, we grew close, forming something of a Menor-Amity relationship. I had hoped to use my position as a high priest to support his succession to the ducal seat, but the heir had no desire for his father's throne. Though hidden behind the helmet, the armored man's eyes betrayed the faint, nostalgic smile beneath. He continued, the heir possessed a deep passion for knowledge and the unknown. During his studies in a distant land, he came across a book filled with forbidden knowledge unlike anything he had ever encountered, and he became completely enthralled by it. I later discovered that the book contained knowledge the deities themselves had deemed blasphemous. The heir was wise enough to keep his secret studies hidden. However, he was discovered by someone else, the ward of an archbishop from one of the deity temples. The heir had once offended that ward over a marriage matter, and the ward seized the opportunity to exact revenge for the slight. The duchy managed to bring the heir back home before matters spiraled completely out of control, but by then, the issue had already escalated into an international affair. The temples, along with the nations aligned with them, placed immense pressure upon the Selahan Empire to hand the heir over for divine punishment. That, of course, could never be allowed to happen. And so, a compromise was reached to appease them. The heir was publicly declared dead-killed, never to appear before the world again. Furthermore, the divine energy of a high-ranking clergyman of the Holy Kirin was publicly purged by holy flames. What? Alex and Eleanor were both shocked and horrified. Purging divine energy from a member of the clergy was never a simple matter. The higher the rank of the clergyman, the more deeply that divine energy became intertwined with their soul. The connection granted them greater power, but it also made them far more beholden to their Navi or spirit. Most methods of purging divine energy left behind devastating backlash upon the soul of the clergy involved, and the stronger the divine energy, the more severe that backlash became. As a result, the higher one's rank within the clergy, the more difficult it became to abandon that path and sever oneself from divine worship. This was precisely why betrayal within the clergy was so difficult. It often required another Navi to personally bear the burden of accepting and redirecting the divine backlash. Even then, such methods usually only allowed a transfer of faith that did not truly free someone from divine worship altogether. I suppose this is why one has to respect the alchemists, healers, and researchers of Pangaea. They eventually found methods to cleanse divine energy without inflicting irreparable damage upon the user. Alex mused inwardly. The worst and cruelest method of expunging divine energy was known as holy flame burning. Contrary to its name, it did not necessarily involve literal fire. The exact method varied from Navi to Navi and from spirit to spirit, depending on their elemental affinity and divine nature. It was broadly referred to by that name because, regardless of form, it inflicted upon the bearer the unbearable sensation of being burned from the very depths of their soul as the divine energy was forcibly torn from their body. In essence, it was using the bearer's own divine energy to burn their soul. There were countless ways to inflict unbearable physical pain upon a person, but all of them paled in comparison to suffering inflicted directly upon the soul. Physical pain could, to some extent, be endured through tolerance, training, and sheer will. Soul pain was different. It bypassed such defenses entirely. Even an epic-ranked expert would tremble before true soul pain. And among the cruelest torments that could be inflicted upon a soul, the agony of soul burning ranked among the absolute worst. It was a punishment usually reserved only for the gravest sins within a faith. To have such a punishment carried out merely to appease another faith, Alex could only shake his head. Was it worth it? To be sacrificed enduring that kind of pain for the heir of a noble house? Eleanor asked quietly. It is the Battlebane Guild master replied. His eyes revealed the faint smile hidden behind his armor. There are moments in life when you realize you have encountered someone truly extraordinary, someone who could and would change the world. In my life, whether long or short, I have met only two such people. The first was the heir. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, it was a sacrifice that prevented a war won that would have claimed countless lives. And for what? The wounded pride and petty vengeance of a spoilt child. He gave a quiet, humorless laugh. Contrary to what you may assume, that burden was not forced upon me. I chose to bear it. He revealed, having one's divine energy burned away is essentially a death sentence. However, because I was an inheritor of the Twilight Adjudicators, I knew that the hidden divinity within me would preserve my life. What I did not anticipate was that dash. Your condition would worsen the curse of the Twilight Adjudicators, Alex cut in. The hidden divinity saved you from death, but because of the curse attached to it, it left behind a far more severe sequela. Indeed, the Battlebane Guild master nodded. Alex studied the man intently for a moment before speaking again. I have noticed that you have been deliberately avoiding the names of the deities involved. Why, he asked. HM, don't you know? The Battlebane Guild master replied, genuine confusion in his tone. Speaking the true name of a deity can draw their attention towards you. For someone like me, would that not be little more than suicide? Realization finally dawned on Alex. He turned towards Eleanor. If you would please, he said. Eleanor gave a quiet nod. She cast a spell. A faint barrier immediately formed around the room like a transparent shield, sealing the space in subtle silence. With this in place, you may speak the names of the deities involved without concern, Alex said. The Battlebane members looked first at the barrier, then at Eleanor, their gazes carrying more than a little skepticism. The Battlebane Guild master considered it for a moment before finally speaking. Unlike the other new generation deities, the new deity did not directly absorb the godhood of the two old gods slain for them. They were cautious. Rather than merge those two godheads into their own, they first fused them together to create an entirely new godhead. Even then, they still did not merge that new godhood with their original one. So, the new deity possesses two godheads. Alex mused aloud. Yes, the Battlebane Guild Master confirmed. Alex fell into thought. This new deity is clever. They must have been wary of faith contamination from directly absorbing those godheads. A godhead is the purest form of a deity's divinity. It is the central terminal of their entire faith network, the anchor through which belief flows. To absorb such a thing directly would mean opening oneself to the idealized image held by the believers of those two deities. Since they went through such lengths to weaken those two old gods first, it is safe to assume they was weaker than the old deities were individually. That means the risk of being overwhelmed of having their own identity swallowed by the accumulated divinity and faith would have been far too great if they had acted rashly. So instead, they fused the two godheads together first, creating an entirely new godhood, a new terminal that no longer connected directly to the established faith networks of those two deities, yet could still access and inherit their divine authority. And by refusing to merge that new godhood into their original one, they created a safeguard. If the new godhead were ever compromised by the idealized beliefs of the old deity's followers, if it ever threatened to overwrite their own nature, they could simply sever it and cast it out from his divine kingdom. However, this safety comes with its own flaw. Possessing two separate godheads only grants a quantitative increase in power. Had they fully fused them, the improvement would have been qualitative instead. Alex gave a faint inward nod. Still, survival comes first. As long as one lives, ambition can wait. Once life is gone, even the grandest dream dies with it. He shook his head lightly as he reached the end of his thoughts. In truth, he already had a growing suspicion of who this so-called new deity might be. However, it was obvious that the Battlebane members were far too cautious to directly speak the name of a living Navi, even with assurances of safety. Well, if they refused to name one who still lives, what about one who is already dead, he wondered. What were the names or titles of the two deities killed by the new deity? Alex asked. The Battlebane Guild Master gave a slow nod, a trace of admiration in his gaze as he understood Alex's intention. The Flame Deity and the Deity of Peace, he answered. Flame and Peace, Alex muttered inwardly. His eyes gleamed. And what do you get when you combine the Godhead of Flame with the Godhead of Peace? I see, Alex said with a faint smile. So the new deity is Jur, the deity of light and justice. Light was his original Godhead, while the Justice Godhead was created by combining the Godheads of Flame and Peace. He paused briefly before continuing. I understand now. That is why those betrayed paladins and priests took up the mantle of Twilight adjudicators. Those betrayed by Juror likely made up the majority of the group. You said they originally received divine power from Juror, and then absorbed additional fragments of divinity from the two deities they helped kill. Twilight would come from Juror's fallen light divinity, while Adjudicator likely refers to the justice divinity born from the fusion of Flame and Peace. You are correct, young Master Alex, the Battlebane Guild Master said, genuine respect present in his voice. Each time Alex spoke Juror's name so casually and directly, Dalton and Lady Rosa felt their hearts leap into their throats. Even the Battlebane Guild Master found it unsettling, though he concealed it far better than the other two. Still, he could not help but admire Alex's boldness as well as the frightening sharpness of his deductions. There you have it. You now know everything about me and the Battlebane Mercenary Guild. Do you still believe he can cure us? He asked. One final question, Alex said. Then, noticing the visible displeasure on Dalton and Lady Rosa's faces, he quickly added, where did the Sirindale heir study? Usmont City, the Battlebane Guild Master replied. That really was the case, Alex nodded, entirely unsurprised as several lingering pieces finally fell into place. Then, in that case, the Archbishop who stirred this entire matter belongs to Juror's Temple. Although the Battlebane Guild Master's expression remained hidden behind his helmet and his eyes stayed steady, Lady Rosa was not nearly as controlled. For the briefest moment, surprise flashed across her face before she tried to suppress it more than enough to confirm Alex's deduction. It seems you're destined to stand against Juror. After obtaining your cure, what do you intend to do? Will you go after that Archbishop? Alex asked. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned colder. After all the suffering I have endured over these years, if I am truly cured, then it is only fitting that I dedicate the rest of my life to ensuring that he burns upon the stake, the Battlebane Guildmaster said, his voice filled with intense and unmistakable malice. Alex nodded with a faint smile. As you should, much to the surprise of Dalton, Lady Rosa, and even the Battlebane Guildmaster. What? Were you expecting me to give you some grand speech about letting go of vengeance and choosing forgiveness? Alex said with a dry smile. Sorry, you have met the wrong person. If what happened to you had happened to me, I would not stop at merely killing the Archbishop. I would burn Juror's entire temple to the ground. As he spoke, his eyes glowed with a crazed crimson light. Eleanor gave him a subtle nudge with her elbow. Alex's calm madness state quickly settled, and his eyes returned to their usual ruby-red hue. As I'm sure you have already realized since we are having this conversation, and since you have been so forthcoming, I am not from this heaven. And because of that, much like you, I stand on the opposite side of this heaven's deities. In that sense, we are natural comrades. As such, my party will cure your people of their affliction, your own condition included. In exchange, your Battlebane Mercenary Guild will enter into a formal partnership with my Fortuna Mercenary Group for a period of 10 years. During those 10 years, you will not pursue your personal vendetta against that Archbishop of Juror. Master, you cannot dash. Dalton and Lady Rosa immediately tried to object, but Alex continued without pause, cutting them off before they could properly speak. I have the unfortunate honor of being destined to stand against every deity in this heaven. During these 10 years, you will not simply be helping me and my people establish a foundation against them. You will also be helping yourselves build the strength needed to one day stand against Juror. From everything you have told me, Juror is very likely the strongest deity currently standing in Verdantis. If that is the case, then you will need every possible advantage you can gather. Let us support one another, so that we may each achieve our own vengeance. Alex pitched calmly. Flashback end. Alex gazed out of the carriage window as it carried him away from the Banshee estate and back towards the tailor's shop, his thoughts drifting over the chain of events that had led to the Battlebanes entering into a secret partnership with Fortuna. The very next day, after their meeting with the Battlebane Guild Master, he and Eleanor began treating the guild members afflicted by the curse. Through pill alchemy, Alex and Eleanor were able to produce large batches of restorative solutions by refining multiple sets of ingredients into concentrated pills, which were then dissolved into liquid mana to form potent healing concoctions. At the same time, Alex working with Omni-Rune modified and enhanced the formation Eleanor required, enabling it to treat multiple patients simultaneously. This came at the cost of increased energy consumption and reduced efficiency, but the trade-off was necessary given the scale of treatment required. Although Alex incorporated a self-sustaining energy-gathering function into the formation, it was insufficient to meet the total demand. As a result, the Battlebanes rapidly depleted their reserves of Berserk stones and Berserk beast cores. Even so, none of them complained. Compared to the possibility of being freed from their curse, the cost was negligible. By the end of the process, the majority of the Battlebane members had been successfully cured. However, that cure came with a consequence: they lost the divinity of the Twilight Adjudicators. In exchange, their internal energy combat energy underwent a form of purification, transforming into something qualitatively superior. Though it could no longer be called ordinary combat energy, its new nature was far more refined and potent. As for the Battlebane Guildmaster, his condition was far more complicated. While he could outwardly move and present himself as a combat saint, the truth was that he remained far from fully healed. It would require at least a full month of continuous treatment, either from Eleanor directly or through the healing formation before the deeper injuries and lingering sequelae within him were completely resolved. Even so, his current state was more than sufficient to serve as a powerful deterrent, a card already used to bluff Lady Wintermere and the Drumvale Consortium backing her. Following the treatments, the Battlebanes all but revered Alex and Eleanor. Had the two chosen to establish a religion of their own, the entire guild would have likely sworn themselves as its most devout followers without hesitation. Even the Battlebane Guild Master went so far as to offer control of the organization to Alex, insisting upon it with surprising firmness. When Alex questioned such a drastic decision, the older man had simply replied, "You are the second person in my life whom my instincts tell me will change the world. And that feeling is even stronger than the one I had for the Cyrindale heir." For a man who had willingly endured one of the cruelest punishments a clergyman could suffer based purely on instinctual feeling, it was impossible to predict just how far he would go when that feeling grew even stronger. Even so, Alex persuaded him to remain in command of the Battlebanes, convincing him that it was not yet time for Fortuna to make such a drastic move as openly merging with or absorbing a well-known guild like Battlebane. Much like the partnership secured with the Black Scar Syndicate in some respects. Perhaps even more significantly, the alliance with the Battlebane Mercenary Guild was a tremendous boost to Fortuna's campaign within Verdantis. The Battlebanes added not only far greater manpower to Alex's growing forces, but also reach and access. As deeply established forces within the Wildlands, the places they could enter, influence, and investigate were far beyond what Fortuna could currently manage alone. This quietly elevated Alex's standing within the world, increasing even if only slightly his still modest qualifications to stand among the true major players moving in the shadows of Verdantis. As proof of this, the small fortune-suppressing dragon had grown. If one looked closely enough, perhaps with the aid of magnifying glass, one could faintly see that its scales had become denser, sharper, and more vivid than before. It was only a small step, but it was still a step in the right direction. Yet, even more valuable than the manpower and reach gained from Battlebane, from a certain perspective, the greatest gain might have been the hidden history Alex had learned from the Battlebane Guildmaster. As the carriage passed along one of the city's major streets, Alex watched the ordinary bustle of life outside. Merchants argued over goods, while individuals haggled over price, all of them utterly oblivious to the dark currents moving far above their heads. Alex could not help but feel uneasy. To think that the traders of the era of sorcery have been gone for more than half a millennium. There is something deeply ironic about the fact that they did not even outlast the phantoms left behind by the true heroes of this plane, despite their betrayal being driven by the desire to rule this world for longer. The very people who died protecting the plane left behind a legacy far more enduring than those who betrayed it for the sole purpose of making themselves eternal. Alex could only shake his head. However, this new pantheon worries me, Alex mused. If the old pantheon truly kept everything hidden as tightly as I suspect, then there's a strong possibility that the new pantheon knows nothing of Guemo. And if that is the case, then they are completely unaware of the far greater battle for this plane taking place beneath the surface. Alex caught sight of his own reflection in the carriage window and noticed the crease forming between his brows. The very first thing the new pantheon did was consolidate power, which meant purging the other entrenched factions within their own temples. That only further reduced the chances of older records surviving or the deeper truth being passed down. When the Battlebane Guildmaster had mentioned that the Twilight Adjudicators killed 5 combat sages legends during the years they spent fleeing pursuit, Alex had immediately held his doubts. If Juror had taken such painstaking care to weaken the old deities before making his move, then chances were high that he had not yet cultivated a legendary subordinate of his own at that time. If that were true, it was unlikely that the Twilight Adjudicators themselves had contained many legendary powers either. Even if they did, there would likely have been no more than 1 or 2 at most. And if that was the case, then their pursuers would never have been so careless as to allow the Twilight Adjudicators to successfully kill 5 legendary powers in return. Call him a conspiracist or simply a pessimist when it came to human nature, but Alex was far more inclined to believe that most of those combat sages had actually been killed by the new deities themselves, using the chaos as an excuse to weaken opposing factions within the temples and further consolidate their own power and influence. At most, perhaps, he could concede that the Twilight Adjudicators at tremendous cost had managed to kill 1 combat sage. 2, if one stretched belief to its limit. But 5? No, that was simply too convenient. The moment they succeeded in killing even 1 combat sage, their threat level would have risen drastically. From that point onward, such repeated victories would have become nearly impossible. Alex knew one truth for certain. The older and more powerful a person became, the more fiercely they feared death. It was one of the great ironies of human nature that as many as 5 of these old and powerful combat sages men who stood at the very peak of mortal strength in this world would all fall to the same hunted group. Alex simply could not believe it, especially not in a world where those same combat sages might as well be deities walking among men. Another thing that worries me is the artifact the war deity stole. From the way it was described, I would wager that the artifact was most likely that totem steel one heaven discovered in the hidden heaven, the same one that likely acted as a beacon, calling Gu-Mo across the void and tricking the old deities into establishing deity cultivation in Verdantis. An artifact of that nature is not something the old deities should be able to simply destroy whenever they please. If it were that fragile, it would never have survived its journey through the void from wherever Gu-Mo originated to this plane. No, something about that does not add up. Alex's thoughts grew heavier. Then there's Juror. The war deity taught him how to become a deity through knowledge derived from the totem steel. Compared to the old gods, Juror should have had far less opportunity to study it. So how was he able to not only learn the method of deicide, but actually carry it out successfully in such a short span of time when the older deities had failed to do so for centuries? I refuse to believe that those power-hungry traders of the old era never wanted to kill one another after all the wars and betrayals they engaged in. They absolutely would have tried. So why was it Juror, a new deity, who succeeded in creating the possibility of true deicide? Alex's eyes flashed sharply. Everything comes back to the totem steel. He muttered aloud. His thoughts continued inwardly. That damn thing must have intentionally taught Juror how to do it. Just like the old deities before him, Juror and perhaps the entire new generation pantheon must be nothing more than unwitting puppets. In that case, everything from the deicide to the destruction of the totem steel to the rise of a new pantheon must all be part of a single scheme. A scheme the new deities are far too blind to see. Rune-Tech. The name echoed heavily within Alex's mind. This has to be connected to Gu-Mo. That conclusion settled in his mind like cold iron. But Gu-Mo was sealed at the time. What could he possibly have gained from the deities killing one another? Alex's thoughts froze. A cold chill ran down his spine. No, perhaps that is exactly it. His eyes widened in sudden horror. Deicide and the destruction of the totem steel, they both share one thing in common: an enormous release of energy. Such a massive release of energy would undoubtedly have affected the plane itself. The planar consciousness would have been forced to respond to either annul the damage or compensate for the imbalance. But plane's resources are finite. To repair one disaster, it must divert resources from something else. Something like the seal, keeping Gu-Mo suppressed. Alex's breathing quickened for a brief moment before he forcibly calmed himself. If I am right, then that means Gu-Mo may have been released far earlier than I originally expected, he deduced. At the same time, it would have weakened the plane's defenders, which, whether I like it or not, had become the new deities. With the old pantheon gone and the new generation too blind to understand what was truly happening, Gu-Mo would have found it far easier to make his move without anyone actively standing in his way. Damn it! Even while sealed, this monster was still scheming on the highest possible level. If the implications were not so horrifying, Alex might have stood up and applauded Gumo's brilliance. Of course, all of this was still conjecture on his part. It was entirely possible that he was simply constructing an elaborate narrative born from an overactive mind and too much suspicion. However, he had read a lot of political and conspiracy literature to recognize when dangerous patterns was beginning to form. Even so, he still had doubts. Unlike other moments like this, his readers' instincts were not fully screaming at him. At best, they're only gnawing faintly at the edges of my mind, Alex thought. He knew he might be overestimating Gumo. He might be overestimating Juror. He might even be overestimating the entire new pantheon. Yet one thing he was certain of, at least, certain enough to trust, was that some form of conspiracy was unfolding beneath the surface. He simply did not know whose scheme it truly was. Gulmus? The new pantheons? The remnants of the sorcerers? Or perhaps some other unseen player entirely? That uncertainty made him deeply restless. I should prepare for the worst, he concluded. And as part of preparing for that worst-case scenario, Alex turned his attention towards finishing a smaller matter he had already set into motion. Since I've already made an impression on Lady Windermere, I should move quickly and put an end to this lost heathen business as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to Brock Payton, the death sentence for both him and his entire group was brought forward. Alex retraced his route, passing once more through the hidden tunnels beneath the tailor's shop before returning to the Fortuna mansion. After only a few hours of rest and planning, the party moved out once again. This time, it was to drive the final nail into the coffin of the lost heathens. For the first time in nearly a week since the conflict with the lost heathens first erupted, the Fortuna party departed the Fortuna mansion openly through the front gate. There were many within Bloodiron who mocked them behind their backs, claiming it was only a matter of time before the lost heathens wiped them from the map entirely. Such was the nature of life in Bloodiron and indeed across the greater wildlands. The strong were revered and feared, while those perceived as weak were ridiculed even by ants who would otherwise not dare to raise their heads and could be trampled beneath their feet without much thought. Alex's ruby-red eyes swept across the roadside crowd. Through his truth-seeker eyes, he easily identified those who spoke ill of them, yet he paid them no mind. There was no need. In a few days' time, those same voices would be singing their praises. Fear the strong, bully the weak, that was the hypocritical creed of the wildlands. Mounted atop Dread's imposing frame, Alex led what remained of the Fortuna party out of Bloodiron. Scouts attempted to tail them, but Alex, his wives, his 6 direct followers, 13 Fury soldiers, including the crossbowman's 7 copper-skinned orcs, and 30 barbarians vanished into the night beneath the cover of his dark shroud spell. Once they had shaken off all watchers, Alex turned his head towards Tivila, who rode beside Mordor. It seemed the woman possessed a natural talent for shamanism, and Mordor just so happened to be capable of guiding her through its basics. Even without formal training, however, Tivila had already begun to demonstrate her value. After gathering the barbarian slaves captured during the raids on the Lost Heathen base, Alex discovered that a number of them possessed significant rune slot potential, many with 5 or even 6 rune slots, making them ideal candidates for his future rune soldier program. After further reducing his criteria to a minimum of 4 rune slots, he identified 14 individuals among the captives who had the potential to become rune soldiers. Kavakin had also managed to persuade Alex to take in 7 additional barbarians who did not possess the rune slot talent he was specifically seeking. Together with the 3 who did possess innate rune slots, these 7 formed the strongest 10 among the barbarian slave warriors who had fought to defend the Lost Heathen base, at least those who had survived. Each of them was surprisingly no less than a 2-star silver rank warrior, with one even standing on the verge of breaking into gold rank. Such talent was exceedingly rare among native barbarians, and even rarer among those kept in captivity. Individuals of this caliber were usually either sold off to high-tier buyers or eliminated outright, as they were far more likely to attempt rebellion due to their awareness of their own strength. Under normal circumstances, recruiting such individuals willingly would have been extremely difficult. Yet somehow, Tivoli had managed to convince them to join Fortuna of their own accord. In fact, in a sense, they had practically begged to be accepted. With the addition of these 22 barbarians, including Tivoli, the Fortuna force had grown to a total of 60 members. It was a considerable increase from their original size, yet even Alex acknowledged that it was still far from sufficient. "They are here, master," Yudara called out, breaking Alex from his thoughts. She tilted her chin towards the side. Following her indication, Alex turned his gaze and saw a force of over 200 individuals advancing towards them. The newly recruited barbarians instinctively tensed, but the older Fortuna barbarians, those who had survived the Lost Heathen ambush, quickly calmed them. The approaching force were not enemies. They were allies, the Battlebanes. A faint smile appeared on Alex's lips as he watched them draw closer and merge with his formation. The Battlebane Guild was an elite force of 800 warriors, divided into 4 companies of 200 each, with each company led by a captain. The weakest among them stood at 3-star bronze rank, while the majority were already at 2-star silver. Their 4 captains were all 2- or 3-star combat masters, and their guild master himself was a 2-star combat saint, though currently weakened to the level of a 1-star due to his affliction. Although Alex did not accept the Battlebane Guild Master Saul Redwald's offer to fully merge the guild under Fortuna, he did accept the man's proposal to transfer a number of elite members into his direct command. With the addition of new allies such as the Battlebane Guild and, to a certain extent, the Black Scar Syndicate, the Alston family, it opened up the possibility for Alex to command multiple distinct forces. In fact, the existence of multiple specialized forces was not merely advantageous, was a necessity for building the kind of large-scale power Alex would require to properly utilize the legacy entrusted to him by One Heaven. With that in mind, Alex decided to act ahead of the curve and establish a personal elite Unit 1 that would belong solely to him. Regardless of any member's prior affiliation, that identity would be cast aside the moment they entered this unit. Unsurprisingly, Alex chose Fortuna itself to serve as the backbone of this elite force. Equally unsurprising was his decision to cap its size at a modest 300. This was not only due to his appreciation for classics, but also because he had determined that such a number struck the optimal balance between mobility and survivability large enough to avoid being overwhelmed upon initial contact, yet small enough to be commanded with minimal delay. To form the first iteration of this 300-strong Fortuna unit, Alex selected 240 elite members from the Battlebane Guild 60 drawn from each of the 4 companies. A significant portion of them possessed at least 4 rune slots, making them suitable for his long-term plans. The remaining numbers were filled temporarily with other capable individuals, to be replaced gradually as Alex identified and recruited more candidates with the necessary rune slot potential. Given the near-reverent admiration the Battlebanes held for both Alex and Eleanor, the integration of these new members into the expanded Fortuna force proceeded with remarkable ease and minimal friction. Alex placed Kavikin in command of the barbarians and orcs, forming them into an elite shock unit. At the same time, he reorganized the Fury Knights, assigning them as leaders over newly formed units composed of the incoming Battlebane elites. The Fury Knights had served under him the longest and were far more familiar with his tactical style than the Battlebanes. Entrusting them with leadership roles was both practical and a clear reward for their loyalty. Silver, along with the Fury Crossbowmen, was placed in charge of an expanded marksman unit. Mordor was assigned to move alongside the Fury Knights units, while Sugud was formally attached to the marksman unit. In truth, Sugud's placement was largely symbolic. The rear positioning of the marksman unit allowed him greater opportunity to observe his rifle crossbow designs in action on the battlefield. Speaking of Sugud, once the subunits had been organized, he personally distributed the pump-action and bolt-action crossbows to the newly integrated members. He had previously crafted 100 pump-action crossbows and 50 bolt-action variants, believing that number to be excessive at the time. Now, however, it seemed they were barely sufficient. As he handed over each weapon, His gaze carried a silent but unmistakable warning anyone who mishandled or disrespected his creations would answer for it. After an hour of reorganization, the Fortuna Force took on a clear and structured formation. Main Force Unit, 200 strong, led by Sergeant Lopota, divided into 100-man pump-action crossbow unit, 100-man conventional infantry unit, supported by Mordor. Marksman unit, 50 strong, led de facto by Silver, equipped with bolt-action crossbows supported by Sugud. Strike unit, 40 strong, led by Kavakin, includes Havel and Mogul. Autonomous Force Multiplier Unit, Udara, Eleanore, Zora, Fen, Senu. Commander, Alex. Alex gave a satisfied nod as he observed everyone settling into their assigned roles with minimal friction. His gaze then shifted towards the vast, untamed expanse of the wildlands stretching endlessly before them. For a fleeting moment, his expression turned cold, tinged with a faint, dangerous madness. Eleanor, Udara, and Zora, standing beside him, immediately recognized the change. They knew he was about to do something excessive. They simply did not yet know what. Alex turned back towards his assembled force and gave a final nod. Then, with a slight pressure of his legs, he urged Dread forward. The King Stallion surged into motion instantly, breaking into a powerful sprint. Behind him, the 300-strong mounted force followed without hesitation, charging as one into the vast wilderness of the wildlands. Over the next few days, it was as though a violent storm had swept through the wildlands surrounding Bloodiron. Every major stronghold of the lost heathens within the region was systematically located and utterly destroyed. Nothing remained at these sites but ruin and a single chilling mark. Drawn in the blood of the strongest among the fallen lost heathens was a symbol. A skull and crossbones, pirate/danger flag. The same emblem that had once flown under Brock Payton's brother's banner. The same emblem now claimed by Fortuna. This was not a declaration of war. No, this was a declaration of annihilation. With the combined advantages of his truth-seeker eyes, Senu's shared vision, and a suite of spells, Alex commanded his forces with terrifying precision. Each engagement ended decisively. Thousands bearing the lost heathen banner fell in rapid succession, while Fortuna's losses remained minimal. Though these battles were small in scale when measured against the wider world, Alex had firmly established himself as a formidable commander both in strategy and in personal combat strength. Like the very elements he embodied, his forces moved with frightening synergy, hidden and deceptive like darkness, swift and overwhelming like lightning, relentless and consuming like fire, piercing and bright like light. Where they passed, nothing remained. Like reapers sweeping across the land, the Fortuna Force struck across the Hollow Crest wildlands, erasing more than a dozen lost heathen operations from existence. No matter how the lost heathens or any other faction attempted to track them, their trail would vanish without warning, leaving their movements unpredictable and impossible to pin down. Shatterdash. Back within his residence in Bloodiron, Brock Payton hurled an ornate sculpture one he had once purchased at an exorbitant price with no real appreciation for its artistry against the wall. It shattered into dozens of fragments upon impact. "That damn brat," he roared, his voice thick with rage. "I want his head. Do you hear me? I want his head," he bellowed at his vice-captain. The one-eyed vice-leader of the lost heathens did not move. He simply stood where he was, watching with his single good eye as Brock Payton continued to smash everything within reach, venting his fury upon the room. Soon enough, there was nothing left to destroy, and with nothing left to break, Payton was forced to confront the anger still burning within him. "Has anyone found them?" he asked at last. Though the outburst had not fully extinguished his rage, it had cleared his mind, if only slightly. "No," the one-eyed man replied, shaking his head. "How is it possible that no one has found them?" Payton slammed his hand down onto the desk. The vice-leader remained silent. He had served Payton long enough to understand one thing: clearly his boss had no patience for excuses. In fact, offering one was often the quickest path to an early retirement. And in their line of work, retirement meant only one thing: the grave. So, he kept his mouth shut. Peyton's expression gradually eased, the fury in his eyes dimming into a colder and more calculating gaze. He took a few steady breaths, forcing his emotions back under control. "Are you certain that Brad has no backing?" he asked suddenly. "According to all the information we have on him, yes." "He has no backing," the vice leader replied. "Did you verify it thoroughly?" Peyton pressed. "I did, boss. You know I'm not careless with matters like this." The man raised a hand and brushed lightly over the eye concealed beneath his patch. "I used all of our usual channels to confirm it. Every source reported the same conclusion." Peyton gave a slow nod. His vice leader was meticulous, painfully so. After once offending someone he should never have crossed, an incident that had cost him an eye, the man had never again taken risks when it came to gathering intelligence. If he had verified something, it was rarely wrong, which left Peyton with two possibilities. Either the vice leader had intentionally pushed him into a conflict with someone far more dangerous than expected, or the man truly did not know. Peyton leaned towards the latter, but he did not dismiss the former outright. After all, there was no honor among thieves. It would not be the first time someone used an external threat as a stepping stone to seize control from within. "I did something similar myself back then," Peyton recalled, a faint, humorless smile tugging at his lips. With that in mind, Peyton did not dare lower his guard around his own second-in-command. Still, he gave no outward sign of suspicion. "Reach out to that woman. Let her use her contacts to track them down. And remind her what will happen if she refuses. If I fail to deliver the Thelonium, she will have all those disappointed temples to answer to," Peyton said coldly. "Understood," the vice leader replied with a nod. "Also, order all our forces to abandon the minor outposts and regroup. We will consolidate our strength, identify their likely targets, and force them to come to us," Peyton added. The vice leader nodded once more, accepting the command without question. Peyton waved his hand dismissively. The man turned and left without delay, moving to relay the orders. Banshee Estate. Within the residence used by the Drumvale Merchant Consortium in Bloodurn, Lady Wintermere received Peyton's demand for assistance via a bird messenger. Under normal circumstances, she would have ignored the rudeness in Peyton's tone. As a merchant, profit mattered far more than personal feelings. However, after her recent encounter with Alex, Peyton's words grated on her in a way she could not simply dismiss. She was fully aware that she was being nudged, even by Alex's earlier words. And yet she allowed it. All of Peyton's past misdeeds rose unbidden to the forefront of her mind, and for a brief moment, she felt the urge to tear the message apart. She restrained herself barely. Too much was at stake for her to act impulsively. Just as she began carefully weighing the benefits and risks of offering Peyton support or withholding it, a sudden commotion broke out at the front entrance. Frowning slightly, she moved to the window and looked down. Below, she saw the Battlebane Guildmaster, Saul Redwald, attempting to gain entry only to be stopped by the butler. Without hesitation, Lady Wintermere left her room, descended the stairs, and quickly made her way to the entrance hall. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Guild Master of the Battlebane Guild?" she asked as she approached. Although her words were polite, the tone beneath them carried unmistakable displeasure. "Oh, Lady Wintermere, forgive the intrusion," the Battlebane Guildmaster said with an apologetic bow. "After meeting your butler the other day, I found myself feeling a certain kinship with him. I was hoping we might spar, but it seems he is not inclined to oblige." "Do conduct yourself properly, Saul Redwald," the butler replied, his composure only barely intact. "You are a respected guildmaster. How can you come to disturb someone at their place of employment in such a manner?" Lady Wintermere's eyes flickered with thought. "Is he here to stop me from sending my butler to assist Peyton?" After all, one of the options she had been seriously considering was dispatching her butler to aid Peyton in dealing with the current situation. There existed an unspoken rule throughout the Wildlands conflicts were not to escalate to the saint level. No one wished to suffer the devastation left in the wake of a combat saint battle. As such, most conflicts were forced into stalemate the moment saints were about to be involved. By sending out her butler, Lady Windermere had intended to force precisely such a stalemate between Alex's Fortuna party and Brock Payton's Lost Heathens, creating an opportunity to convene another negotiation between the two sides. It was the safest option. It allowed her to avoid choosing between either party. Yet now, it seemed Alex had anticipated this move and dispatched the Battlebane Guild Master to intercept it at its source. As she weighed how best to deal with this unexpected interference, another disturbance arose, this time from the front gate. "What is happening?" she asked sharply as a guard rushed over. "Sir Ravenhorn has arrived at the gates with several carriages," the guard reported. "He requests entry to deliver a shipment." Lady Windermere's brows drew together. "Bring him here," she ordered. Not long after, Ravenhorn approached with his usual carefree demeanor. Upon seeing Saul Redwald standing at the entrance of the Drumvale residence, he feigned a rather unconvincing look of surprise. "Lady Windermere, you look even more jaw-droppingly beautiful than usual," Ravenhorn greeted, delivering his line with theatrical flair. Lady Windermere barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. Fortunately, his next words gave her reason to hold back. "Young Master Alex has asked me to deliver the first half of the agreed shipment of Thelonium. Given the value of the goods, I thought it best to deliver them to you personally," Ravenhorn said. "If you would kindly instruct your men to open the gates, we can proceed with the delivery and complete the handover," he added with a pleasant smile. Lady Windermere was stunned. So was the combat Saint Butler, standing beside her. "You truly brought the Thelonium shipment?" she asked, unable to conceal her surprise. "Indeed," Ravenhorn nodded. "Young Master Alex insisted I expedite the delivery. He said, when people are given too many options, they fall into choice paralysis. In business, it is better to present fewer, clearer options so that the other party can make the right, decisive choice." Wise words, don't you think? I must admit, I found it hard to believe such insight came from someone so young. He spoke with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lady Windermere felt a chill run through her. It was as though her thoughts had been laid bare before a man barely half her age. Alex had seen through her hesitation, her indecision, and instead of confronting it directly, he had simply removed her ability to hesitate altogether. He had reduced her choices to two: support him fully or oppose him completely. There was no longer any room for compromise, no middle ground left to tread. Worse still, he had not merely limited her choices, he had subtly guided her towards the option he desired, presenting it as the most logical and rational path forward. Yet, humans are not governed by logic alone, Lady Windermere said suddenly, her gaze moving between Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald. "We are far more emotional than we care to admit. Is your young master not worried that I might still betray him after this?" she asked, turning to Ravenhorn. Then, shifting her gaze to Saul Redwald, she added, "And surely, you do not believe my butler here is the only combat saint dispatched by Drumvale. Do you truly think you can hold off all of them on your own? Is your young master not worried that I might still betray him after this?" she asked, turning to Ravenhorn. Then, shifting her gaze to Saul Redwald, she added, "And surely, you do not believe my butler here is the only combat saint dispatched by Drumvale. Do you truly think you can hold off all of them on your own?" To her surprise, Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald exchanged a glance, then chuckled. Lady Windermere and her butler both raised their brows, confusion evident on their faces. "My apologies, we meant no disrespect," Ravenhorn said quickly, calming himself. "It is just that our young master, as you put it, anticipated you'd think this way. There is no need to test the nature of our relationship with young Master Alex," he continued. "As we stated during our last meeting, both of us have already established firm partnerships with him." He smiled lightly. "But to answer your question, no, he is not worried that you will betray him. He follows a rather simple philosophy. Any strong partnership must be built upon a foundation of respect and trust. In his words, trust those you choose to work with. Do not work with those you cannot trust. Since he has chosen to work with you, he has already made the first move, placing his trust in you, so that, in time, you may choose to reciprocate." Humans are indeed emotional, Ravenhorn added with a nod. But tell me, can you receive that same level of sincerity from Brock Payton? His gaze locked on a Lady Wintermere's calm, solemn, yet piercing. Then, just as suddenly, he smiled again as if that solemn moment had never existed. Saul Redwald stepped forward slightly and added in a simple, steady tone. Just as you possess hidden forces known only to yourself, are you certain that young Master Alex does not possess forces unknown to you? Lady Wintermere felt her thoughts tremble. That is true, she admitted inwardly. None of the intelligence I have gathered on him explains his connections with the Battlebane Guild or the Black Scar Syndicate. Her eyes darkened slightly as the implications settled in. Who is to say there are not other forces hidden in the shadows that I have yet to uncover? Faced with a choice between a crude thug like Brock Payton and an unfathomable enigma like Alex, Lady Wintermere knew instinctively which one posed a greater threat, and in doing so, her decision was made for her. A faint, ironic amusement surfaced within her. Brock Payton had sent her a letter filled with bluster, threats, and arrogance. Meanwhile, Alex's message had been polite, at least on the surface. He had even gone so far as to provide exactly what she wanted. And yet, in her eyes, the balance had completely changed. Payton had become nothing more than a joke. Alex, on the other hand, carried a quiet, suffocating terror. The man who threatened her was now laughable, while the one who showed quiet restraint was now the one to fear. Even she found the contradiction absurd, yet it stood before her as undeniable reality. Lady Wintermere let out a silent sigh. Battlebane Guildmaster, my butler is a busy man, she said calmly to Saul Redwald. He has neither the time nor the inclination to indulge in sparring. She then turned to Ravenhorn. I ask for your patience. I will have my staff receive the shipment shortly. Please convey my gratitude to your young master for his generosity. Indeed, he was correct. Once my choices were narrowed, the proper path became immediately clear. I will remember this lesson well. Saul Redwald and Ravenhorn exchanged a glance. Without another word, Saul turned and began to leave. With the lady of the estate having made her stance clear, there was no longer any need or justification for him to remain and provoke her butler further. His task here was complete. Now, it was time for Lady Wintermere to act upon her decision. Ravenhorn gave a small shrug before turning to signal his men at the gates. With that done, he too prepared to depart. Just as he turned to leave, he paused. With his back still facing her, he spoke. I have met many people in my life. Be careful. Alex Fury is as vindictive as he is trustworthy. You are better off letting him know you stand against him than betraying him. The former is business, and business can be resolved. The latter, however, becomes personal. And he paused briefly. Even I would rather not imagine what he does when things become personal. As he spoke, Ravenhorn recalled Alex's eyes, those pupils that shifted between a calm, welcoming ruby red and a chilling crimson, laced with an abyssal madness with no clear depth that seemed to swallow reason itself. With that final warning delivered, he resumed his steps and left the Banshee estate, leaving his subordinates behind to oversee the transfer of goods. Only after he had completely disappeared from sight did Lady Wintermere turn to her butler. Send a reply to Brock Payton. Inform him that I will be dispatching reinforcements to help him bring this matter to a decisive end, she said. The butler's eyes flickered briefly, but he did not question her decision. Instead, he asked, which force would you like to mobilize? Deploy a company from the local security order. That should suffice, Lady Wintermere replied after a moment of consideration. She paused, then added, actually, come with me. I will draft a letter personally. It is to be delivered directly into the hands of the commanding officer. I will see to it personally, the butler replied. Lady Wintermere gave a small nod before turning and making her way back towards her study. Moments later, a team of servants hurried out to receive the shipment from the Black Scar Syndicate. Later that same day, on the outskirts of Bloodiron, a company belonging to one of Drumvale's hidden forces rode out of the city at speed. Their destination, to rendezvous with a lost heathen force that had departed earlier led by Brock Payton himself. At the same time, a messenger bird took to the skies, flying in the same direction. The board had been set. Now, only the battlefield would decide victory or defeat. The next day, after a string of successful raids on lost heathen bases, outposts, and caravans, Alex and the Fortuna Company finally enjoyed a full night of uninterrupted rest. The irony was not lost on Alex. His company had effectively become a band of raiders, preying upon the lost heathens, who were themselves a notorious bandit group. It was no accident. It was simply Alex's, arguably twisted, method of retaliation. Beat them at their own game. While the lost heathens across the wildlands likely spent the night in fear and sleepless vigilance, the Fortuna Company rested soundly. As dawn broke and the group prepared their morning meal, many cast subtle glances towards the young man who had led them from one decisive victory to the next. At this point, they were more eager to fight under his command than he was to lead them into battle. Alex noticed the looks and could only offer a wry smile in response. He shook his head lightly and returned his focus to his meal. Once they had finished eating, the company conducted a swift but thorough supply check, paying particular attention to the number of bolts available to each unit. The importance of ammunition had been made abundantly clear in recent engagements. Without needing instruction, each subunit leader ensured that every spent bolt had been recovered. Even bent or damaged ones were collected, on the off chance they could be repaired and reused. After the inspection, the company began making preparations to move out once more. Alex paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted a figure descending rapidly from the sky. He raised his arm. A messenger bird landed gracefully upon it. Alex untied the message secured to its leg before releasing it. The bird immediately took flight, returning to wherever it had come from. He unfolded the note, read its contents, then gave a faint nod. A flicker of ether kindle flame reduced the paper to ash in his hand. The next location has been confirmed. Alex called out to Kavikin. Prepare the troops. One of the key reasons the Fortuna Company had been able to locate and destroy so many lost heathen strongholds lay in a battle their enemies did not even realize they were fighting. An information war. Alex had financed and instructed Ravenhorn to discreetly establish an information bounty network. In exchange for rewards ranging from a single low-grade berserk stone to as much as 100 mid-grade berserk stones, or their equivalent, locals were more than willing to provide intelligence on lost heathen operations scattered throughout the wildlands. And as long as the information proved credible, the rewards were paid without hesitation. Interestingly, much of the intelligence gathered through the bounty network was so precise, so intimately detailed, that only insiders within the lost heathens themselves could have provided it. No honor among thieves and bandits. As expected, Alex mused inwardly. Within minutes, the camp had been cleared, and the entire company was mounted and ready to move. With Senu circling overhead and relaying her vision directly to Alex, and Fun's temporary pack guarding the flanks, the Fortuna Company advanced swiftly towards the newly revealed location. Their route took them through a rugged mountain range that encircled a wide basin. Water flowing down from the surrounding heights often became trapped within it, allowing for surprisingly rich vegetation to flourish within the basin. Under normal circumstances, it might have made for an ideal settlement. Unfortunately, the region was plagued by unpredictable flooding during its irregular rainy seasons, making permanent habitation untenable. Even so, it served as an excellent travel route, much like the rock Monkey Gorge that separated Camp Red Rock at Dragonstone Town from the Blood Iron region. The rising morning sun cast a hazy glow across the landscape, and a thin fog lingered over the basin, obscuring visibility from the higher elevations. Alex's lips curled into a faint sneer as he discerned the enemy's intentions. Still, he chose to play along. He ordered the company to take position near the basin's exit and wait. Before long, a caravan came into view. At first glance, it appeared modest, far fewer carriages than expected. Some members of Fortuna murmured in quiet disappointment. Fewer carriages meant less loot. After all, Alex's campaign was not driven by vengeance alone. The spoils taken from each raid helped soothe the lingering grief within the ranks, especially among those who had lost comrades during earlier engagements. At the same time, the loot served another purpose. It kept morale high among the newer recruits, those who did not share the same personal vendetta against the lost heathens, strengthening unity and reinforcing their collective drive. However, the disappointment did not last long. As the caravan drew closer, it became clear that the number of guards far exceeded what would normally accompany such a small convoy. The implication was obvious. Whatever the caravan carried, it was exceptionally valuable, goods worth far more per unit than ordinary cargo. Alex raised his hand. An eager barbarian immediately rushed forward, moving to signal the caravan to halt. The caravan guards could scarcely believe what they were seeing. They bore the banner of the lost heathens, a flag that, under normal circumstances, was enough to deter any bandit group from even considering an ambush. And yet, on this day, that symbol held no power. A bandit force had stopped them regardless. The caravan leader's expression hardened. He raised his hand sharply, signaling the caravan to halt and assume defensive formation. The guards reacted instantly, weapons drawn, shields raised, eyes locked onto the approaching threat. The man had spent decades traversing the wildlands before eventually settling into his role as a caravan leader for the lost heathens. He understood one simple truth. If someone dared intercept a convoy bearing their flag, then they were fully prepared for what followed. Alex urged Dread forward, breaking from the formation before coming to a halt at the forefront of the Fortuna Company. He waited deliberately. He allowed the caravan time to complete their defensive preparations, his cold gaze fixed beyond them, as though already looking past the outcome. Only once they were ready did he raise his hand. With eerie calm, he gave a command. Kill them all. Charge! The roar came from multiple sub-unit leaders at once. Formation after formation surged forward, disciplined and precise despite the ferocity of their advance. Kavakin's strike unit led the charge. The front line, composed of orcs and barbarians, advanced with massive tower shields, many of which had been confiscated from various lost heathen weapon caches. Directly behind them moved the main force under Sergeant Lopota, while Silver's marksman unit maintained position just beyond, ready to provide covering fire. The caravan's archers responded swiftly, loosing volleys of arrows and high arcs, aiming to bypass the shield wall. But before the arrows could land, Mogul stepped forward, one-heart punch, unyielding. Drawing upon the stored force within the chain of unyielding, he unleashed a single, devastating punch. The sheer pressure of the blow disrupted the air itself, scattering the incoming arrows mid-flight. Those that did manage to fall upon the formation landed with greatly diminished force. The attack claimed no lives, only succeeding in shattering the lost heathens' own morale. Fortuna's ranged units retaliated instantly. The 100-strong pump-action crossbow division and the 50 marksmen armed with bolt-action crossbows unleashed a coordinated barrage. Heavy bolts tore through the air. Thwack! The sharp, unnatural snapping of dozens of crossbows, followed by the piercing whistle of over 100 bolts tearing through the air, drained the color from the caravan guards' faces. Panic spread instantly. They scrambled for cover, ducking behind carriage walls and scrambling onto roofs in desperate attempts to shield themselves. It was useless. The bolts tore clean through wood and reinforced panels alike, punching through both cover and flesh with terrifying ease. Thwack! Before the survivors could even process the first volley, a second rain descended. Thwack! Then a third. Thwack! And a fourth. By the sixth salvo, the battlefield had become a grotesque tableau of pierced bodies and shattered defenses. Only a handful of the stronger guards remained alive, those few capable of barely shielding themselves from the relentless barrage. But it did not matter, for the strike unit arrived. Kavakin, Mogul, Havel, and alongside them charged the blood-hardened survivors of earlier raids. What followed was not a battle. It was a massacre. Even without Alex micromanaging and issuing direct commands, the engagement concluded swiftly and decisively. It was a testament to how far his forces had evolved, not just in numbers or individual strength, but in coordination, equipment, and technological advantage. The rapid firing capability of the enhanced crossbows alone had turned what should have been a difficult clash into a one-sided slaughter against a caravan guarded by more than 400 men. As was now routine, once the last resistance was eliminated, the troops immediately began recovering any reusable bolts, war habits already deeply ingrained. Some began to celebrate quietly. But Alex did not even glance at the carnage behind him. His gaze remained fixed ahead, towards the far side of the basin. "Leave everything. Form up," he ordered calmly through the comms. At once, the unit leaders, his original companions, each equipped with comms earpieces, relayed the command. There was no hesitation nor complaint from the group. The entire force reassembled into formation with disciplined efficiency. Alex led them several hundred meters forward, away from the caravan's remains, before halting once more. They waited. A cold, damp wind swept across the sparse red soil. The air grew heavy, clinging to the skin and weighing down each breath. A thin fog drifted across the distance ahead. Alex stood unmoving, his gaze steady. And soon, the others understood why. Shapes began to emerge from the mist. A large force, marching in unison, about 1,500 strong. And at its forefront was Brock Peyton. Peyton's face twisted into a mask of fury as his gaze fell upon the annihilated caravan lying behind the Fortuna formation. Alex's expression, however, grew solemn. His eyes locked onto the figures flanking Brock Peyton, 4 distinct presences radiating combat master-level energy. "Good. All the lost heathens combat masters are here. Saves me the trouble," he thought calmly. Alex fury. Brock Peyton roared the moment he recognized him. "Do not shout my name with that filthy mouth of yours," Alex replied, his cold voice carrying clearly across the battlefield, reaching every ear among the lost heathen ranks. "I will kill you and drink wine from your skull." Peyton snarled. As expected of a savage thug, Alex answered evenly. "I gave you the opportunity to resolve this peacefully, yet you chose violence. This is the result of your choice." He paused briefly before adding, "Enough talk. Come and die. Kill them all." Peyton roared, his rage boiling over. A vanguard of 500 broke away from the main lost heathen force and surged forward. Peyton might have been impulsive, but he was not foolish. The caravan had been bait, meant to lure Fortuna into position. Yet Alex's forces had obliterated it within minutes, before the main force, trailing just beyond sight, could close in. This vanguard consisted largely of hired mercenaries, men drawn in by promises of coin, or rather, berserk stones, upon Fortuna's defeat. Alex calmly withdrew from the front line, clearing space for his eager strike unit. He watched the approaching 500 disorganized, reckless, charging headlong towards them. Then, thwack, thwack, thwack. Fortuna responded without hesitation. A storm of bolts rained down. The charging force collapsed almost instantly. Over 70% fell within moments. Even more horses were struck down, turning the advance into chaos. The survivors broke ranks, panic spreading as they attempted to flee, trampling one another in desperate retreat. Without needing a command, Fortuna's formation moved, ready to advance and finish the job. Link. Alex activated the modified goblin spell. Energy, stamina, and defensive surge through the formation, binding each member into a unified whole. The strain on individuals lessened instantly, burdens that were distributed evenly across the group. More importantly, it allowed the support casters to operate efficiently and discreetly. With a link established, Eleanor and Mordor, hidden within the ranks, began casting their buffs. Unlike traditional methods, there were no obvious surges of power or visible emissions to reveal their positions. Every enhancement flowed seamlessly through the network, reaching exactly where it was needed. Alex gave a faint nod to himself and was just about to turn his attention back to the 5 leaders of the Lost Heathen formation when something changed. Time seemed to halt, or rather, his perception of it slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. From his forehead, the small fortune-suppressing dragon emerged. It hovered above the Fortuna formation, stretching out its tiny hands towards them. Then, using the connection established by the link, the dragon began drawing out thin golden threads from each member of the Fortuna company. Those threads shimmered faintly, pulsing with something deeper than mere mana, something tied to belief, loyalty, and intent. Within its grasp, the dragon gathered and molded them together. Slowly, it formed a single object, a token, a command token. With a flick of its small claw, the token shot directly into Alex's hand. He caught it instinctively. It felt strange, solid, like carved wood, yet undeniably an energy construct. Alex's eyes flickered as he examined it closely. Etched upon its surface, in the runes of Rune-Tech, were 2 inscriptions. On one side, Army. On the other, Fortuna. An army fortune-suppressing token, Alex inferred. The moment his grip tightened around it, a profound connection surged through him. He could feel every member of the Fortuna company, their loyalty, their belief, their morale. It was as though the token itself contained an advanced, innate, and intricate form of the link spell. Beyond that, it was doing something else. It was drawing upon the collective emotional energy of the formation, refining it into a subtle, abstruse force within itself. The fortune-suppressing dragon was not finished. It pulled forth more golden threads from the formation, then drew upon the energy now stored within the command token. In its tiny hands, the energy separated, splitting into 4 smaller orbs. For a fleeting instant, Alex felt his thoughts overlap with the dragon's. And in that moment, the 4 orbs transformed. A flag, a coat, an armband, a hut. Each took form instantly, shaped by instinct, purpose, and intent. Then, just as swiftly, the construct shot back into the command token. Information flooded Alex's mind. The flag represented the unit fortune of the main force. The coat symbolized the strike unit. The hat corresponded to the marksman unit. The armband embodied the autonomous unit. The dragon gave a small, exhausted yawn. Its energy clearly spent, it wobbled back towards Alex, and, without ceremony, pierced through his forehead once more. It passed straight into his mind space, then through Omni-Rune itself, returning to the sanctuary beyond. Barriers, safeguards, none of it seemed to matter to the creature. Alex could only shake his head wryly at its blatant disregard for the natural order of things. The moment it disappeared, time resumed. The battlefield roared back into motion. Before him, the Fortuna company surged forward, charging directly at the main Lost Heathen force. On instinct, Alex channeled his mana into the ethereal command token resting in his hand. The sight of their fodder unit being decimated by the Fortuna company's crossbow bolts did little to deter the Lost Heathen formation. They're just faster arrows. Close the distance, and they won't be able to fire anymore. The one-eyed vice leader roared at his men. We outnumber them 4-1. Anyone who kills at least 10 of them will be rewarded women, drink, shards. You'll have it all. Charge. Kill them all, he bellowed. In an instant, morale within the Lost Heathen formation surged. No sooner had the words left the vice leader's lips than the entire group charged forward in a frenzied advance towards the Fortuna company. Meanwhile, the Fortuna troops were only just settling into the unfamiliar sensation brought about by the link spell. When they saw the Lost Heathens charging at them, they did not falter. Instead, they dashed forward to meet the attack head-on. Yet, in that very moment, a subtle but undeniable change swept through them. Each soldier felt a sudden surge of vitality coursing through their body. At the same time, they became acutely aware of the men beside them no longer as individuals, but as integral parts of a single, unified whole. Then, something even stranger occurred. A flag materialized before Sergeant Lopoda. He grasped it instinctively, even before his mind could process what was happening. The flag felt natural in his hands, as though it had always belonged there, as though it was his duty to carry it. Without conscious thought, he raised and waved the flag. At once, the members of the main force unit, whether pump-action crossbowmen or conventional infantry, felt a powerful surge rise within them, their movements sharpening with newfound cohesion. Similar phenomena unfolded across the Fortuna formation. A coat manifested upon Kavakin's body, and as he charged forward, the strike force unit felt a surge of fierce momentum, compelled to follow in his wake. A hat appeared upon Silver's head, linking her mind with those of the marksman unit. In perfect synchrony, the crossbowmen aligned their sights and fired as one each bolt released with terrifying precision. Meanwhile, armbands representing the autonomous units formed around the arms of Zora, Yudara, and Eleanor. Even Fun was not excluded. An armband materialized upon his forelimb that somehow remained in place despite his rapid and agile movements along the battlefield's flank. High above, circling the battlefield, Senna was likewise marked. A band appeared around her neck, completing the strange transformation that had overtaken the entire force. Surprisingly, Havel and Mogul were not affected by Kavakin's coat. Instead, armbands manifested around their arms, signifying that the army fortune had categorized them under the autonomous unit rather than the strike force. Regardless of their assigned unit, every member of Fortuna felt their rank surge upward by an entire stage. It was a tremendous enhancement for all, but especially so for the Battlebanes, given their newly stabilized internal energy. However, the most dramatic improvement was seen amongst the Pangians, particularly Alex's wives and primary followers, each of whom possessed exceptional talent in their own right. Silently, yet undeniably, the overall combat capability of the Fortuna formation rose by an entire tier. But this augmentation was not the full extent of what the army fortune offered. The lost heathens, who were charging headlong towards the Fortuna formation, suddenly shuddered. In their eyes, the formation before them had changed. It was no longer a mere group of 300 soldiers. Instead, it appeared as a colossal, ravenous beast, its maw wide open, charging forward with the intent to devour them whole. Thwack! Thwack! Whistle! The snapping of crossbow strings rang out like a rhythmic symphony, one that heralded death in the form of bolts descending from above. Each shot cut through the air with such synchronization that it sounded as though a single, unified attack had been unleashed from the heavens. As if guided by a singular will, every crossbowman, whether wielding pump action or bolt action, crossbow aimed beyond the lost heathen front line, targeting the mid and rear ranks where the gold rankers were concealed amidst a larger force of bronze majority and silver minority fighters. Blocking one or two bolts might have been possible, but against a relentless rain of army fortune-enhanced projectiles, even the most seasoned fighters faltered. One by one, they fell, bodies riddled with bolts, resembling pincushions as they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Unsurprisingly, the strike force was the first to clash with the enemy. Bam! Kavakin's opening axe strike was devastating. It did not merely cleave through a shield man and his shield at the waist, it sent the man's upper body shooting backwards into the lost heathen ranks like a cannonball, blasting open a visible gap within their formation. For a fleeting moment, Kavakin's eyes flashed with shock. Even he could scarcely believe the sheer power contained within his strike. His lips slowly curled into a predatory grin, one that sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding lost heathens. Call of the Wild. An aura thick with the scent of slaughter erupted around his body as he lunged into the lost heathen formation like a tiger descending upon a flock of fattened sheep. Close behind him came Havel. Quick draw into a horizontal slash, a returning, slightly diagonal sweep, a downward cleave, an impromptu thrust. Strike after strike flowed in rapid succession, each one claiming lives with ruthless efficiency. The lost heathens fell like wheat before a farmer's sickle, unable to withstand the relentless barrage. True to his new moniker, the headhunter, Havel strikes more often than not sent heads rolling across the ground, leaving headless corpses collapsing in his wake. With his flash step footwork, he danced through the enemy formation, harvesting heads and souls with the ease of a seasoned reaper. Havel quickly realized that the enhancement from the armband had elevated his speed by another level, and the noble race swordsman took full advantage of it without hesitation. Boom! Charging through the battlefield with nothing but his body and fists was Mogul. The towering mass of dense muscle carved a path through the enemy ranks, each punch leaving broken bodies scattered in its wake. Shield, armor, flesh, it made no difference. Mogul tore through them all with brutal, unrelenting force. His fists struck like cannon blasts, smashing through anything in their path, while his legs lashed out like the release of a ballista, sending unfortunate victims flying like siege bolts into their own comrades. Mangled flesh and shattered bones marked Mogul's passage across the battlefield. Not to be outdone by their leaders, the rest of the strike force were no less ferocious. Whether Red Rock barbarians and orcs, or the local barbarians recruited from the Blood Iron region, each member of the unit fought with savage intensity. Their encounters with the lost heathens seemed almost fated any notion of mercy stripped clean from their blades. They moved like a swarm of piranhas, their weapons akin to serrated teeth, leaving nothing but torn, mangled corpses in their wake. Honor and chivalry held no meaning for them. Multiple warriors would descend upon a single opponent without hesitation, reducing them to shredded remains before moving on to their next target. The main force unit soon caught up, and at last the conventional infantry subunit had their moment to shine. Moving as a single, cohesive body, they advanced steadily, grinding down any hostiles in their path, while the pump-action unit provided relentless suppressive fire from behind their lines. Contrary to the lost heathens' expectations, the crossbowmen did not lose effectiveness at close range. If anything, the opposite was true. They became even deadlier. Alex stood apart from the battlefield, mounted upon Dread's back, silently observing the unfolding carnage. He gave a slight nod, clearly pleased with what he was witnessing. The Army Fortune formation proved itself to be a powerful force multiplier, elevating the Fortuna Company to a level that quickly shattered the morale of the lost heathens. Even if the formation's effects were temporary, the shock and awe it generated had already been deeply etched into the minds of their enemies. Despite the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage, Alex remained entirely unconcerned. Come to think of it, when was the last time I fought while not being outnumbered? He mused, trying to recall. Nothing came to mind. He simply shrugged inwardly. Returning his focus to the battlefield, he noticed the lost heathens committing even more forces into the fray. Still, Alex made no move. His wives and beast companions had yet to act, which meant the situation remained well within control. Instead, his gaze turned away from the main battlefield to the space ahead of him. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. Yet Alex felt a familiar sensation, one that reminded him of the ambush in Mormont City, back when he had first returned for the Dragonhold Tower. Never grow complacent, he murmured inwardly. A cold smile spread across his lips. 3 fireballs suddenly manifested around him before shooting forward in unison. Boom! The intense heat blasted through the area, dispersing the surrounding fog and forcibly revealing those concealed within it. Brock Payton emerged, accompanied by 2 Class 4 combatants, a combat master and a 4th Order sorcerer, sneaking about like a rat. It suits you, Alex said coldly, looking down at Brock Payton with undisguised contempt. Surprisingly, Alex's expression did not change in the slightest, even while surrounded by 3 Class 4 opponents. Brock Payton studied him carefully. He was a thug, yes, but not a fool. At the very least, not that much of one. He could tell the difference between genuine composure and feigned bravado. And Alex was truly at ease. You damned swine! How dare you kill my disciple? The 4th Order sorcerer suddenly roared. Your disciple? Alex raised a brow at the gray-haired old man. Then something clicked. The sorcerer at the shipment depot? He asked casually. It was the most recent notable sorcerer he had encountered. So, you do know, the old man glared, his eyes burning with hatred. He was a genius one who would have surpassed me within a few years. And yet, you killed him. I will have your head. He pointed at Alex with trembling fury. Spare me the sob story, you old goat, Alex replied without the slightest hint of respect. If you truly wanted your disciple to surpass you, you shouldn't have allowed him to work for bandits. How many lives had he taken? I did the world a favor by removing him from it. If you wish to accompany your disciple into the afterlife, you only needed to say so. There is no need to waste breath spouting nonsense. You, the old sorcerer, trembled violently with rage. I'm heading over. Zora's voice sounded through the comms. Stay with the formation. Don't concern yourself with me, I can handle this. Keep an eye on the other 2 combat masters within the main force. I'll keep these ones occupied, Alex replied calmly. Understood, Zora answered after a brief moment of hesitation. Mounted atop Dread, Alex calmly faced the 3 Class 4 opponents. Despite the murderous intent radiating from Brock Payton and the old sorcerer intent that all but screamed their desire to tear him apart, drink his blood, and feast upon his flesh, they made no move beyond their verbal threats. They're waiting for something, Alex concluded inwardly. Horn! A deep, resonant horn sounded across the battlefield, the distinct call of the wildland barbarians. For a fleeting moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Then, as if in response to that call, a new force entered the fray. Flying the Drumvale flag, a company of local security forces dispatched under Lady Wintermere arrived on the battlefield. Alex frowned slightly, while Brock Payton's lips stretched into a wide, triumphant grin. You're dead now. The Lost Heathens erupted with renewed excitement as their allied force made its entrance. What was more surprising, however, was the composition of the incoming company. Though the unit numbered 100 and fielded just a single combat master, their captain, the rest of the soldiers radiated golden auras. An entire gold rank unit. Alex drew in a quiet breath. This was the strongest company he had encountered since arriving on this plane. Gathering such a force was no simple feat, especially given that they were wildlands barbarians, a group not particularly renowned for their cultivation talent. No, more accurately, the foreign powers roaming the wildlands would never allow them to reach such a level so easily, he corrected inwardly. The Lost Heathens' morale, which had been faltering moments ago, surged back to life as the reinforcements advanced to support them from the flank. The vice leader of the Lost Heathens quickly prepared to issue new orders to cede one side of the battlefield to the incoming allies while pressing harder on the opposite flank. His aim was clear, to complete a pincer maneuver and completely encircle the Fortuna Company. Just as he turned his attention, a scream rang out, one he instantly recognized. He snapped his gaze back towards the advancing force, and what he saw stunned him. The reinforcements they had been expecting were not aiding them. Instead, they were charging straight through them. The Lost Heathens froze in disbelief. Fortuna seized the opportunity without hesitation, driving their assault deeper and cleaving through the disordered enemy ranks. Even Brock Payton stood momentarily stunned by the sudden and inexplicable reversal. Ha ha! Alex could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. You dash! What did you do? Payton roared in fury. Don't shout. I can't hear you just fine, Alex replied casually, digging a finger into his ear before flicking away imaginary dirt. He looked down at the man with a cold, unyielding expression. I warned you, didn't I? When the castle begins to crumble, remember that you were the one who cast aside the chance for peace, Alex said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Some understanding clicked in Payton's mind. He glared at Alex. I will kill you. With a furious roar, Brock Payton launched himself at Alex. Brock Payton lunged forward, charging straight at Alex. Alex spurred Dread into motion, and the beast darted aside swiftly. However, a mystic art descended upon Payton, drastically enhancing his speed. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed simultaneously in the eyes of both rider and steed. Dread immediately activated a new ability he had gained after assimilating the rewards from the steel trials. Man-horse union. Abyssal conqueror's step. First step, go steps. Man and steed became one, their movements synchronized to an almost unnatural degree. Within that fleeting moment of unity, Alex was able to execute his movement technique even while mounted upon Dread's back. Boom! They evaded Peyton's sword strike with seamless coordination. The attack carved a long, narrow trench into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Second step, Phantom's Veil. Drawing upon their shared affinity for darkness, rider and steed cloaked themselves in shadow, blending into the dust cloud as they slipped free from the encirclement forming behind them as the other lost heathen combat master closed in from the rear. Dragon Commute burst. Bang! Emerging from concealment, Dread appeared behind the flanking combat master and delivered a powerful back kick. At the same time, Alex channeled mana through Dread's hooves, amplifying the force of the strike. The combat master was sent flying through the dust cloud, crashing violently across the ground before finally coming to a halt over 100 meters away. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. Their figures flickered once more, reappearing directly before the old sorcerer. Without hesitation, Dread launched another devastating kick, intent on eliminating the caster and, with him, Peyton's enhancement. But Peyton reacted instantly. He appeared before the sorcerer in the nick of time, taking the blow head-on to shield him. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. Without pressing the attack further, Alex and Dread disengaged immediately, widening the distance between themselves and their opponents. Peyton attempted to pursue, clearly intent on forcing Alex off his mount, but 2 legs could not match the speed of 4. In the end, he abandoned the chase, unwilling to stray too far from the sorcerer in case of another sudden ambush. Meanwhile, as the distance opened, Alex began to feel the strain of their maneuvers weighing on Dread. After all, this was their first time employing man-horse union in combat. Plus, techniques such as Abyssal Conqueror's Step and even Dragon Commute had never been designed for a horse's physiology or mana pathways. Not to mention the mental toll of engaging in a high-intensity battle against not 1, but 3 superior Class 4 opponents. Alex reached out and patted Dread's neck. "It's all right, buddy. I'll handle things from here. Go to the missuses," he said as he dismounted. Dread nudged Alex's shoulder with his muzzle in response, then turned and bolted away without hesitation. Lightning bolt. Bang! The other lost heathen combat master rise up and made a move to pursue, but a sudden bolt of lightning from Alex forced him to abandon the attempt entirely. Brock Peyton, the other combat master, and the old sorcerer all fixed their gazes upon Alex, their killing intent undisguised. Alex cracked his neck casually, as though facing them alone was of no consequence. 1 against 3. That should be just about fair odds for you, he said with a faint smile. I have a few more methods I'd like to test. Do try your best to keep me entertained. Body strengthening magic, Dragon Commute, Ohakuting, Feather Flight, Silver Body, Bear Strength, All Attribute Buff, Velker, Battle Instincts, All Weapon Intent, Abyssal Conqueror's Step. In an instant, Alex's energy output spiked dramatically as he activated every enhancement technique at his disposal. The 3 lost heathen Class 4s exchanged glances, each clearly recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Alex's energy signature had already surpassed the limits of a typical Class 3, entering firmly into the domain of a seasoned Class 4 combatant. This was not something a man without backing could achieve. For a fleeting moment, hesitation crept into their thoughts. But Alex did not give them the opportunity to act on it. "Hey, old relic," Alex called out suddenly. "You said you missed your disciple, didn't you? Allow me to help you reminisce." A complex spell formation manifested before him, rapidly drawing in the surrounding fire and light mana. Within moments, a serpentine shape began to emerge from its center. Soon, its full form was revealed, a 5-clawed, scorching divine dragon. It closely resembled the construct Alex had previously formed by intercepting the flame dragon mystic art used by the old sorcerer's disciple at the shipment depot days earlier. But this time, something was different. A splinter of ether kindle appeared in Alex's hand. Without hesitation, he cast it into the body of the conjured dragon. At once, the previously hollow eyes of the construct flickered, gaining a faint, unsettling hint of awareness. Spirit Magic, Five-Clawed Divine Dragon. The name of the spell echoed within Alex's mind. Spirit magic, the kind that summoned sentient entities from another realm or plane, did not exist in either Pangea or Verdantis. However, witnessing sorcerers manifest their spells into animate forms, particularly the one at the shipment depot, had sparked a question in Alex's mind. Could he create his own version of spirit magic? By using Ether Kindle as a terminal, Alex was able to divide his focus, controlling the conjured dragon as though it were a true spirit under his command. Looks like one is my current limit without further practice, Alex noted inwardly. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to splitting his attention, managing Ether Kindle with half his focus while dedicating the rest to something else, so the strain, though present, remained manageable. The Five-Clawed Divine Dragon surged forward without warning, targeting the old sorcerer directly. The levitating construct possessed both speed and agility, allowing it to twist and weave through the battlefield, slipping past the defenses of Brock Payton and the other combat master to strike at its intended target. The old man, however, was no fool. 3 layers of compressed, iron dome surrounded him, each barrier reinforcing the next. Alex recognized the spell well. Even a single layer had barely managed to block this scorching divine dragon, spell he had previously unleashed upon the sorcerer's disciple. Breaking through all 3 layers at once would not be easy, but that was never his intention. The Five-Clawed Divine Dragon coiled around the old sorcerer, dragging him away, shield and all, from Payton and the remaining combat master. Payton and his ally immediately gave chase, but were forced to halt as a sudden surge of heat engulfed the area around them. A massive Grade 7 greater fireball descended directly into their path. Boom! The explosion tore through the battlefield, its shockwave rippling across hundreds of meters. Brock Payton and the other combat master managed to block the attack with their aura coating, but the blast forcefully separated them from the old sorcerer. This was precisely what Alex intended. He wanted to test the viability of his new spell platform against an actual sorcerer in real combat conditions. Considering the old man's effective combat output had declined to that of a late-stage third circle sorcerer due to age, placing him around mid-stage elite by Pangean standards, he was the ideal test subject. Meanwhile, Alex extended his draconic baton into the form of a long sword and turned his attention to Payton and the remaining combat master. If there had been any doubt before, Brock Payton was now certain he had kicked an iron plank. A third circle sorcerer capable of contending against 3 combat masters simultaneously was not someone without powerful backing. Unfortunately, there was no room for regret. His only option now was to defeat Alex here and deal with whatever consequences might follow afterwards. He signaled to the other combat master. Both men understood the urgency. Without hesitation, they attacked together, casting aside any concern for reputation or honor. Seeing them advance in tandem, Alex did not remain idle. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. He took the initiative. You dare face us head-on? Payton's eyes flashed with disbelief. Channeling more combat energy into his blade, Payton brought his sword down in a powerful slash towards Alex. The other combat master, far more calculating, adjusted his footing upon seeing Payton's attack. He shifted into an angle that would allow him to thrust at the most likely position Alex would move to should he attempt to evade. Dragon Q might burst. However, contrary to both men's expectations, Alex did not evade. He stepped directly into Payton's attack. With precise timing, he parried Payton's blade off course, redirecting it towards the other combat master and disrupting both of their attacks in a single motion. An opening revealed itself immediately. Alex drove a punch straight into Payton's exposed side. Dragon commute, ripple. Peyton managed to catch the punch, but before he could secure Alex's hand and restrain him, a violent rippling force surged through the contact point. The energy tore into his palm, forcing him to release his grip as his aura coating broke under the strain. Dragon commute blast. Without pause, Alex followed through with a mana-charged elbow strike that shattered Peyton's defenses and slammed into his jaw, sending a jolt through his entire body. In the instant Peyton staggered back, Alex pivoted smoothly on his heel and parried the Sword Combat Master's incoming thrust, directing it instead at Peyton. The blade came dangerously close to piercing Peyton, but the Sword Combat Master managed to pull back just in time. Oh no! Both their expressions changed simultaneously. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. They had made a critical mistake. They had allowed a spellcaster to create distance. And as expected, Extinctionos. Alex did not waste time attempting to cast a high-grade spell. Instead, he unleashed a rapid-fire fire lance, but also infused with both lightning and darkness mana. The spell shot forward like a railgunet's recoil, forcing Alex back several feet as it reached Peyton and the Sword Combat Master in an instant. In a move that was both ruthless and entirely unsurprising, Peyton yanked the Sword Combat Master into the path of the attack while throwing himself aside. The lance tore straight through the unprepared man's torso. He stared down at the burning lance protruding from his chest, then turned his gaze towards Peyton. A wry chuckle escaped his lips. He could not say he was surprised. There was no grand explosion, no violent blast. His body simply began to come apart, disintegrating under the overwhelming energy of the spell. But Peyton had no time to celebrate his survival. A surge of searing heat rushed towards him from the side. From the corner of his eye, he barely caught sight of a blazing claw swinging towards him. His body reacted instinctively, moving before his mind could fully process the threat. After narrowly dodging the attack, his pupils shrank as he finally saw his assailant clearly. The five-clawed divine dragon. He did not need to look to know the old sorcerer's condition. He could already guess. Useless fool. Peyton cursed inwardly. Enraged, he surged forward and retaliated with a powerful slash. Swoosh! His blade severed one of the dragon's limbs cleanly. Dash! The dragon, or rather ether kindle, released a pained cry, one that caused Alex to glance at it with a strange expression. However, in the very next moment, vast amounts of fire and light mana surged into the construct, rapidly regenerating the severed limb. The dragon resumed its assault without hesitation, throwing itself at Peyton with reckless abandon. Claws, bites, body slams, tail sweeps. At close range, it attacked with its entire body like a frenzied beast. At a distance, it unleashed a barrage of fireball spells of varying sizes. It was relentless and unyielding. The five-clawed divine dragon kept Peyton completely occupied, giving him no room to breathe. Unbeknownst to Peyton, the old sorcerer was not yet dead, though in truth, he hovered at death's very threshold. His body was scorched in multiple places, burns of varying severity marring what little remained of his strength. Just as he began to wish for death to claim him, a gentle, soothing light washed over his body. It granted him just enough strength to open his eyes once more. To his dismay, the first thing he saw was Alex. The youth had healed him, but not out of kindness. Alex dragged the old man into a seated position against a nearby rock. Your student did not die without leaving something behind. Behold, this is the evolution of the flame dragon mystic art used by your school of sorcery. Do not worry. From one spellcaster to another, it will serve me well. The old man could not grasp Alex's intent. Before he could form a coherent thought, Alex raised a hand towards Peyton. In a seamless sequence, two high-tier spells were cast in rapid succession. Shadow Lock. Thick tendrils of darkness erupted from the ground, binding Peyton in place. Evenment bolt. Dark clouds gathered overhead, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning that struck down upon him. When the dust settled, Peyton was surprisingly still alive. However, his current state revealed the reason why. His outer garments had been obliterated, leaving behind only a layer of intact leather armor that still clung to his body. An enchanted piece, and a high-quality one at that, Alex noted with a raised brow. For a brief moment, temptation flickered within his thoughts. Then he dismissed it. "Do it," he ordered. At once, the five-clawed divine dragon surged forward, opening its maw and swallowing Peyton whole. It then ascended into the sky high enough for all upon the battlefield, and even those beyond it, to witness what came next. And then, boom! The dragon detonated in a spectacular explosion, a blazing display of fire and light that painted the heavens. As the brilliance faded, so too did the final flicker of life within the old sorcerer. He died quietly, his gaze fixed upon the most powerful manifestation of the spell his disciple had once wielded. Whether Alex's actions had been an act of mercy or a final, cruel mockery, only the old man could have told. Third step, race crossing. Alex dashed towards the mountainside where the divine dragon had detonated. One might have expected Peyton's body to be completely obliterated, given that he had been at the epicenter of the explosion. However, that was not the case. With the aid of his truth-seeker eyes, Alex had already spotted something hurtling into the mountainside in the aftermath of the blast. What he found was none other than Brock Peyton. The man was barely recognizable. His face and limbs were horribly scorched, flesh-charred and broken, yet somehow he clung to life, if only by the faintest thread. He was incapable of moving on his own. Alex's gaze shifted to the man's armor. Despite everything, it remained largely intact. Once the soot was cleared, it would require only a modest amount of repair and refitting to be usable once more. Without ceremony, Alex began stripping the dying man of his armor. He could have ended Peyton's life beforehand, but he chose not to. It was a silent fulfillment of the words he had spoken during their failed meeting. As he had promised, he would tear down everything Peyton had built and strip him of everything he possessed down to the very armor on his body. A faint chuckle escaped Alex's lips as a dark thought crossed his mind. It's fortunate the earlier attacks burned away his clothes. Otherwise, I might have had to take even his undergarments. Once the armor was removed, Alex met Peyton's eyes. The man's internal organs were most likely ravaged beyond recovery. He could not speak, only stare, silently pleading for release. Calm madness. Alex shook his head. "Killing you would be a mercy you do not deserve," he said coldly. "How many people have begged you for mercy in your life? And how many did you grant it to? Now, it is your turn to stand on the receiving end of the cruelty." Alex watched without expression as Peyton struggled through his final, agonizing breaths. He remained still and silent, observing as the man's life slowly ebbed away. Yet even after death came, it was not over. Shing! The wrist blade extended from the beta brace. Grasping Peyton's corpse by what little hair remained on his head, Alex drove the blade upward through the man's chin. If, by some miracle, any trace of life had remained, it was extinguished in that instant. Without pause, Alex completed the act by severing the head from the body. This was not done out of sadistic inclination, but rather for a pragmatic reason, one dictated by the brutal realities of life in the wildlands. Once he had secured the severed head, Alex turned his attention back to the battlefield. Zora, Yadara, Fun, and Senu had all made their move. Zora, mounted atop Dread, had effectively transformed into a mobile spell-firing platform, providing constant support to Yadara as she engaged the one-eyed lost heathen vice leader. The battle ended with the man's capture, or more accurately, his surrender. Elsewhere, Fun and Senu assisted the captain of the Drumvale reinforcements in bringing down the final lost heathen combat master. The man, apparently enraged by Drumvale's betrayal, had chosen to fight to the death against the captain. Left with no alternative, he was swiftly put down. With all their combat masters slain, their vice leader captured, and their leader dead, the remaining lost heathens rapidly lost their will to fight. It was not as though they had ever been bound by loyalty in the first place. They had joined for profit, and now, with those who were meant to pay them either dead or captured, they had no reason to continue risking their lives. "Are you all right?" his wives asked as he returned. "I'm fine," Alex replied with a reassuring smile. "Here, take this." He handed the piece of leather armor to Eudora. "Master." Eudora tilted her head in confusion. "I'm not certain how Peyton came into possession of it, but this appears to be a true sorcerer's armor, roughly tier 4 by our standards. It carries anti-magic properties, and it withstood a considerable number of grade 8 spells from me without being destroyed. It should help protect you when traversing the Shadow Realm," Alex explained, listing the armor's key attributes. Eudora's Shadow Dash, despite its apparent teleportation effect, was in truth a darkness-aligned movement technique that utilized natural shortcuts through the Shadow Realm. However, while most mages were aware of this realm and its advantages, few ever dared to make extensive use of it. Traveling through the Shadow Realm came with inherent risks. At the very least, one required a sufficiently resilient body to withstand the strain of passing through it. Alex had been somewhat reassured by Eudora's exceptionally high bordering on absurd affinity for darkness. Even so, he could not help but worry from time to time, especially considering how frequently she had been relying on the ability since arriving in Verdantis. Now that there was a way to mitigate those risks, Alex fully intended to ensure that she made proper use of it. "Take it," Eleanor said encouragingly. Eudora nodded and accepted the armor from Alex. The piece was far too valuable to leave unused, and among them, Eudora was the only one capable of wearing it effectively. Its anti-magic properties would interfere with Eleanor's and Zora's spellcasting, making it unsuitable for them. Their attention then shifted to the captured lost heathen vice leader. "What should we do with him, Master?" Eudora asked. Her blade was already drawn, ready should Alex give the order. Alex shook his head and pinched her nose lightly in a playful gesture. "Sheathe your blade. There's no need to stain your hands with this," he said. Eudora flushed slightly before stepping back. Alex then called Kavikin over. "Keep watch over him. We'll hand him over to Ravenhorn. I'm certain they'll want the information he carries," Alex instructed. "Understood, boss," Kavikin replied with a nod. "Looks like you managed to convince Lady Wintermere, after all. Your tongue remains your most dangerous weapon," Zora remarked. She patted his shoulder like a proud mother hen, prompting Alex to shake his head with a wry smile. "But it's still a little unsettling that her show of allegiance came in the form of betrayal," she added. "Well, in her defense, I didn't leave her with many options. She likely felt this was the minimum required," Alex replied calmly. "I'll go speak with the captain of the reinforcements. Let the others know we'll be moving out afterwards." Alex approached the captain of the Drumvale Reinforcement Company and exchanged a few polite words with him. Once their conversation concluded, and after confirming that his men were sufficiently rested, the captain signaled for his unit to move out. Alex watched him leave with a knowing smile. It was clear the man had no desire to travel alongside a group he neither knew nor trusted. Alex did not object. Instead, he waited a couple of hours before leading the Fortuna Company onward. They entered Bloodiron well after sundown. Even so, their arrival drew the attention of many within the lower and middle strait of the city. That attention intensified when Kavikin took it upon himself to mount the severed heads of the fallen lost heathen combat masters upon the gates of the Fortuna estate. Brock Peyton's head, in particular, became the centerpiece placed at the highest point of the gate arch, impossible to ignore. Before the next morning arrived, news of the battle between the Fortuna Company and the Lost Heathens had already spread throughout the entirety of the city. Young Master Alex didn't require your assistance. They prevailed against a force 5 times their size. Young Master Alex himself faced 3 combat masters alone as a third circle sorcerer in one. And there are members within his party who are stronger than their apparent rank. Each report delivered by the captain of the reinforcement company she had dispatched sent waves of shock through Lady Wintermere's mind. She found it difficult to believe what she was hearing, yet she could not deny it. News of Alex and his party mounting the heads of Brock Peyton and the other lost heathen combat masters upon the gates of the Fortuna estate had already reached her ears. "You may leave. Get some rest. And thank you," she said at last, still struggling to process the weight of the information as she dismissed the captain. The captain saluted and quietly withdrew from the room. Lady Wintermere rose from her seat and walked towards the window, her arms folding lightly as she gazed out at the beautifully kept garden beyond. A faint crease of concern formed between her brows. "Do you think I made the right decision?" she asked suddenly. The butler regarded her for a moment. Rather than answering directly, he posed a question of his own. "Do you believe you were wrong?" "I am concerned," Lady Wintermere admitted. "Alex Fury is a dangerous man, not one I am confident I could ever hope to control. One could argue that any man worth forming a true partnership with at the level Drumvale aspires to would inevitably be dangerous," the butler replied calmly. He continued, "He is not like Brock Payton, a mere thug who required constant encouragement to act in ways beneficial to us. This young man possesses the potential to rise far beyond his current standing. And with that rise comes opportunity, simply by standing beside him. In other words, there is no need to control him. That profit alone would follow from maintaining a partnership with him." Lady Wintermere turned from the window to face her butler, her gaze sharp with intent. The old gentleman nodded. "Consider the Battlebane Guild. They are a strong organization, yet their influence remains largely confined to the wildlands. Beyond this region, they would struggle to command the same level of authority. And yet, by maintaining a connection with that young man, they have now established ties to both the Black Scar Syndicate and to us two organizations whose influence spans the wider continental plane," the butler explained. He continued, "And if we examine it from another angle, we too have gained a connection to the Black Scar Syndicate, and they to us simply through our association with him. Think of the doors he may open in the future as he continues to grow. Compared to Brock Payton, the young man possesses far greater potential." Lady Wintermere listened intently, carefully weighing each of the butler's words. The butler went on, "So, to answer your earlier question, given the choice between Alex Fury and Brock Payton, the outcome has already proven that you made the correct decision. In the short term, your actions have secured the supply of the vital thelonium, which would otherwise have been lost, at least according to the captain's report. As for what the future holds, that remains uncertain. But then again, when has the future ever been certain?" Lady Wintermere's eyes widened briefly before gradually settling. The lingering fog within her thoughts seemed to dissipate. She turned her gaze once more towards the garden beyond the window. This time, a faint smile, one of quiet appreciation, rested upon her lips. "How are preparations for the delivery to the temples progressing?" she asked. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. As per your instructions, the delivery appears entirely routine. To any outsider, it is nothing more than a standard supply shipment to the temples," the butler replied. "Good," Lady Wintermere said softly. "Elsewhere, what?" The projection of the sixth elder shouted in disbelief. "You dare bring falsehoods before the Elder Council? Admin, do you truly expect us to believe this?" "Precisely," the fourth elder added, his tone sharp with disdain. "Admin, it is clear you have been taken in by the legatee's charisma. But if you intend to embellish his achievements, at least make them believable. You expect us to accept that he brought down the Lost Heathens, a mid-level organization in the wildlands, by your own report with a mere 300-man formation? That this company defeated a force of over 1,000 in open battle? And that the legatee, a third circle sorcerer, personally defeated 2 combat masters and a fourth-order sorcerer simultaneously on his own? Do you truly expect us to accept such claims?" Ravenhorn did not respond. He remained kneeling on one knee, head bowed in silence. A dull ache formed at his temples, the beginnings of a headache he could barely suppress under the incessant barrage from the fourth and sixth elders. Even so, he endured. He braced himself mentally, expecting the seventh elder who completed the trifecta opposing him to speak next. Instead, a calm, wizened voice broke through the tension. "Is it truly so difficult to believe?" the third elder spoke. The projected figures of the elders all turned towards him at once. "Do you not find it difficult to believe, third elder?" the second elder asked, his tone laced with amusement. It was clear he sought only to fan the flames and enjoy the spectacle. I understand the reservations of the fourth and sixth elders, the third elder replied evenly. However, we must not forget the legatee is the legatee for a reason. There must be something extraordinary about him, given that he succeeded in a trial where countless others have failed over many centuries. If you ask me, would it not be more surprising if he couldn't achieve something as modest as overcoming a larger force? Especially when we are placing our expectations upon him to one day lead the resistance against the deities who maintain their stranglehold over our realm. The third elder's words caused several of the other elders to nod unconsciously in agreement. The old man continued, "In truth, if you ask me, what he has accomplished is not merely believable, it is normal, perhaps even expected. Rather than dwelling on disbelief, I believe our attention should be directed towards something else entirely, something far more significant," that admin reported. The sixth elder frowned, visibly confused. "What exactly are you referring to, third elder? Please enlighten us," the seventh elder said, his tone measured. "His decision-making, his leadership, and above all, his intellect," the third elder replied. "With the Grand Elder's authority, full access to our resources within the Wildlands was effectively placed in his hands. He could have leveraged the Black Scar Syndicate's full might to crush the insignificant Lost Heathens with ease. Yet he chose not to do so. I'm certain that, like myself, many of you expected him to rely on our Syndicate's hard power to retaliate against Brock Payton after negotiations collapsed, and he was openly insulted. However, he did no such thing. Instead, he utilized our soft power, our information networks, and subtle influence to create the necessary conditions for his own forces to act themselves. And even then, he did not exploit these resources freely. Each time he made use of our network or influence, he ensured that the Syndicate was compensated in some form. Whether it was channeling the spoils of his raid through our trade network generating profit for us or expanding our influence by fostering alliances with the Battlebane Guild and, more importantly, the Drumvale Merchant Company. The third elder paused briefly before continuing, his tone growing more pointed. "I believe I do not need to remind you, fourth elder, that we have long struggled to establish a strong foothold within Aphrodisia. You of all people should be aware since you are in charge of the project. Despite the considerable resources we have invested, we have failed to secure a stable presence. In your own words, there were simply too many local snakes within the pond, preventing even a dragon such as ourselves from entering unchallenged." He looked to each elder softly before continuing, his voice carrying quiet emphasis. "The legatee may very well have presented us with an opening, and not just any opening, but one that leads directly through a member of the city's ruling council. The Wildlands branch of the Drumvale Company represents only a small fraction of the organization. It is far from certain that a partnership at this level would translate into ties with the greater body," the fourth elder argued. "You are correct. I do not deny that," the third elder acknowledged calmly. Ravenhorn raised a brow in confusion. The third elder should have recognized that the importance of the Thelonium Alex had secured for the Wildlands branch of Drumvale was significant enough to draw the attention of the main organization. However, the old man's next words made it clear that he was viewing the matter from an entirely different perspective. "You are focused on the tree and not the forest," the third elder continued. "Whether the legatee's partnership with the Wildlands branch ultimately opens doors for us is not the crux of my argument. What matters is the principle behind the actions he chose to take even when he held power firmly within his grasp. Despite having full access to our resources, the legatee chose not to drag our syndicate into what was fundamentally his personal conflict. And when he did make use of our capabilities, he ensured that appropriate, if not generous, compensation was provided for every service rendered. This despite the fact that he had already been granted the authority to utilize those resources freely. From this, we can clearly see that he does not regard our syndicate, the culmination of generations of effort, as something he is entitled to simply because of his position as legatee. Instead, he consistently pursues a path of mutual benefit, ensuring that both parties gain from cooperation to the fullest extent of his ability. This is the point I am making. At once, a quiet realization spread through the chamber. The elders fell into brief silence as the implications settled into place, Ravenhorn included. Even the previously antagonistic 4th, 6th, and 7th elders found themselves unable to refute the conclusion. The greatest fear of the Black Scar Syndicate's leadership, the elders of the Alston heritage, had always been the same: that the chosen legatee would prove to be an incompetent heir, one who would squander generations of accumulated power and effort in the blind pursuit of their ancestral mission. They had no desire to witness a repeat of the downfall of the Alston imperial family, nor the ruin of the Bellic Marquiate. From what the third elder had outlined, at the very least based on first impressions, Alex was far from the sort of ignorant, incompetent fool unworthy of the mantle of leadership. Bang! The Grand Elder struck his cane firmly against the ground. The sharp sound echoed through the chamber, immediately drawing the attention of all present. As you are all aware, granting admin authority over our forces within the wildlands was intended as a test to observe and evaluate the legatee's conduct. Based on the third elder's assessment, it can be concluded that the legatee has acquitted himself well under the authority entrusted to him. With this in mind, it is my opinion that we should begin to set aside our prejudices against him. In honor of our ancestral obligations as descendants of the Alston name, we ought to extend further assistance both to support his growth and to advance our shared objective of freeing our plane from the scourge of the deities. As before, any power granted to him shall serve as both reward and test. Should he fail to meet our expectations, we withdraw our support and sever our involvement. But should he continue to prove his worth, then more may be granted in due course. The Grand Elder's gaze swept across the chamber. "What say you?" he asked. "The Grand Elder is wise," the others responded in near unison. Unsurprisingly, no dissent was voiced. Not long after, the meeting came to a close. As the projections faded one by one, Ravenhorn rose from his kneeling position, brushing the dust from his knees. "Scheming old foxes," he muttered under his breath, before letting out a quiet sigh. Though he grumbled privately, he understood their caution. The stakes were far too high for blind trust. Still, having interacted with Alex personally, he could not help but feel a trace of impatience at their measured pace. At the very least, the notoriously tight-fisted elders had finally loosened their grip, opening their vaults and purses, if only slightly. That alone meant he now had the means to provide the legatee with more tangible support. That will have to suffice for now. With that thought, Ravenhorn turned and exited the villa. There was much to discuss. He needed to speak with Alex to understand the young man's intentions and determine how best to allocate the additional resources now placed at his disposal. The downfall of the Lost Heathen mercenary corps sent ripples of unease through the lower and middle strata of Bloodiron City, particularly within its underworld and shadow economy. The Lost Heathens had controlled a significant portion of the city's underbelly, spanning gambling dens, brothels, racketeering, smuggling routes, and even slave trade operations. Many within the city expected chaos to erupt in the wake of their collapse. Competing factions were anticipated to descend like vultures, scrambling to seize control of the now ownerless rackets. Even the city administration began preparing for the inevitable unrest. Security forces were placed on alert, not with the unrealistic goal of suppressing the underworld entirely, but rather to safeguard key infrastructure from collateral damage once the inevitable power struggle began. Yet, contrary to all expectations, nothing happened. The reason lay with the Lost Heathen's one-eyed vice leader. True to his word, Alex had intended to dismantle everything Brock Payton had built, not merely his mercenary forces or smuggling networks, but the entirety of his influence. However, through his discussions with Ravenhorn, Alex came to understand the broader implications of such a move. A complete collapse of Payton's underworld operations would not simply eliminate a rival, it would destabilize the city itself, provoking reactions from greater powers lurking in the background. As such, Alex adjusted his approach. Rather than destroying Peyton's underworld empire and allowing opportunistic predators to tear it apart, he chose instead to strip Peyton of ownership and transfer control to another party. A different method, but ultimately achieving the same outcome. Peyton was still stripped of everything. His empire, his so-called castle, was no longer his. While Fortuna drew attention by systematically dismantling lost heathen outposts outside of Blood and ultimately drawing Peyton's main forces away Ravenhorn, leveraging the Black Scar Syndicate's assets with the city, orchestrated a series of coordinated hostile takeovers within the city itself. Unbeknownst to most, a silent merger and acquisition had already taken place across the underworld. Naturally, the managers overseeing Peyton's various operations did not willingly submit to the Syndicate's control. Under normal circumstances, such resistance would have resulted in fragmentation, splintering the organization into competing factions following Peyton's fall. However, Alex and Ravenhorn had anticipated this. They executed a decisive move that prevented such an outcome before it could begin. While Brock Peyton had been the public face of the Lost Heathens, the true architect behind the organization's day-to-day operations was none other than his one-eyed vice leader Viator Hoff. After Alex handed Viator over to Ravenhorn, the latter, being a seasoned figure of the underworld himself, successfully persuaded the one-eyed man to relinquish control of the enterprise. In exchange, Viator was granted his life and a generous retirement package. This was not the usual retirement afforded to bandits the grave, but a genuine chance to walk away, to abandon a life of violence and disappear into obscurity. Alex was not entirely certain how Ravenhorn managed to convince him. In truth, he did not particularly care, but Viator's cooperation proved decisive. With his endorsement, those within the organization who might have resisted the Black Scar Syndicate's takeover instead accepted the transition. The acquisition proceeded smoothly, with the enterprise continuing to operate as before, only now under new ownership. It helped significantly that the managers overseeing the various branches of Peyton's operations had never been truly loyal to him. Their allegiance had always been transactional. Peyton provided protection and influence, and in return, they ran his businesses. The Black Scar Syndicate could offer the same, and far more. Aside from the introduction of a few new operational rules, little changed in practice. The rackets continued as they always had, only the flow of profits was redirected to a different master. In a broader scheme, it was a minor adjustment. The managers were, by and large, satisfied with the arrangement. As a result, despite the change in leadership, the enterprise remained intact. There were no fractures for the opportunistic factions circling outside to exploit. And so, the anticipated scramble for Peyton's underworld holdings never materialized, much to the disappointment of some, and the quiet relief of many others. The Black Scar Syndicate was not the only beneficiary of the Lost Heathen's fall. The Battlebane Guild profited as well. Within the Mercenary Union, a quota system governed high-value missions assignments verified and distributed through the Union's administration. With the sudden disappearance of the Lost Heathens, a considerable gap emerged. The Battlebanes stepped forward without hesitation to shoulder the burden left behind by that vacuum. Furthermore, thanks once again to Viator Hoff, they were able to acquire the Lost Heathens client registry, effectively doubling their clientele overnight. A broader client base translated directly into greater access to contracts and missions, bringing with it a significant increase in projected revenue for the Battlebanes in the near future. As for Lady Wintermere's Wildlands branch of the Drumvale Company, it went without saying that their trade agreement with the various temples across the Verdantine continental plain was proceeding smoothly. The trade itself was significant not only for its immediate value, but for the access it provided. The temples were among the most powerful organizations across the continent, and establishing a reliable channel with them opened doors far beyond simple commerce. Access that was especially crucial for Lady Wintermere's Demon Shop, a key member of the Drumvale Consortium. The Demon Shop specialized in fabrics and high-end fashion. Should it secure a contract to supply garments or even just raw fabrics to a temple, particularly across its many continental branches, it would trigger a major resurgence for the company. In time, such success would reinforce its declining position within the Drumvale Consortium, granting it greater influence not only within the consortium itself, but also within the wider council of the Aphrodisia Free City. As for the group at the center of the Lost Heathen's downfall, Alex and the Fortuna Company, their immediate gains were far more limited compared to the three major beneficiaries. This was largely a matter of scale and deliberate restraint. There is only so much a 60-man organization could realistically absorb, even after accomplishing the bulk of the work that led to the Lost Heathen's collapse. Certainly, by capitalizing on their rapidly rising reputation, Fortuna could have expanded, aggressively recruiting in mass and claiming a greater share of the spoils. However, Alex had no intention of pursuing such a path. He would only accept individuals of genuine value, those he could trust into Fortuna. Growth, in his view, was not something to be rushed. It would come in time. Fortunately, the fall of the Lost Heathens had already sent a clear message throughout Bloodiron City. Though small in number, Fortuna was anything but weak. No one was eager to become the next Lost Heathens. As a result, despite its modest size, Fortuna was afforded a wide berth by both the underworld and the city's factions alike. For now, that was sufficient. Greed for short-term gain would only undermine long-term objectives. And speaking of long-term objectives, after settling the internal matters arising from the acquisition of Peyton's enterprises, Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald the Battlebane Guild Master arranged a meeting with Alex to discuss his broader ambitions so that they might align their efforts accordingly. The meeting took place within the study of the Fortuna Mansion. What do you intend to do next? Are you planning to expand Fortuna and take control of Bloodiron City? Ravenhorn asked. Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald, still clothed within his battered armor, sat on opposite sofas across a low table. At the head of it, Alex occupied a high-backed chair, its imposing design lending him the air of someone seated upon a throne. It was more ostentatious than Alex would have preferred, but there was little he could do about it. The chair had come with the mansion's furnishings, and he had been far too occupied to bother replacing it. At Ravenhorn's question, Alex raised a brow. "That's not a particularly amusing joke," he replied. "I have no intention of taking over this city and drawing the attention and ire of multiple empires and temples in the process. I will eventually have to face the empires and temples, perhaps even other continental powers, such as the Mercenary Union and the Adventurer Association. I am well aware of that. But it does not need to happen now. Then what is your plan for the present, young Master Alex?" Saul Redwald asked. Alex leaned back into his chair, folding his arms as his gaze settled upon the table between them, his expression turning contemplative. "Right now, I need time to build quietly, out of sight," he said. He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on his knees, fingers interlocked. "I came to the Wildlands and Bloodiron in particular with several objectives. None of those objectives involve taking control of the city or the region. While these lands are undeniably chaotic, that chaos also means there are far too many watchful eyes and deeply entrenched interests. The most important goal I have here is to establish an identity and a reputation. As I am certain that both of you have realized by now, for rather obvious reasons, I cannot make use of my true identity. There are few faster ways to invite every temple to dispatch an inquisition for my head. For that reason, I chose the Wildlands, a place defined by chaos and anarchy, where ants, snakes, and dragons alike converge to forge a name for myself, one that I can later carry into the more civilized regions of the world." Both Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald nodded in understanding. They both believed they understood Alex's circumstances, that he possessed an identity that could not be revealed, not in a world now dominated by the deities. Were it exposed, he would be eliminated long before he could ever raise a banner of rebellion against them. At present, he simply did not possess the strength to oppose them. However, what neither man realized was that the origin they had assumed for Alex was not entirely accurate. Alex saw no need to correct that misunderstanding, not yet. The only truths that mattered for now were simple. He came from a place the deities would never tolerate. and he stood in opposition to them. Alex rose from his seat and walked towards the window, his gaze drifting across the vague outline of the city beyond the glass. For the foreseeable future, Fortuna and I will remain within this city. We will operate actively until our name carries sufficient weight, whether as fame or infamy, that it can be recognized beyond the wildlands without exposing us to undue risk, he said. He turned back towards the two men. Once that threshold is reached, we will begin searching for a territory one we can secure and develop safely. What sort of territory are you seeking? Ravenhorn asked. Preferably one that does not sit beneath the direct gaze of any deity, Alex replied as he returned to his seat. Placing a hand on its high back, he continued, I've heard of nations that revere a single ancestral spirit as their national focus. Those are unsuitable as well. I would rather find a nation without any centralized deity or spirit worship, or, at the very least, one where multiple ancestral spirits are venerated without a singular dominant authority. There are very few nations on the continent that meet those criteria, Ravenhorn said, a faint frown forming. I'm aware, Alex nodded, but it is a necessary condition. He settled back into his seat. Furthermore, the territory itself must be remote, far from the scrutiny of powerful aristocrats. A place that can be developed quietly, without attracting unnecessary attention, Alex added, his gaze turning towards Saul Redwald. It took a moment, but Saul finally grasped Alex's intent. I see, Saul said, a wry smile forming beneath his helm. You're looking towards the Selahan Empire. I am, Alex admitted. The northern territories of the Selahan Empire, to be precise. The north. Ravenhorn's brows furrowed in surprise. He spoke after a brief moment of thought. To the best of my knowledge, the most fertile and secure lands in the north are firmly held by the high nobility. What remains beyond are the border regions territories that border the Great Berserk Beast Forest. If you intend to avoid entanglement with the aristocracy, then your only viable option lies in those borderlands. But that would mean facing the constant threat of berserk beast tides. I am aware, Alex replied calmly. That is precisely my intention. The regions at the Empire's edge, those bordering the berserk beasts, are effectively abandoned by the higher aristocracy. They are treated as little more than a buffer zone in the event of a beast tide. Saul Redwald regarded Alex's words with a complicated expression. The youth was not wrong. Within the Sealand Empire, the extreme northern territories were rarely viewed as true imperial lands. To the nobility, they were expendable, a living barrier between civilization and the chaos of the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Most who resided there were outlaws, exiles, or the destitute individuals pushed to the fringes of society. Their presence served a grim purpose, to act as early warning for an approaching beast tide, and more importantly, to slow it down. Not through valor nor resistance, but by becoming the tide's first meal. With such readily available prey within the buffer region, the Empire's core territories were granted precious time to mobilize their defenses before the tide could reach them. It was a cruel but effective strategy, one that saved the Empire vast amounts of resources, which could then be redirected towards more important concerns, at least in the eyes of the aristocracy. It did not help that beast tides from the Great Berserk Beast Forest were largely seasonal, occurring once every 10 to 20 years or so. As a result, the Empire's upper echelons deemed it more cost-effective to maintain this brutal buffer system rather than invest heavily in establishing proper settlements or a permanent military presence in the region. If it is there, then it may be possible to secure as much as 10 years of relative seclusion before any major noble house or power turns its attention towards it, Saul thought. Of course, that is only if the territory does not attract attention prematurely. Saul Redwald turned his gaze towards Alex. Even with a well-crafted identity, your plan will be difficult to execute. Noble titles within the Selahan Empire are not easily obtained. In fact, an identity created in the wildlands may prove more of a liability than an advantage, he said. Then, as a former member of the clergy within one of the Empire's major temples, do you have any ideas on how we might proceed? Alex asked with a faint smile. Saul let out a wry breath. The youth had clearly placed the burden of that problem squarely upon him. After a moment, he nodded. "I might," he said, "but it will require time to prepare. That is not an issue. There is still much for us to accomplish within Bloodiron. Take your time and do it properly," Alex replied. "Understood. I will bring you news soon," Saul affirmed. Alex nodded his head in acknowledgement. The meeting continued for another half hour as they discussed additional plans and contingencies for their future movements. They even touched upon how best to leverage their newly formed alliance with Lady Wintermere. Eventually, Ravenhorn and Saul Redwald departed the mansion as quietly as they had arrived. Alex remained seated within the study for some time after their departure, lost in thought, before finally rising and making his way towards his laboratory. With Brock Payton and the Lost Heathens dealt with, Fortuna had secured a firm standing within Bloodiron. Alex's direct presence on the front lines was no longer essential, which meant, while the others worked to expand Fortuna's reputation and gather the necessary resources, Alex could devote himself fully to what he did best: research and development. Alex let out a quiet sigh as he entered his makeshift rune lab. As always, he felt as though there was far too much to accomplish and nowhere near enough time to accomplish it all. When he first came to the Hollow Crest Wildlands, his primary objective had been to restore the functionality of his Rune-Tech platform. Now, he had achieved that goal, not in the exact manner he had originally envisioned, but achieved it nonetheless. With the Rune-Tech platform operational once more, one of the highest priority tasks before him was the repair of the damaged interplanar orb. At the very least, he had made a promising start. From the fragmented remains of the interspatial Grand Formation, he had successfully derived the damaged and degraded interspatial teleportation formation at its core, later repurposing it into the spatial gate formation he used recently to raid Lost Heathen bases. However, Alex believed that as his understanding of the formation spell hybrid deepened, he would eventually be capable of restoring it to its original form, or perhaps even improving upon it entirely. Only, that would require time. Alex exhaled softly at the thought. Taking a seat at the rune table within the laboratory, he began jotting notes across a sheet of paper. "It's not just the spatial teleportation formation. I also need to recover the actual coordinates of Pangea." Alex mused inwardly. This was something he had kept solely to himself. He had not even spoken of it to his wives. The coordinates stored within the interplanar orb had degraded alongside the device itself. Much like the longitude and latitude coordinate system's GPS navigation from his previous life, Pangea also utilized a coordinate system to locate different planes drifting within the vast void of space, including itself. However, the system used by Pangea was far more complex. The GPS systems of his previous world determined location based upon relatively fixed positions on a planetary surface. The motion of these reference points, relative to the observer, was negligible enough to be ignored for practical navigation. As a result, position could be simplified into longitude, latitude, and for more precise applications, altitude. Pangea navigation, however, was a system designed for traversal through the void, a form of spatial navigation that could not rely upon fixed planetary references. Within the void of space, everything was in motion. Planets, stars, galaxies, even the universe itself drifted endlessly through the cosmic expanse. As such, calculating location was not simply a matter of determining position across 3 dimensions of space. One also had to account for a temporal coordinate, and that temporal coordinate was critically important. In the void, knowing an object's precise 3-dimensional position was meaningless without knowing when that object would occupy those exact coordinates. Everything was constantly moving. A location that existed one moment would no longer be valid the next. Fortunately, the temporal data remains intact. Thanks to that, the calculations won't be easy, but they won't be impossible either, Alex mused inwardly. The real issue is the spatial position data. I only have 2 of the dimensional coordinates intact. The final axis is corrupted. Somehow, I'll need to deduce the missing dimensional coordinate myself. Only after that can I begin constructing an algorithm within the formation capable of continuously calculating Pangea's exact current position in real time. Alex's hopes rested upon the runes he had glimpsed moments before the interplanar formation activated back on Pangea before everything had gone awry. He intended to use that fragmentary runic data to extrapolate the missing information through calculation and pattern reconstruction. Unfortunately, that was far easier said than done. Unlike planetary navigation, there was no equivalent to up, down, north, or south within the void. No naturally fixed orientation existed to serve as a universal frame of reference, greatly increasing the complexity of the calculations involved. But more importantly, the knowledge required to even begin such calculations was incomplete. The foundational theory Alex needed belonged exclusively to the domain of space mages. Like many advanced specialist professions within Pangea, the knowledge of space mages was guarded with extreme secrecy. Much like magic armor designers, it was virtually impossible to gain access to true space mage know-how without first becoming a recognized space mage oneself. The secrecy surrounding the discipline was so severe that the organizations controlling such knowledge had deliberately didn't include it in the arcane library servers they had bought at exorbitant prices. As a result, even OmniRune lacked the necessary data. Fortunately, it was not all doom and gloom. Thanks to Merlin's extensive curriculum, Alex at least possessed the foundational knowledge necessary to approach the problem. The issue was that he would need to perform countless derivative calculations before arriving at the formulas and constants required to even begin reconstructing the degraded coordinates knowledge that would likely be considered elementary to an actual space mage. Beggars can't be choosers. I should be grateful I even have a starting point at all, Alex thought to himself. Much like the damaged interplanar teleportation formation, this was another problem he could only tackle through brute force analysis and iterative experimentation, which meant it would require an enormous amount of time before tangible results could be achieved even with OmniRune's computational assistance. Alex continued jotting down his thoughts across the paper before him. Not because he feared forgetting them, his memory was more than capable of retaining the information, but because the act of writing helped organize the clutter within his mind. Line after line filled the page with theories, equations, and fragmented concepts. Eventually, he flipped the paper over to continue writing, only to realize he had already exhausted both sides. Leaning back in his chair, Alex stared up at the ceiling. There's simply too much to do. He sighed inwardly. A familiar warmth surged within his chest as Etherkindle silently purified and refined the mana circulating through his body, particularly the mana absorbed through his Everspring rune tattoo, as it always did. Alex's thoughts unconsciously drifted towards the spirit magic he had recently developed. That needs far more work as well. A groan escaped his lips. In its current form, spirit magic doesn't function without Etherkindle, he mused. Spirit magic enabled the creation of a fully autonomous spell platform, a conjured spell construct capable of independent movement and capable of casting subsidiary spells on its own. As demonstrated during the battle against the Lost Heathen Combat Masters, spirit magic allowed Alex to create a combat support entity on the fly. It also reduced the burden of continuously casting and micromanaging multiple spells simultaneously, since the spirit could act independently once established. However, the current iteration still has a fatal flaw. Alex's gaze narrowed slightly in thought. Without something actively commandeering the conjured spell form, spirit magic simply won't work. What I've actually done with spirit magic is transfer the burden of controlling a conjured spell form from myself onto another entity. In the case of the five-clawed divine dragon, that entity was Etherkindle. Unfortunately, Etherkindle is currently the only entity I can think of that's capable of doing this. Ideally, I would have preferred for OmniRune to autonomously control the spell constructs after they are conjured, but that clearly won't work. OmniRune still relies upon my own mental energy and cognitive processing, which ultimately makes it no different from me manually controlling the spell form myself. That completely defeats the purpose behind spirit magic. Another thought surfaced in his mind. There also appears to be a limitation regarding which entities can commandeer specific spells. Aetherkindle only function properly because it shares a fire-aligned nature with a five-clawed divine dragon, which itself is fundamentally a fire-type spell construct. If I attempted the same thing using a water-aligned spell, Aetherkindle would most likely fail to control it properly. It simply wouldn't understand what it was handling. Or at least, that's the impression Aetherkindle conveyed back to me. Alex straightened slightly in his chair, his index finger rhythmically tapping against the tabletop. Another important factor. Commandeering the spell form seems to establish some form of shared sensory connection between the controlling entity and the construct itself, Alex analyzed inwardly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment Brock Payton had severed the divine dragon's arm. Aetherkindle had screamed as though it had genuinely experienced pain. That reaction shouldn't logically occur. The divine dragon is nothing more than a conjured construct composed of mana, which is precisely why Aetherkindle was able to regenerate the limb afterwards. But if there's some kind of trauma transfer occurring between the construct and the commandeering entity, then I'll need to exercise extreme caution when developing or using this method further. His tapping halted briefly as another idea surfaced. A moment later, the rhythmic tapping resumed once more as he worked through the implications. It's becoming increasingly obvious that spirit magic relies upon some form of metaphysical entity to commandeer the conjured spell form. In that case, unless I can acquire a sufficiently diverse roster of such entities, spirit magic, in its current state, will remain severely limited. Alex let out a long sigh as he rubbed his temples. In that case, I suppose spirit magic is a dead end for now, he muttered aloud. Better to shelve it and focus my time on something more productive. He was not pleased with that conclusion. The method clearly possessed enormous potential. Unfortunately, in its current state, there were simply too many limiting variables outside his control. Persisting stubbornly would only waste time he could not afford to lose. Shaking his head lightly, Alex forced his thoughts onto other matters. Another area worth focusing on is the Zaxxon's transmutation formation. I should be able to further refine the conversion process while ensuring the resulting essence maintains the highest possible purity. But beyond that, there may be a deeper connection hidden within the formation itself, possibly even a pathway towards true energy transmutation. Alex narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. That line of research would consume a tremendous amount of time. But even so, it would still be a far better investment than attempting to brute force spirit magic in its current condition. Yet after reaching that conclusion, Alex paused. A moment later, he shook his head once more. No, there's something even more urgent than that. Resting his chin against his hand, his thoughts shifted again. Rune tattoo soldiers and rune tattoo sets. I've already begun gathering individuals with innate aptitudes suited for rune tattoo compatibility. However, not all of them possess exceptional cultivation talent. That creates a problem regarding their place within what is supposed to become an elite force. Alex frowned slightly. The opinions of outsiders don't matter much to me, but I can't completely ignore the psychological impact those opinions may have on the people I've chosen, especially those with weaker cultivation potential. Standing beside monsters and prodigies day after day may eventually erode their confidence, or worse, leave them believing they'll never truly belong. He had already attempted to address that issue. Alex had explained his broader vision to them, and even presented figures like Kavikin and Mogul as examples proof that overwhelming talent was not the only path to strength. But he knew words alone were insufficient. Unless I can produce actual rune soldiers and demonstrate tangible results, their doubts won't truly disappear. However, that thought immediately led Alex towards another concern, one that might represent a fundamental flaw within rune tattoos themselves. Fortuna alone currently has 60 members, and expanded, that number would rise to 300. But I'm only one person. Even at maximum efficiency, I might only be able to produce a single rune tattoo set per day. At that rate, It would take a significant amount of time to equip even 300 people. And that's assuming standardized sets. If customized variants become necessary, the process would slow down even further. There's only so much I can produce alone within a reasonable time frame. Alex rubbed his head vigorously in frustration. I really had to create a magical platform that only I can use. He sighed bitterly. There has to be a way to duplicate or mass-produce rune tattoo sets while preserving their intended functionality. Whether now or later, I need to solve that problem if I want rune tattoos to ever become as widespread as I envision. The more he thought about it, however, the fewer answers he could find. He wanted nothing more than to push the issue aside for now, but he knew he could not ignore it indefinitely. As he had already concluded, delaying the matter for too long could eventually create instability within the party itself, even if the likelihood remained relatively small. Sigh. Alex slumped forward onto the table, releasing a long, exhausted breath. So much to do, and nowhere near enough time. Knock, knock. Alex was still mulling over his research priorities when the sound interrupted his thoughts. He immediately straightened back into a seated position. The frustration, uncertainty, and fatigue that had been visible moments earlier vanished almost instantly. In their place returned the calm confidence and gentle smile he habitually wore before his wives and subordinates. "Come in," he called. A moment later, Eleanor and Sugud entered the room. The instant Alex saw their expressions, he sighed inwardly. They were almost certainly about to add even more to his already overwhelming workload. No rest for the weary. Sugud and Eleanor looked towards Alex as they entered his rune lab, which, by his own standards at least, was still rather makeshift. Though both had brought issues stemming from their respective research projects for him to review, they carried a subconscious confidence that speaking with him would ultimately yield a solution. In a way, one could say this was part of Alex's charm. He might not necessarily possess greater expertise than they did within their own specialized fields. However, what he did possess was a perspective that existed almost entirely outside the mold in which they had been trained. More often than not, his viewpoints initially appeared bizarre considering his primary bloodline. Some might even describe them as slightly mad. Yet despite that, these same unique perspectives frequently produced astonishing results. For instance, when Alex first told Sugud that he intended to create an infantry weapon modeled after a ballista and boldly claimed that it would change the face of the battlefield, Sugud had dismissed the idea almost immediately. It was only after seeing the prototype for himself and witnessing its performance firsthand that he had begun to believe. Now, after Sugud himself had already upgraded it through 2 increasingly powerful iterations, he had become a firm believer in the Infantry Arms Project, a project aimed at creating a series of weapons that, at its ultimate goal, would allow an untrained commoner to kill a professional warrior or even a beast up to Class 3. Why Class 3, one might ask? Because across many planes, Class 3 represented the standard benchmark of power. In weaker realms, Class 3 individuals often stood at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, in stronger realms such as Panjur, even Verdanus Class 3 formed the rank and file of elite military forces. More importantly, however, the leap to Class 4 represented a dramatic qualitative increase in power, defense, survivability, and overall capability. Attempting to scale a commoner-grade weapon to the point where it could reliably threaten a Class 4 existence would become prohibitively expensive, resource-intensive, and technically demanding to the extent that true mass production would no longer be feasible. Besides, regardless of how powerful a plane might be, Class 3 represented a major threshold. Practically speaking, so long as an individual possessed cultivation talent, reaching Class 3 was never considered impossible. The journey might require decades of effort, depending on the quality of one's talent. But for most who genuinely walked the path of power, Class 3 remained an achievable destination. Class 4, however, was entirely different. The bottleneck separating Class 3 from Class 4 was so immense that only a tiny fraction of all Class 3 cultivators ever managed to cross it successfully. Taking all of those factors into consideration, the Class 3 benchmark became the most efficient and realistic target. As for Eleanor, Alex's pill-based alchemy method represented an equally fascinating shift in perspective. The advantages of the pill system were actually quite intuitive once one truly thought about them. However, that was precisely the issue if one thought about them at all. For centuries perhaps, even millennia, Pangea's alchemical system had remained largely unchanged. No one had seriously questioned the long-established potion-based approach, nor attempted to pioneer an entirely new system. Only this silver-haired madman possessed a thought process disruptive enough to even consider such a possibility. And because of that, he had ushered in a completely new, albeit still developing branch of alchemy with enormous potential. "You're here," Alex greeted with a smile, exuding calm confidence. It was almost as though the frustration and concern that had plagued him earlier had been nothing more than an illusion. "Thanks for coming," he continued. "I called the two of you over because I wanted to know whether it would be possible for you to collaborate on creating something for me. But before that, it seems both of you have matters of your own to report or request." Alex gestured towards a few stools positioned around the room. Eleanor and Sugad nodded. Each picked up a stool and brought it over to the work table before taking their seats opposite Alex. Alex motioned for Sugad to speak first. Sugad nodded and began his report. "Based on the most recent field tests, I have confirmed that the two new crossbow variants possess offensive power reaching peak tier 2, Sugad stated. In practical terms, this meant the crossbows pose a lethal threat to anyone below the peak intermediate rank. They also remain dangerous even to elite-ranked opponents. However, due to the target's speed, defensive capabilities, endurance, or a combination of all three, it appears that killing such individuals requires sustained volleys from multiple users working together to pin the target down," he added. "Why do you think that is?" Alex asked. From his perspective, the crossbows already possess sufficient peak offensive force to theoretically kill a Class 3 existence. During the field tests, I noticed that most gold-rank combatants faced with the weapon were capable of dodging incoming shots by exploiting the cycle time between each shot. A few others who were struck by the bolts were even able to continue fighting after taking 1 or 2 hits. Unless we intend to further increase the power behind each bolt through superior materials or by incorporating empowering runes, there is very little we can do regarding the latter issue. So if your focus is on increasing the rate of fire even further?" Alex asked. "Yes," Sugad replied with a nod. "And how exactly do you propose we accomplish that?" Alex continued. "By reducing the cycling time between shots, and if possible, by also decreasing the reload time between magazines," Sugad explained. "The crossbow's power comes from the energy stored within its limbs and the efficiency with which the string transfers that force into the bolt. I have already pushed both the limb materials and the string close to their practical limits, while still keeping the weapon suitable for mass production. At this stage, much like the bolts themselves, any further increase in raw power would only produce marginal returns. To achieve the current level of power, I had to make trade-offs that now seem to be limiting the weapon's reload speed between magazines and, more importantly, its cycle time between shots. Both the pump action and bolt action variants require a certain degree of physical strength to recock the string quickly enough to maintain sustained rapid fire. However, as fatigue accumulates, the user inevitably slows down, sometimes by mere milliseconds and other times by entire seconds. In theory, those gaps in firing rate would allow Class 3 combatants to slip between shots or grant them enough time to mitigate the damage inflicted by a previous bolt." Sugad paused briefly before concluding. "That is why I believe we need to incorporate runes directly into the weapon's body in order to assist with the cycling mechanism." Alex nodded thoughtfully in understanding. One might wonder why Sugad had not also suggested using runes to further enhance the weapon's overall power, or perhaps empower the bolts themselves. The answer was simple: time. At present, Alex was the only person in Verdantis capable of using runes. If not for that obvious limitation, Sugad would never have bothered reporting the issue to Alex in the first place, and would have instead sought a solution independently. The idea of experimenting with sigils had crossed his mind. However, the foreign magical glyphs remained too unpredictable. There was no reliable way of knowing what effects they might produce or how exactly they would function once integrated into the weapon system. Anyway, as the leader of their group, and an artisan himself, Alex was undoubtedly occupied with countless other responsibilities. Expecting him to personally inscribe runes onto every individual bolt was simply unrealistic, even if he were not burdened with other work. As for asking him to directly empower the weapons themselves, that was an equally difficult undertaking. The current crossbow models had already been refined close to their maximum practical efficiency. Any further enhancements, even rune-based ones, would require increasingly advanced methods and far more time-consuming craftsmanship. By comparison, improving the firing rate was a far more achievable objective, especially since there was still considerable room for optimization in that area. In truth, there were still other ways to further improve the weapon's offensive capability. Although Sugud had already refined the bolts to what he considered their current peak, taking into account factors such as weight, balance, rigidity, head design, and material density, there remained potential advancements in bolt shape and aerodynamic efficiency. The issue was that achieving further improvements beyond the current design in these areas would require facilities far superior to those presently available to him. In fact, many of the limitations Sugud currently faced could be overcome entirely if he simply had access to better equipment, infrastructure, and resources. When he claimed that he had reached the limits of the weapon's current iteration, he was not referring to the limits of his skill as an artisan. Rather, he meant the limits imposed upon him by his available conditions and resources. If we managed to secure our own territory or establish a stable channel back to Pangaea, most of these issues would resolve themselves naturally, Alex mused inwardly. Another potential path forward was the transition towards hot weapons. Alex had long suspected that introducing firearms, cannons, missiles, and similar weaponry from his previous life, especially when integrated with magical technology, would become an enormous game-changer. Much to his surprise, after transmigrating into this world, Alex discovered that the civilizations here had largely refrained from developing hot weapons despite already possessing the fundamental ingredient required, gunpowder. Naturally, it was not referred to as gunpowder in this world. However, a similar explosive powder already existed and was commonly used in, of all things, festival firecrackers. Producing a functional firearm prototype would not actually require excessive effort. Yet these civilizations had never seriously pursued such a path. Through his research, Alex eventually realized that the reason came down to a fundamental difference in perspective. Humanity in his previous life had developed hot weapons largely to compensate for their inherent physical weaknesses. In contrast, within a magical world such as this one, cultivation and ascension allowed individuals to transcend those very weaknesses through personal power. In such a society, a weapon system heavily dependent upon consumable ammunition was naturally looked down upon, as it was considered an inefficient waste of valuable resources. This was especially true because progressively rarer and more valuable materials would inevitably be required in order to scale the destructive capability of those weapons across the higher ranks of power. Indeed, it would not be inaccurate to call hot weapons a massive waste of resources. Alex mused inwardly. A tremendously powerful waste, but a waste nonetheless. Alex knew he could not abruptly change the mindset of the people in this world. As a result, he had deliberately chosen to begin with a softer approach in the form of crossbows. At the very least, bolts could often be recovered and reused depending on the extent of the damage sustained. His hope was that once the people around him became accustomed to projectile-based weaponry, it would become far easier for them to eventually accept the resource-intensive or outright wastefulness nature of true hot weapons. Originally, Alex had expected to introduce the new weapon system only after they had fully reached the developmental ceiling of crossbow-based warfare, much like the point they were approaching now. However, reality made it clear that the timing was still not right. The manufacture of hot weapons is an extremely resource-hungry process. More accurately, it requires a large industrial foundation, or outright industrialization of an entire territory, to properly support it, Alex reflected. At the end of the day, it all circled back to the same issue preventing Sugud from advancing the crossbows any further without relying upon Rune-Tech. Such systems demanded strict production conditions, advanced infrastructure, and a continuous flow of massive resources in order to remain viable. Alex inwardly shook his head, pushing the wandering thoughts aside. He refocused his attention on Sugud. Do you already have a framework for how you want the runes to function? Once I understand the mechanism, I can determine what runes will be necessary, Alex said. It's all here, Sugud replied immediately. Without delay, he handed over a sheet of paper containing his proposed requirements. Alex skimmed through the document before giving a slight nod. Sugud's requested functions were actually fairly straightforward. In truth, they were the sort of inscriptions that any competent runesmith worth their title should have been capable of handling. The only reason the matter had become so troublesome was because runes simply did not function naturally within Verdantis. Alex once again felt the urge to sigh. The limitation of Rune-Tech, the fact that he alone could currently use it, was becoming an increasingly troublesome bottleneck. I wonder if there's a way to allow others to use Rune-Tech without them having to walk the same path as me, he pondered silently. How was the progress on producing the additional crossbows we'll need to equip all our forces with the newer iterations? Alex asked. Sugud scratched his chin sheepishly. I am still trying to formulate a workable solution. As you already know, the number of crossbows we need is far beyond what I can personally produce alone. I have been searching for a method to streamline the manufacturing process, but I am hesitant to involve outside craftsmen due to concerns regarding secrecy and security. Alex simply nodded without saying anything further. Since Sugud had finished his report, he turned his attention towards Eleanor. With the exception of their guild master, Saul Redwald, treatment for all Battlebane members has been completed successfully. They now all possess a clean bill of health, Eleanor reported. Alex raised an eyebrow, wondering why she was informing him of this when he himself had participated directly in the treatments. Fortunately, Eleanor did not leave him wondering for long. I have developed a preliminary plan to treat berserk humans using a similar combination of spell, potion, and formation therapy, she explained. From observing the Battlebane's treatment, I realized that combining multiple therapeutic methods significantly reduces the strain placed upon the patient's body. In the case of berserk humans, the situation will be far more severe since the infection affects their entire body. The physical burden will be considerably greater than what the Battlebanes endured. Because of that, I believe it would be far wiser to employ a layered combination therapy rather than rely solely on a single potion-based treatment. You want my help with the formation, don't you? Alex asked immediately. Yes and no, Eleanor replied. I would certainly appreciate it if you could modify the treatment formation we use for the Battlebanes so that it better aligns with the more extensive therapy berserk humans will require. However, it is not absolutely necessary. If needed, I can still use the existing formation as it is. What I truly need assistance with is the potion refinement process itself. The batch processing capability of your pill alchemy method would make handling the medicinal side of the treatment vastly easier. So, instead of refining the medicine yourself, you intend to pass the work to me? Alex raised an eyebrow. So, instead of refining the medicine yourself, you intend to pass the work on to me? Alex raised another eyebrow. I would handle it personally if I could, Eleanor replied with a faintly teasing tone, but I simply do not have the necessary flame and fire control techniques. I have nothing comparable to ether kindle to support me. Besides, I guarantee the entire process would only take you a single day's work. That is not only, I can accomplish a great deal within a single day, Alex replied with a helpless shake of his head. He pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose for a moment, already feeling the beginnings of a headache forming. I really should not have agreed to help her research a treatment for berserk transformation, he grumbled inwardly. Even though he grumbled inwardly about the additional workload, Alex had no intention of stopping Eleanor's research. The project held far too much potential to ignore. Although they already possessed several preventative measures capable of shielding their future territory from outbreaks of berserk transformation, the phenomenon remained a genuine threat within this plane. Sooner or later, one of their people could come into contact with it, especially once they officially established and expanded their own territory. Because of this, it was far more prudent to begin developing a treatment, or ideally a complete cure, before such a crisis ever arose. Besides, both the Black Scars and the Battlebanes have already agreed to help acquire live subjects for experimentation, along with the previously arranged trade involving wild divine statues. Backing out now would make little sense, Alex concluded inwardly. He looked up towards the two seated opposite him. Both of you are adding to my workload when you should be helping reduce it, he remarked dryly. Very well, but in exchange, the two of you will also need to do something for me. Alex reached forward, and his hand sank directly into the fabric of space itself. Moments later, he withdrew an object from within his pocket dimension. I want the two of you to refine this for me, he said. Teolonio more. Eleanor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes. Ravenhorn mentioned that the refinement process is a closely guarded secret held exclusively by the deity temples. The two of you are among the finest alchemists and forgesmiths of the younger generation that our plane has to offer. If anyone outside the clergy can decipher the process, I expect it would be the two of you, Alex said with a smile. It will not be easy, Sugud replied with a deep frown. The same can be said for most of the things you ask of me, Alex commented casually. Sugud could only smile wryly at that response. But what exactly do you even need refined thelonium for? Eleanor asked. Its only known purpose is to store divine energy. It's not as though you can actually use divine energy yourself. How can we be certain of that? Who's to say I won't eventually figure out a way? Alex replied with a grin. The same thing was once said about spatial energy back in Pangaea, because it could not be properly contained. Yet eventually, a method was discovered. And now, spatial energy serves as one of the cornerstones behind our plane's interplanar conquests. So wouldn't it be interesting if we discovered a practical use for divine energy as well? Wouldn't that finally make those parasite Navi now worth something? Alex's grin widened slightly. A faint shiver ran through both Eleanor and Sugud as his words triggered the same terrifying realization within their minds. He wants to turn the Navi into a power source, they deduced simultaneously. Navi were notoriously difficult to kill. This was a fact that even high-ranking professionals in Pangaea, those beyond the legendary rank, had long since accepted. However, what was comparatively easy for such higher existences was sealing a Navi away. In fact, there were numerous methods of accomplishing this. Nearly every major nation possessed at least several established techniques capable of sealing divine entities. Since Navi were incredibly troublesome to eliminate permanently for anyone who was not another Navi, the higher powers of Pangaea had gradually developed a more practical approach. Simply seal them away and allow their divinity to slowly crumble over time until the Navi eventually perished. It was far more cost-effective. If Alex truly managed to discover a method of harnessing divine energy and converting it into a practical power source, those utilitarian higher-ups would undoubtedly exploit sealed Navi for every ounce of divine energy they possessed. Furthermore, it could easily become another major revenue stream for the Golden Palace, or whichever organization Alex eventually chose to market the method through. Looking at the man seated opposite them, Eleanor and Sugud almost felt as though they were staring at a madman. And yet, strangely enough, neither of them doubted that he might actually succeed. In fact, both firmly believed that if there existed anyone insane enough to accomplish such a thing, it would undoubtedly be Alex. Eleanor, in particular, gazed at him with a faint glitter in her eyes. Anyone familiar with Alex and his bloodline would naturally assume that this madness stemmed from the Führer side of his lineage. However, those truly close to him, especially his wives, knew better. Alex possessed his own distinct brand of craziness and quiet insanity, one that rivaled even the madness inherent within his bloodline itself. Worse still, the two complemented each other disturbingly well. Case in point, although Alex currently spoke with a dangerous glint of madness in his eyes, his pupils remained their usual ruby red color, meaning he was not under the influence of calm madness. People often say there's only a thin line between genius and madness. Eleanor thought inwardly. But in his case, that line no longer exists. Whenever he does something, one must choose for oneself what they're truly witnessing, genius or madness. Without question, she saw genius, and for a distinct reason that excited her. Alex himself remained entirely oblivious to the unsettling gleam within his eyes as he spoke, nor did he feel anything unusual or amiss about his own state of mind. Instead, he simply stared intently at the two before him, silently pressing them for an answer. "You're making this sound like a trade. What? Solve your problems, and you'll solve ours," Eleanor said with an amused smile. "I suppose it is a trade," Alex admitted. "But it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of and. I'll resolve your requests, and the two of you will resolve mine." "Agreed." Sugad nodded as well. "Excellent. Then let's deal with this immediately," Alex said suddenly. "Sugad, I'll handle the rune inscriptions later once all the crossbows are completed. As for mass production, there's actually a simple solution: assembly production." "Assembly production? Would that even work?" Sugad asked skeptically. Although he was not unfamiliar with the concept, he still found it difficult to imagine in practice. The crossbow is not a sword or a suit of armor. It consists of multiple individual components. As long as you properly assess and standardize the parts supplied by different craftsmen, the overall quality of the final product should not suffer significantly once you assemble everything personally. More importantly, since only you would possess knowledge of the final assembly and complete blueprint, the secrecy of the weapon's true design would remain protected, Alex explained. Sugad nodded thoughtfully as he considered the proposal. If you are still concerned about security, you can also commission several dummy parts alongside the genuine components, Alex continued. That way, even if someone notices the large-scale orders and somehow acquires every part, they would still struggle to determine the actual design. Speak with Yudara regarding that matter. She should be able to help you devise a foolproof operational plan, he added. After a brief pause, Alex continued once more. You can also consult Ravenhorn regarding the commissions. He understands the local artisan circles better than anyone else here. He should be able to connect you with craftsmen who are both capable and trustworthy. Sugad nodded again. With that, his concerns had largely been resolved. Alex then shifted his attention towards Eleanor. "You're going to help with the potion refinement, right?" she asked with a smile. "Yes," Alex replied, returning the smile with a playful glint in his eyes, but not in the way you are imagining. Instead of merely giving you fish, why not teach you how to fish for yourself? What do you mean? What would you think about obtaining an ether kindle of your own? Alex interrupted with a question of his own. Eleanor froze in surprise. "You speak as though primal origin flames grow on trees," she commented dryly. "I may not be capable of mass producing them quite so casually," Alex replied. "But what if I could pass on a fragment of ether kindle to you?" A strange duality flickered within Alex's eyes at that moment. A mixture of brilliance and madness intertwined so seamlessly that the boundary between the two became impossible to distinguish. 1 month later, Sanctuary Pocket Dimension. Alex lay beneath Lord Bonsai's canopy, seemingly asleep in peaceful repose. In reality, however, his mind was anything but restful. The past month had been filled with one setback after another. Well, to be more accurate, they were not outright failures, but rather a series of incomplete successes. Over the course of the month, Alex had successfully recovered and reconstructed everything he possibly could from the interspatial orb, ultimately managing to recreate the interspatial teleportation grand formation, or at least he believed he had. In truth, there was currently no reliable means of properly testing the formation without possessing the planar coordinates of another plane. Nevertheless, His intuition, as well as the vague assurance of his rune sage true name, gave him confidence that the formation should function as intended. Alex had even incorporated several additional functions into the grand formation. One such feature allowed the formation to automatically decipher and permanently record the planar information of any world it traveled to or from. His intention was to prevent a repeat of their current predicament, arriving upon an unknown plane with no accurate coordinates and a heavily degraded return coordinates back to Pangaea. Speaking of that, unfortunately, when it came to reconstructing the damaged return coordinates to Pangaea itself, Alex remained unable to reliably deduce the final missing section, using mathematical concepts of his previous life as an analogy. Alex had managed to calculate the coordinates to roughly the nearest 100th decimal place. However, accurate interplanar travel demanded precision approaching the 100,000th decimal place. The gap between those two levels of accuracy was astronomical for something as unforgivingly precise as interplanar navigation. Even the slightest error within the same decimal place could result in completely missing the intended planar jump. A discrepancy of merely a single decimal place could mean materializing inside a star, colliding with a spatial anomaly, or drifting endlessly through the empty void between worlds. Alex simply could not risk attempting travel with the level of precision he currently possessed. Yet despite that, he also felt he had already reached the best result he was capable of calculating for now, and that was merely for reaching Pangaea itself. If he wished to target a specific destination upon re-entry, such as the Dragonhold Enclave or the Fury Lands, he might require accuracy extending all the way to the millionth decimal place. This level of precision was no less important. After all, arriving at the wrong location within Pangaea could also easily prove catastrophic. In civilized but hostile territories, his status as a noble might at least buy him a degree of temporary reprieve. However, if they were unfortunate enough to emerge within one of Pangaea's naturally hostile regions, such as the continents of Terra or Cryones, then the consequences would be immeasurably worse. Ending up anywhere upon either of those two continents would amount to certain death for the entire party. Unfortunately, no matter how much he pondered or calculated, Alex could not find any reliable way to improve the situation beyond its current state. During periods when inspiration completely eluded him, Alex had diverted his attention towards several of his other ongoing projects in an attempt to lift his spirits. One of those projects involved the Thelonium and Divine Energy Research Initiative, which unfortunately had also ended in disappointment. To their credit, Sugud and Eleanor had actually succeeded in discovering a reliable method of refining Thelonium without destroying its innate property of storing divine energy. Naturally, they possessed no divine statue or comparable artifact with which to directly compare the storage efficiency of their refined material. However, the mere fact that they had successfully refined the ore at all was already considered a major breakthrough in Alex's eyes. Even so, despite the success achieved through the combined expertise of their respective fields, Sugud had firmly refused to allow large quantities of the precious or to be refined recklessly. The forgesmith mechanic had no intention of wasting such an extraordinarily valuable material upon an entirely untested concept. As a result, the only thing Alex ultimately received was a single Thelonium container that Sugud had crafted to resemble a medium-sized jeweler box, something that would not appear overly suspicious sitting atop an ordinary table. Though it outwardly resembled a decorative jeweler box, the object itself was essentially a dense block of refined metal measuring roughly 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in height. The moment Alex obtained the box, he immediately brought it into the sanctuary pocket dimension, where Lord Bonsai successfully infused it with leftover divine energy extracted from a wildlands monster deity statue. Officially, in the public eye, Fortuna and the Battlebanes had entered into a formal partnership to eliminate monster habitats in and around Bloodiron due to growing concerns regarding a potential beast tide threatening the city. Naturally, those concerns have been deliberately amplified by the Black Scar Syndicate, which exploited the fact that many settlements and regions bordering the central wildlands of Bloodiron, such as Dragonstone City, had already suffered beast tides over the past several years. A formal contract was eventually been issued through the city administration building, and, thanks to Drumvale's influence, the commission had been awarded directly to the Joint Fortuna, Battlebane Task Force. Over the course of clearing the monster nests, the task force had uncovered a considerable number of monster deity statues. As a result, Lord Bonsai was now overflowing with stored divine energy after absorbing the providence it needed from the statues. Even the Nest Queen had become completely saturated and could no longer absorb additional amounts of divine energy. With such an enormous quantity of divine energy merely sitting idle in the form of condensed fruits hanging within Lord Bonsai's canopy, the metaphysical tree had been more than willing to cooperate with Alex's experiments by transferring some of the excess divine energy over to him. Anyway, after Lord Bonsai infused the Thelonium box with divine energy, Alex attempted every method he could possibly think of. Yet no matter what he tried, he remained unable to extract, let alone properly utilize, the divine energy stored within the box. In the end, Alex was forced to temporarily suspend the project after it reached what appeared to be another dead end. With so many failures, or at best, partial successes, among the major projects he had hoped to complete during this work session, Alex could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. As a result, he had decided to relax for a while beneath Lord Bonsai's canopy. Unfortunately, even then, his thoughts refused to settle. His mind continuously drifted back towards the unresolved projects and their countless complications. Frustrated by the relentless stream of thoughts preventing him from properly resting, Alex abruptly sat upright and roughly rubbed his head. Eventually, he released a long sigh of irritation as his mind continued tormenting him with thoughts of problem after problem. I should redirect my thoughts towards something more positive, Alex mused inwardly. He turned to look towards the bonsai tree, which now appeared far healthier and more vibrant than it had after their sabotaged interplanar journey. Thanks to the steady supply of divine statues from the task force, Lord Bonsai is recovering nicely. Although we've had to rely on quantity rather than quality, it shouldn't take much longer before the tree fully returns to its original state, Alex thought, his mood improving slightly. And now that I know divine statues can accelerate its growth, I can continue feeding them to the tree even after it fully recovers. Once Lord Bonsai absorbs the providence contained within them, I should theoretically be able to utilize the leftover divine energy for myself. The moment that thought surfaced, however, his mood immediately sank again as he remembered that he still had absolutely no idea how to make divine energy practically useful. Alex sighed once more before standing up and walking towards the rune table situated within the workstation area of the pocket dimension. A faint smile gradually appeared on his face as his eyes fell upon the rune scrolls scattered across the table. These were not ordinary rune scrolls. They were rune tattoo scrolls, 5 of them in total. If one viewed the open scrolls from above, they would quickly realize that the greater runes inscribed upon each individual scroll interconnected seamlessly, forming a single, vastly more intricate greater rune structure when combined together. The identity of the 5 rune scrolls soon became apparent. Alex's very first completed rune tattoo set, the Guardian of Happenstance set. Despite the failures or partial successes surrounding his major projects, Alex had still managed to achieve something significant over the past month. During the brief periods of downtime between his various research efforts, Alex had continued refining the rune set designs he had been tinkering with for quite some time on the Beta Bracer using OmniRune's simulation function. And at long last, he succeeded. His work had finally borne fruit, resulting in the completion of his very first rune tattoo design and transforming his long-conceived rune soldier concept into a tangible reality. Now, all that remained was to bind the tattoos to one of his soldiers, and his first rune soldier would be born. The Guardian of Happenstance, as the name implied, was based upon Alex's own plate of Happenstance chestplate armor. The plate of Happenstance possessed the ability to absorb the waste mana generated from Alex's spells before cycling it back into his body, using it to enhance his defensive capabilities while replenishing portions of his physical stamina and spent energy. Alex considered this to be an exceptionally valuable ability and had therefore sought to replicate a similar effect for his soldiers. His goal was to create an elite force that would not tire easily, one that required fewer resources for recovery after battle, while also possessing survivability far beyond that of ordinary troops. In essence, enhanced survivability, defense, endurance, stamina, and reduced resource expenditure formed the core design philosophy behind the Guardian of Happenstance set. As Alex had originally envisioned, the Guardian of Happenstance consisted of 5 individual runes that collectively formed a complete set. Since this was the very first rune set he had ever designed, Alex adopted a relatively straightforward method when determining what type of runes would comprise the set's foundation. Within his mind, he conceptualized a pentagram-like structure. Each point of the pentagram represented a specific attribute, while the center symbolized a unified set effect born from the interaction and fusion of all 5 attribute runes. Out of the 7 primary rune tattoo attributes he had previously conceptualized strength, agility, vitality, defense, endurance, dexterity, and perception, Alex ultimately selected the first 5 as the foundational pillars of the Guardian of Happenstance set. Even after deciding upon the attributes he wished to utilize, Alex did not simply settle for the elementary rune variations he had developed earlier. Instead, he painstakingly redesigned and refined each one individually, tailoring them specifically to better suit the overall purpose and synergy of the Guardian of Happenstance set. Alex picked up the scrolls one after another, starting with the scroll containing the strength-aligned rune tattoo. For the strength attribute, Alex had deliberately altered the original rune design. Rather than enhancing the bearer's overall physical strength, the modified rune instead focused specifically on amplifying attack power according to the user's intent and will. The result was a dramatic shift in function. Instead of granting a balanced 10 to 20% increase in overall physical strength, the newly developed attack strength rune boosted offensive power by nearly 40%. Alex placed the scroll back onto the table before picking up the rune tattoo scroll belonging to the endurance point of his conceptual pentagram. For the endurance attribute, Alex had transformed the original rune into what he called the reinforcement rune tattoo. Rather than storing energy and gradually feeding it back into the body for recovery, as the original endurance rune had been designed to do, the new variation instead used available energy directly to reinforce and fortify the bearer's body in real time. Where the original endurance rune focused on alleviating fatigue and recovering from accumulated strain or injury, the reinforcement rune tattoo abandoned internal storage entirely in favor of maximizing the bearer's endurance capacity and physical resilience through continuous enhancement. By sacrificing the storage function of the original rune, Alex had successfully redirected the freed capacity towards strengthening the enhancement effect itself. As a result, the improvements increased from the original 20% enhancement to potentially as much as 100%, provided the energy supplied to the rune, as well as the bearer's own body, could withstand the burden. The shield rune tattoo, Alex muttered inwardly as he examined the intricate design inscribed upon the next scroll. The original elementary defense rune tattoo had been created to support a warrior's aura coating, increasing their defensive capability by approximately 20%. However, once again, Alex had completely discarded the foundational design philosophy of the original rune. For the Guardian of Happenstance set, he had evolved the elementary defense rune into the shield rune. As the name implied, rather than reinforcing an aura coating, the rune directly generated a protective shield of its own whenever the bearer consciously activated it, or automatically whenever the bearer was exposed to danger beyond their awareness. Just like the previous 2 rune tattoos within the set, the shield rune tattoo possessed no independent energy storage of its own. Instead, it drew energy directly from the bearer in order to function. Alex smiled knowingly, as this had been an entirely deliberate design choice tied directly to the final set effect. His gaze shifted towards the fourth rune within the set. The fourth rune tattoo occupied the agility corner of the conceptual pentagram. If not for the final rune still remaining, this would arguably have been the most important, and certainly the most complex, rune within the entire set. The Wander Rune Tattoo was a mobility-enhancing tattoo derived from the original Elementary Agility Rune Tattoo. It held particular importance for two key reasons: its practical utility and the type of users it had been designed for. Unlike the other rune tattoos, which had primarily been tailored for human users, the Wanderer Rune Tattoo existed in two separate variants, one designed for humanoid bearers and another specifically created for quadrupedal mounts. This single detail made the rune exceptionally significant within the set. It allowed rune bearers who naturally possessed only 4 available rune slots to still qualify as rune soldiers. Instead of bearing the 5th rune themselves, the Wanderer Rune Tattoo could be placed upon their mount, thereby completing the 5 rune requirement of the set, albeit only while the bearer remained mounted. Both variants of the Wanderer Rune Tattoo enhanced the bearer's mobility, acceleration, and evasive capability, especially across complex terrain, forests, rocky mountains, and so on. From the Reinforcement Rune Tattoo scroll onwards, it became increasingly obvious that the rune tattoo designs had grown progressively more intricate and sophisticated. The final rune tattoo, positioned at the vitality corner of the conceptual pentagram, continued that trend even further. Out of all the foundational attribute runes, the Elementary Vitality Rune Tattoo was the one Alex possessed the greatest experience modifying. From his own Everspring Rune Tattoo to Fun's Lifebank Rune Tattoo, and even to a certain extent Zora's Siphon Rune Tattoo, all of them had ultimately been developed from the same underlying foundation, the Elementary Vitality Rune. Because of that, Alex possessed extensive experience in altering and evolving its structure. And it was precisely that experience which had allowed him to design the most important rune tattoo within the entire set, the one that bound everything together. The Happenstance Rune Tattoo absorbed excess internal energy or vitality naturally generated by the bearer outside of combat, as well as residual energy scattered across the battlefield, storing it to power itself. Then, through the bearer's will, the rune could channel that stored energy back into the body, converting it into physical strength, mental energy, vitality, or whichever form of energy the user required at the time. Much like the Plate of Happenstance, perhaps even surpassing it in versatility. In addition to this, the Happenstance Rune Tattoo also incorporated the effects of the Link spell, connecting the energies of every bearer of the Guardian of Happenstance Rune Tattoo set together. This was perhaps Alex's favorite aspect of the entire set. It meant that every bearer of the rune set could both contribute to and draw from a massive shared pool of energy. Energy that could then be converted into physical strength, mental power, vitality, or any other required form of support. Whether for empowerment, stamina recovery, or healing, the set dramatically increased the survivability of its users in nearly any situation imaginable. The Guardian of Happenstance could eventually become the standard issue rune tattoo set for all troops under my command, Alex mused inwardly. And in the future, I could develop specialized variants tailored towards the unique needs of different military units. A proud smile appeared across his face. Now that the Guardian of Happenstance design had finally been completed, and the first full copy now rested in his possession, all that remained was determining who would become the inaugural bearer of the set. That decision actually isn't difficult at all. There's one obvious candidate. Giving it to them would help stabilize the current situation within our forces, Alex thought thoughtfully. Afterwards, his gaze drifted back towards the rune tattoos spread across the table. I've only been making progress in runes and rune tattoos lately. When was the last time I achieved any meaningful advancement in technology? Alex chuckled wryly to himself. He sighed softly. I suppose it's because I haven't operated within a stable or friendly territory for quite some time. Most of the technological ideas I can think of would require either supporting industries to manufacture them or a territory capable of properly utilizing them. Without one of those two foundations, there's little point introducing such technologies, or at least that's what I've been telling myself. Alex shook his head. Once more, his thoughts drifted back towards the earlier failed projects. Even with the Guardian of Happenstance, I still need a method to easily mass-produce rune tattoo scrolls, which is another project that hasn't gone anywhere. Alex sighed as he absent-mindedly began packing away the set rune scrolls. In his distracted state, the rune pen on the table suddenly rolled over and dropped onto the floor. Alex released another tired sigh, finally snapping back to his senses. He reached down to retrieve the fallen rune pen, and in that exact moment, a sudden epiphany struck him like lightning. That's it. Names. Names possess power. When people hear such words, they often immediately think of true names and the conceptual powers granted to those who possess them. However, the saying was not limited solely to that. Names carried identity, and more often than not, the true power behind a name originates from the identity attached to it. The power behind the name Ledevicus stemmed from the identity associated with it, the imperial house of the Varelian Empire. For names, identity, purpose, and power were often deeply intertwined. Alex lay beneath the canopy of the heartwood tree as he pondered over the philosophical musings left behind by the heavenly venerable within one of the books he had studied during the man-steel trial. Within the text, the heavenly venerable had argued that understanding the true meaning of the name of something allowed one to better comprehend its nature. After all, a name often encapsulated the identity, purpose, and power of the thing it represented. Even when multiple names were used interchangeably to describe a seeming similar object or concept, it did not necessarily mean those names were truly same. If one looked deeply enough, one would eventually discover subtle distinctions hidden beneath those supposedly synonymous names, differences that revealed they were not entirely the same thing after all, even if only by the smallest margin. Why was Alex contemplating the philosophical ramblings of a long dead man? Because he was attempting to understand something. Some time ago, Alex had experienced a sudden epiphany regarding a possible method for controlling divine energy. The idea itself was surprisingly simple. Incorporate divine energy into the thing he understood best, runes. If he could somehow integrate divine energy into runic formations and then use that same energy to power the formations themselves, then would that not effectively mean he was successfully wielding divine energy? Unfortunately, one fundamental problem still remained. He still had no reliable way of actually moving or manipulating divine energy in the first place. Alex's proposed solution came from a deceptively simple concept inspired by the very epiphany that had sparked the idea. He summoned Sugud, who at the time had been occupied with inspecting the thousands of individual crossbow components delivered by the commissioned blacksmiths throughout the city. Alex returned the Thelonium box Sugud had previously crafted for him, accompanied by a small request. Approximately 3 days later, Sugud returned the box to Alex, this time with a subtle modification. Alex pressed down on a noticeable circular indentation located at the top of the box. Immediately, a small object partially emerged from within it. Alex grasped the object and pulled it free, revealing a rune pen. He nodded in appreciation before dismissing Sugud, so the mechanic could return to his ongoing assembly work. To accelerate production, Sugud had successfully enlisted several members of Fortuna to assist with some of the less technical aspects of assembling the crossbow components. The mechanic had intentionally designed the crossbows to contain nearly 50 individual internal manufacturing parts. Even then, he remained extraordinarily meticulous with the outsourcing process, going so far as to commission more than 70 separate components in total. This ensured that even if someone somehow acquired a complete list of all commissioned parts, linking them back to a single product would remain exceptionally difficult. In fact, Even skilled artisans would likely assume the parts belonged to at least 3 or 4 entirely different products. With assistance from Fortuna members whenever they had spare time, Sugut eventually assembled the numerous manufacturing pieces into just 4 major field assembly modules. This allowed the crossbows, whether pump action or bolt action variants, to be collapsed into compact, transportable sections before later being reassembled within minutes upon the battlefield or any other operational location. As before, Alex brought the Thelonium box into the Sanctuary Pocket dimension and had Lord Bonsai infuse it with excess divine energy condensed within the fruit hanging beneath its canopy. Once the box had been sufficiently filled with divine energy, Alex carefully carried it over to the nearby rune table. Spirit Sight LV2. Alex pushed this ability of his truth seeker eyes to their highest operational level as he stared intently at the box before him. Slowly, he inserted the Thelonium rune pen, already loaded with runic ink, into the specially designed slot within the box. A broad smile gradually spread across Alex's face as he watched the divine energy stored inside the box begin flowing directly into the rune pen, charging it. The process took roughly 10 minutes before the pen became fully saturated with energy. Alex did not mind in the slightest. Once the rune pen had finished charging, Alex eagerly picked it up, ready to finally test it upon the rune scroll already spread across the rune table. However, no matter how much spiritual force he exerted, the divine energy simply refused to move. Alex's brows furrowed deeply. Rune pens were intricately designed tools created specifically to infuse the loaded runic ink with energy during the inscription process. Even the runic ink itself had been carefully formulated to efficiently conduct and transmit whatever energy the rune pen supplied to it. In theory, the ink should have carried the divine energy from the rune pen directly onto the rune scroll, allowing the energy to naturally flow along the drawn structure and take the form of a completed rune. Yet his cheat method had utterly failed. The rune pen and runic ink system had been refined for countless years through the combined efforts of Pangea's 3 major artisan professions, eventually reaching a level where the system could utilize nearly any form of mana supplied by the user. If divine energy was truly, as Alex suspected, simply mana utilized by deities, then his method should have worked. But it did not. Why? I don't understand. Frustration surged through Alex as he nearly slammed the rune pen onto the table. Then suddenly, something changed. The tiny fortune-suppressing dragon, which had previously remained coiled lazily atop Lord Bonsai's crown, abruptly stirred awake. Stretching its small body, the creature somehow managed to appear both majestic and strangely adorable at the same time. Its whiskers twitched before slowly swaying through the air as though searching for something unseen. Then, after a brief moment, they suddenly stiffened as if they had finally locked onto a target. The diminutive dragon levitated, then gently glided through the air before stopping directly above the guardian of happenstance rune scrolls. The small yet regal creature opened its maw slightly, appearing as though it were inhaling or devouring something invisible. Alex carefully observed the entire scene, but even with the spirit sight ability of his true seeker eyes, he could not actually perceive what the dragon was feeding upon. Even so, he could make a fairly educated guess. Providence. More specifically, the providence associated with the Guardian of Happenstance rune tattoo set. After seemingly satisfying itself upon whatever invisible substance it had consumed from the rune scrolls, the tiny dragon slowly turned towards Alex. Or more accurately, towards what he was attempting to do at the rune table. The dragon slithered over gracefully. It curiously moved its gaze between the Thelonium box resting upon the table, the rune pen in Alex's hand, and the rune scroll spread out before him. Then, unexpectedly, an annoyed expression flashed across its tiny face. For some reason, Alex suddenly got the strange impression of a child on the verge of throwing a tantrum because it could not understand what was happening around it. Without any warning whatsoever, The fortune-suppressing dragon abruptly dove straight into Alex's skull. A moment later, it emerged again, silently chuckling to itself with unmistakable triumph. Did you just read my thoughts? Alex stared at the dragon with an exasperated expression. The little creature seemed to possess absolutely no concept of personal boundaries whatsoever. It treated every aspect of Alex's internal space as though it were its own private domain, especially his mind. Now that the dragon seemingly understood what Alex had been attempting to accomplish, or at least part of it, it began observing the box, the rune pen, and the rune scroll with noticeably greater seriousness. Then, as though struck by an idea of its own, the tiny dragon suddenly dove directly into the rune pen held within Alex's hand. Almost instantly, Alex felt a strange sense of connection and control over the pen. More specifically, over the divine energy contained within it. His eyes lit up immediately. Without wasting another second, Alex began moving the rune pen across the scroll. The pen danced smoothly over the rune scroll, leaving behind intricate lines and curves that intertwined into elaborate glyphs radiating an unmistakable divine charm. It worked. A smile spread across Alex's face as he successfully inscribed his very first rune circuit powered entirely by divine energy. Moments later, a golden flame ignited upon the scroll, dispersing the lingering darkness within Alex's mind and filling the surrounding area with a warm, overwhelmingly positive aura. So, a flame rune circuit powered by divine energy becomes a flame of hope. Alex mused inwardly. Then suddenly, his vision wavered violently. Alex quickly grabbed onto the table for support before carefully lowering himself into the nearby chair. At the same moment, the fortune-suppressing dragon shot out from the rune pen. The tiny creature itself appeared noticeably drained. It glanced briefly towards Alex before wobbling weakly back towards its nest atop Lord Bonsai's crown. Alex eventually recovered after roughly 15 minutes, though he still felt sluggish, mentally exhausted, and strangely unmotivated. It was painfully obvious that his mental energy had been heavily depleted. That toll is enormous. Alex's eyes widened in shock. Alex possessed vastly greater mental energy than most individuals. In fact, beneath the legendary rank, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone capable of matching the sheer volume of mental energy and spiritual force he possessed. At the very least, no one a rank above him should have been capable of rivaling him in that regard. Yet despite that, he could barely sustain even half an hour of inscription work when using divine energy. Under normal circumstances, Alex could continuously inscribe runes for 5, sometimes even 6 hours without interruption. Well, I suppose I should at least be grateful that I managed to get my foot through the door. Most people cannot even achieve that much, Alex thought, deliberately trying to focus on the positive side of things. Carefully dragging his feet at times, he slowly walked back beneath Lord Bonsai's canopy before laying down to rest. Over the course of his countless inscription sessions within the Sanctuary Pocket Dimension, Alex had discovered that there were few methods better for restoring mental energy and spiritual force than simply lying beneath Lord Bonsai, while watching its branches and leaves sway gently overhead. The experience felt simultaneously like meditation and a feast for the senses. As Alex rested there recovering his depleted mental energy, his thoughts inevitably drifted back towards the reason inscription with divine energy had only become possible after the fortune-suppressing dragon possessed the rune pen. This line of thought had led him to recall the Heavenly Venerable's philosophical musings regarding names, and from there, to his own flawed assumptions about the similarities between mana and divine energy. Mana, internal energy, combat energy, mystic energy, divine energy, all of these sound similar, and people may even use them interchangeably in casual conversation. Yet in reality, each possesses distinct characteristics that make them fundamentally unique, Alex mused inwardly. Mana, for the most part, refers to the ambient energy naturally present throughout the world energy that living beings absorb in order to perform extraordinary feats that appear to defy nature while still ultimately remaining within its laws. The mages of Pangaea absorb this energy into their bodies and store it within their mana hearts with relatively few alterations beyond filtering it according to their elemental affinity and refining its purity. That is why the energy used by mages continues to retain the same name. It remains mana. However, things change when it comes to warriors. Alex's musings continued. Warriors primarily absorb mana through their breathing. That mana then mixes within their cells alongside vitality and chemically generated bodily energy, transforming into something more than simple mana alone. That is why the energy they wield is no longer referred to as mana, but instead as internal energy. A similar pattern continues with the combat warriors and sorcerers of Runic. Combat warriors absorb mana in a manner similar to Pangaean warriors and process it within their bodies to create an entirely new energy adjacent to internal energy. However, unlike internal energy, which primarily enhances the body itself, with increased combat ability merely being a byproduct, combat energy exists specifically to maximize the user's combat potential. Hence its name. In fact, unlike internal energy, combat energy has repeatedly been shown to deteriorate the health of its users over time, though that may also stem from the origins behind its creation. Alex briefly recalled the origins of the combat warriors, their betrayal, their connection to GUMO, and the way their very existence ultimately served the interests of the interplanar invader. He shook his head lightly before redirecting his thoughts back towards the main subject of his contemplation. And although a sorcerer's mystic energy may superficially resemble the mana used by Pangaean mages, it is actually mana fused with mental energy through a sorcerer's cultivation method inside the mana heart. Each of these energies appears similar on the surface, yet they are fundamentally distinct beneath that appearance. That is why universe itself, it seems, recognizes them through different names, different identities. And the same principle should apply to divine energy as well. Divine energy is produced when emotional energy faith generated by intelligent beings carrying providence is processed through the divinity or divine nature of a deity. Alex's eyes suddenly narrowed thoughtfully. In essence, divine energy is emotional energy faith with a providence coefficient refined through divinity. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes as another realization surfaced. When Lord Bonsai processes the divine energy contained within the divine statues, it strips away the providence attached to that energy, effectively dismantling the structure of divine energy itself in the process. Since the tree also seems to retain the divinity component separately for some reason, then what remains afterward is no longer truly divine energy, but rather pure emotional or faith energy. Alex shot into a sitting position. He folded his arms and held his chin thoughtfully with one hand. From what I currently understand, every existence capable of accepting emotional energy, whether faith, loyalty, trust, patriotism, or similar concepts, does so through or with providence. Organizations, planes, deities, all of them rely upon providence as the medium of connection. If that is the case, perhaps emotional energy itself simply cannot move properly from one body to another without providence attached to it. Alex's eyes lit up as a vague yet powerful sense of certainty washed over him. Earlier, I myself described providence as a coefficient attached to emotional energy rather than a separate component entirely. So this reasoning should be correct, he muttered inwardly, almost as though reassuring himself. If what remains after the heartwood tree processes divine energy is actually pure faith or emotional energy rather than true divine energy, and if this emotional energy cannot properly move without a providence coefficient attached to it, then I would explain why I was only able to move and use it through the rune pen after the fortune-suppressing dragon possessed it. The fortune-suppressing dragon is essentially a condensed manifestation of providence itself. By possessing the rune pen, it effectively became the providence coefficient for the Divino, the emotional energy stored within the pen. Alex's eyes brightened further as his thoughts reached their conclusion. A broad smile slowly spread across his face. Why was this conclusion so important? Because Alex had finally gained a deeper understanding of the true identity of the energy he had been attempting to control. And by understanding its identity, he can now better understand how to properly utilize it. This form of emotional energy clearly leans heavily towards providence and metaphysical phenomena. If that is the case, then perhaps it would be far more suitable for processes connected to providence and metaphysical existences. His thoughts accelerated rapidly. If so, then when it comes to rune tattoos, the best application for this emotional energy would likely be the creation of rune tattoos designed specifically for beings tied to providence or metaphysical existence. Alex's eyes abruptly snapped towards the heartwood tree. Lord Bonsai, the heartwood tree itself, the fortune-suppressing dragon, the sunheart bloom, these three entities instantly entered his focus. Together with the ether kindle residing within his mind space, they represented the primary metaphysical providence-based entities currently surrounding him. Among these four entities, however, only one seemed suitable for the kind of risky experimentation he currently had in mind involving emotional energy and rune tattoos. The sunheart bloom. Alex stared at the softly swaying young shoot, which now appeared not too far away from finally blooming into maturity. A grin slowly spread across his face. If any of his wives had been present at that moment, they would have instantly recognized the meaning behind that expression. Alex had just come up with another crazy idea. It just so happens that I promised Eleanor a primal origin flame of her own, and I think I've just discovered the perfect way to fulfill that promise.